Virtual Universe Primal Region, Luo Feng's Villa. Luo Feng sat before his desk and opened his laptop, gently tapping open the mail. You've completed the 4th level of the highest point mission. The members have made their judgment and you've acquired a completion rate of 70, getting 280,000 points. This is the end of the highest point mission. Luo Feng frowned. Only 70 during these 4th mission, especially regarding the matter with his father's judgment. He had indeed simply deemed him innocent, however he still sentenced the rest of the members fairly. Let's see what the comments say. Luo Feng continued reading the mail. Evaluation: you were sent to sentence 21 people this time. However, with regards to your father, you didn't even capture him, nor did you interrogate him. You didn't complete the 4th level mission at all. It's obvious in your bones. You heavily respect your father, and didn't wish to sentence him. Even though your father is obviously innocent, he still cannot avoid responsibility. Jailing him for 100 years should be the lightest punishment that should have been carried out, yet you judged him innocent. When it came to public and private matters, you were biased. We only give you 70 completion this time. We hope you will be clearer on business and personal matters next time. After finishing the evaluation, Luo Feng didn't feel any different within 4. Luo Feng, who had reached the limit in mental state training, even if Hong or Thunder God had tried to convince him, it would still be hard to move him. It could be seen how stubborn he was, or how strongly he believed in his ways. He closed the mail coldly, opening another new mail. Reward for highest point mission. Luo Feng smiled and looked. If all levels of the mission had a 100 completion rate, he would get 1 million extra points. According to the performance of all 4 levels, we will give you 600,000 extra points. We hope you can use it wisely. Luo Feng was moved within an extra 600,000 points. At this point, his total points would be 82,000 from the 1st level, 180,000 from the 2nd, 300,000 from the 3rd, 280,000 from the 4th, and an extra 600,000 for completing all 4 missions, for a total of 442 million points. It was 72 one of the total 2 million points he could get. It didn't even hit the marginal 80. The score was obviously just average. Overall evaluation: even though you massacred over 1 million in the 1st level, you were still clear enough to spare the innocent. This proves that you are very calm even when you kill, and despite your bloodthirst, you still chose the 10 billion weaker people to save. This shows you pity the weak. The 3rd level showed that you aren't afraid of strength. You'd rather not submit and follow your beliefs in finishing the mission. Bloodthirsty and yet calm, also showing pity for the weak and are unafraid of fear. If only your 4th level had done as well as the first 3, we would have given you an extra 900,000 points as bonus. However, during a similar mission of judging 21 people, only this time it was against your family, your change, however, shocked us, especially against your father. You didn't even wish to judge him, not even catching him or putting on a show. It's obvious that your family's influence on you is huge, to a point where you cannot distinguish your personal matters from the rules and law. Humans are social creatures and should indeed respect their family. However, everything should be done within a certain level of expectation. It's obvious that you have crossed that line in this aspect. You should be more aware of this. The highest point mission is now over. As to how the Virtual Universe Company viewed him from this mission, Luo Feng couldn't be bothered. excessive in this aspect. I respect my father too much, Luo Feng laughed coldly. What a joke, what a bunch of arrogant idiots. Under his first and second brother's guidance, he had carefully studied ancient books from China, gaining a sense of clarity from them, and many ideologies had resonated with him. Since ancient times, there was a saying in ancient China that of all virtues, filial piety comes first. Filial piety was of the utmost importance. Even with the many changes in dynasties and eras in ancient China, they all uniformly agreed that anyone who were disrespectful or disobedient to their parents should die. There were even punishments such as flaying or slow deaths. For such actions, it was obvious the level of filial piety was respected at a very high level. In contrast, in modern eras, especially during the new eras, not taking care of one's parents and even hitting them had become common. However, without the background of ancient Chinese culture, people didn't think of it as a crime at all. Luo Feng, however, trained in mental states. He had always respected his parents from young, after which, when he found himself through mental state training, he understood more of the ancient history texts. Like during the spring and autumn era, there was an incident of which a son reported his father for stealing a goat. The son, however, was punished instead for not being filial. Qinghua of ancient China was incredibly strict and heavy on its rules. It was, however, more lax on being filial, with the entire country lacking the most basic respect. How could its citizens truly be loyal? How could the country be steady? Hence, both of them had naturally collapsed. There were many stories regarding this in history, but it all showed one thing: filial piety. It was humanity's most basic element. If a person couldn't even do this, and was bad to his parents, then how could he be loyal to anybody else, especially to a country? For such a person, if he wasn't brainwashed, he was extremely selfish. If he can't even be filial to his parents, then within his heart there would never truly be anybody he respected other than himself. Extreme selfishness. Of all virtues, filial piety comes first. Even if my father had sinned, I will bear it for him. I will also advise him to change. As for punishment as a son, I will never do it, Luo Feng thought. Separating business and personal matters. Maybe what the virtual universe company needs is one that would perfectly execute its missions, and one that would never disobey their orders even if it involved family. Their mission importance should still exceed that of even their family. This is probably what they need. A pity. The company's orders are not even worth a fraction of my father's importance. Excessive. I don't think so, Luo Feng thought. The next day. Virtual Universe Company, Black Dragon Mountain 9-Star Bay. Luo Feng sat with his father Luo Honghua and mother Gong Xianlan. Dad, Mum. Luo Feng poured tea for them. Why have you called us over today? Gong Xianlan looked at their son, smiling. Luo Feng smiled and changed the subject. Dad, Mum, did you two build a Nirvana union in the virtual games? How do you know? Luo Honghua's eyes gleamed as he heard. He said, that Gray Snow World is incredibly vast. It makes one go dizzy within. I can ride a flying beast and fly through endless snow worlds. Hee, a million-strong army clashing against each other is just too cool. The word cool was something his father's generation often used. Haha. Luo Feng saw his father's excitement and couldn't help but laugh. For his father to live the life of his dreams, he was already very satisfied. Dad, Mum, let me show you something, Luo Feng said. After which he brandished some information with regards to nirvana unions. People killing others, after getting the data from the information department. With Luo Feng's questioning, he had confirmed that the information was the lowest level of information, and with his position, he could show it to them. What is this? His parents looked on curiously, as they received the file and looked at it. They grew silent for a while. Luo Feng sat there and patiently waited. As they stared at the file, their expressions grew uglier, even to the point where Luo Hongwa slammed the table fiercely. His eyes were gleaming as he cursed, "Bastards, a bunch of ingrates, I treated them as my life and death brothers. I didn't expect them to use me Xian Lan, when you advised me not to be so trusting before. I thought that all these were simply within the virtual universe, and that we can eat, drink and kill others without any repercussions. How thrilling! I didn't expect, I didn't know." Dad, Luo Feng, saw the state his father was in and knew he had taken quite a blow. Luo Hongwa sat down, his eyes pained. Gong Xian Lan sat beside him and consoled him. "So many people died." Luo Hongwa's voice shook. "Dad, you can only be blamed for your poor judgment of character. However, the ones truly responsible for killing are those bastards," Luo Feng said. "But they used my position and power." He shook his head. "Wrong, in truth, they are using my position," Luo Feng said. "If it weren't for me, why would the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and Ganwu Universe country avoid and fear you?" Luo Hongwa felt extremely bad within. Luo Feng was very clear that showing them the data would hurt his parents badly, but despite that, he still had to show them that he had to admonish them. "Dad, Mum," Luo Feng changed the topic to take their minds off it, "I'm about to leave." "Leave?" The two of them looked at him curiously. "Doesn't he leave often?" "I will be going away for a very long this time, at least 1,000 years," Luo Feng emphasized. "Hence, it will be quite a while before I can return to Earth. Even the virtual universe I will only come once in a long while." "Where are you going?" the two asked. "Primal Chaos City," Luo Feng replied. He had been there before, hence his parents knew some simple things about it. After the highest point mission was completed, Luo Feng had immediately requested to head to Primal Chaos City as a core disciple. During universe level, domain lord level, and sector lord level, he could enter to train there. Luo Feng's request naturally went through quickly, after which, through God Country teleportation, Dylan sent him straight to the virtual universe company's main headquarters. After which, he took the company's ship along with other Undyings and entered Primal Chaos City. Dylan and the other guards couldn't follow according to his plan. When he left Primal Chaos City, he would already be Sector Lord Pinnacle. When that happened, he would no longer have a guard team, meaning, at this time, the guard team had left him for good. The universe was evolving all the time. The primal universe, however, was a small universe that was in its early evolution stage. There were many splits and tears in the space, with thread-like crystal energies flowing and repairing. Each time it repaired, it would tear open again and repeat for eternity. Primal Chaos City was the only ancient city within this entire universe. Rumble, an oval ship, stopped in the air above. Its cabin door opened, and a large group of human silhouettes flew out, amongst which a green-armored Luo Feng was mixed within. He wasn't noticeable at all. 100 people flew out. A black beam of light flew over to greet them. It was a black-robed man with green scales covering his head, this man smiled malevolently. I am the emissary of Primal Chaos City. Most of you aren't here for the first time. Those familiar with the rules of Primal Chaos City can carry on, I believe you know what to do, and for those that are here for the first time, please follow me. So. 22 silhouettes followed the black-robed man as he led them away. These 22 were those that had gotten in through auctions or other methods and were here for the first time. And the rest of the 100 headed in their own directions, dispersing. Luo Feng gently landed in a spacious pathway. As he looked around, he noticed that the distant balconies had large amounts of warriors sitting crossed-legged and training. Sector lords and undyings could be seen everywhere. However, most of them were undyings. As for the energies emanating from them, even the sector lord energies, since these were sector lords training in Primal Chaos City, they were much stronger than the normal sector lords. Outside Primal Chaos City, humanity's sacred training ground, Luo Feng exclaimed. Just from the sacred training ground one could see the difference. The Goldhorn race's sacred training ground was simply a piece of land carved out from the world they lived in. Humanity's sacred training ground, however, was a primal universe specially used to hold 52 primal chaos tablets, and the leader of the city was one that far exceeded the power of the Doyens in the Goldhorn race. This was humanity, a pinnacle race in the universe. Very good, this a good training place. Luo Feng looked around. I have to choose a good living spot. I'll pick somewhere close to teacher. After a while, Luo Feng picked a quiet spot about 1,000 kilometers away from his teacher's residence. Once he walked near the white entrance door, he gently placed his hand on it. And it triggered the system. The color began to change to a dark gray from then on. Luo Feng was the owner of this residence. Every room within the quarters was spacious, even though there were rooms within. Large amounts of the warriors still sat cross-legged on the balconies. From today on, I'm going to live here for over 1,000 years. This will be my home. Luo Feng followed the staircase up and quickly reached the balcony. The balcony was close to 100 m wide, much bigger than the field he had in high school. There were random scribbles all around the balcony. These were obviously left behind by the warriors that had trained and stayed here before. In history, Luo Feng believed that someday he too would leave behind his own scribbles. He sat cross-legged, feeling the coldness of the balcony. He looked up at the skies. The primal energies revolved in the sky, tears stretching across the skies, with complex engravings and threads of energies flowing about. The laws were visible, and it was calming to one's soul. From today on, I will be here on this balcony for a long time. Luo Feng smiled. After returning to the first floor's living room, the service AI of the place had already prepared a hot pot of tea. He lay on the first sofa, lifting the cup of hot tea. He gently smelled the fragrant tea and sipped. As he drank it down from his mouth, he felt the warmth spread throughout his body, after which, he began to think at an incredibly fast speed. He loved to sip tea and ponder at the same time. I now have the beast god statue and the picture of the large sleeping beast god. Time-Space Scribbles 3rd volume, Floating Snow, Nanshan Armaments 36. Levels, Illusionary Techniques, Deities of the World, Absolute Space, Ancient Pictures, and Sky-Tearing Claw. I also have over 6 million mixed elements and over 1 million points. Luo Feng pondered on all his possessions. He clearly planned out his training Normally, sector lords would all begin to create their own techniques and their own weapons. Luo Feng was prepared to hit sector lord level in Primal Chaos City, since his law comprehension now was already at a very high level. He could begin to create his own technique. Techniques were mostly separated into study and battle. The study type was basically used to aid in raising one's comprehension of the laws. The higher the comprehension, the stronger the power. The laws were akin to internal strength. The battle techniques, however, were more about the usage of these laws. When learning the same laws, but with different usages, one's strength would definitely be different. Law comprehension was the inner work, the techniques were blade work, etc. Of course, these were just examples. The Golden Horned Beast's technique is the Sky-Tearing Claw. The Masha clansman uses the illusionary techniques. The Earth Body uses the Nanshan armament, as it slowly gets more and more ineffective. I will begin to study the Nanshan 36 levels and create a better technique for myself. As for time-space scribbles, the beast god statue, and so on, these are all for my comprehension. Even the deities of the world is a strengthening technique. Law comprehension is the absolute. Hence, I will spend most of my focus on it. When they reach a bottleneck level, then I will study the battle techniques. Luo Feng thought that will be the way. After planning out his long period stay, Luo Feng left his living quarters and headed to his teacher, Tru Yen Emperor's residence, to visit him. The entrance to the residence was wide open. The scanning system on the door scanned Luo Feng and confirmed that he had the right to enter. Naturally not stopping him, Luo Feng sneaked into the residence and quickly reached a 10 kilometers wide and long plaza. There, close to 1,000 warriors had gathered and were respectfully sitting and listening. Ahead was a golden-armored ape-man sitting crossed-legged, explaining the 9 Universe Tablets. Fourth picture. Teacher, Luo Feng thought within, not daring to disrupt his class, and he sat in the corner. Tru Yen noticed an additional Luo Feng in the corner as he taught, smiling, before he continued on with his class. After a while, today's class ends here, Tru Yen said indifferently. Thank you, teacher. The close to 1,000 warriors all bowed respectfully below. Tru Yen Emperor sure is powerful. I've already comprehended the fifth picture, but hearing him explain the fourth picture still gives me greater insight. Looks like I haven't fully comprehended the fourth picture. Completely comprehending it is really hard. I heard that the March 1st pictures have a total of 108 wonders, and fully comprehending these 108 wonders is 10 to hundreds of times harder than simply finishing the fourth picture. The warriors all discussed and dispersed from the plaza. Luo Feng, however, walked up to his teacher. Junior is here. It's been a while since we've seen you. Tru Yan's 10 disciples, they're all smiled and waved at Luo Feng. Luo Feng waved back. These seniors of his were mostly official level undyings, and many of them were at official pinnacle. However, it was a pity that none of them had formally reached emperor level yet. Normally, an emperor pinnacle level person can easily ask people to help and get the official level pinnacles to be named emperors too. Tru Yen had high expectations of his disciples, hence he never did such a thing. He regarded it as a disgrace. Luo Feng, follow me, Tru Yen said. Yes, teacher, Luo Feng said respectfully. My seniors, I will formally greet you all later. Luo Feng bid goodbye to them and followed Tru Yen, arriving in his quiet yard. This yard was a few km wide and long. It was simply a grassland. Tru Yen sat, cross-legged within, casually, and said, "Sit." Luo Feng obediently complied. "Have you completed the highest point mission?" Tru Yen smiled. Luo Feng nodded. "Tell me about it, including the final evaluation, etc., Tru Yen said. "Yes," Luo Feng said respectfully, "the 4th level mission was," he explained. In detail about the points he got, evaluation, etc., not hiding any details about it at all. Tru Yen was displeased as he heard the story. This group of idiots, are they really expecting a son to lock his father up in jail? Will they only be satisfied that way? Luo Feng was stunned. His teacher was scolding them as idiots. If one doesn't even protect his loved ones, then what's the point in training? Tru Yen glanced at Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, stick to your beliefs. Don't be poisoned by those punks." Our upper echelon of the virtual universe company has indeed become very rigid. Do they wish for all the warriors to simply be their pawns? The strong are strong because they are independently strong, and those upper echelon, they only show themselves once in a while. Luo Feng blinked at his teacher. "Haha, why? Are you shocked?" Tru Yen laughed, exclaiming, "Your teacher has a bad temper. Back then, I had kicked up such a ruckus that they didn't have any choice but to toss me into Primal Chaos City, not giving me any authority or status. However, as I am hidden here, I don't have to take their orders. Unless it's truly a grave matter, otherwise I don't have to bother with them." Luo Feng laughed. His teacher had once kicked up a ruckus. Regarding his matters, he knew very little. "How long are you prepared to stay in Primal Chaos City this time?" Tru Yen asked. "Until Sector Lord level," Luo Feng said. "Ah, are you giving up the other missions?" Tru Yen was shocked. During Domain Lord level, the company would occasionally send missions. Luo Feng had currently only completed 2 of them, one giving him 200,000 points, and the other was the highest point mission, which could at most give him 2 million points. There were others to do still left. However, if he stayed in Primal Chaos City, he naturally couldn't do any more. Luo Feng nodded. Tru Yen sat, cross-legged on the grass, pondering a while. He nodded. "All right, since the highest point mission is over, the other scattered missions at Domain Lord level all only add up to so little points. You wanting to train in Primal Chaos City is good too, since you are prepared to train to Sector Lord level. Then, I prepared a gift for you." "A gift?" Luo Feng was shocked. Tru Yen laughed carefree. "You are my disciple, and Sector Lord is the most critical training period of time. If I don't help you now, can I still be called a teacher? Enter the virtual universe. I'll pass you a manual." "Yes," Luo Feng nodded excitedly. Virtual Universe Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Luo Feng stood in the villa and looked up. A silhouette flew straight towards him. It was Tru Yen Emperor. In his hand, he held a 2m long and wide large metal briefcase. It felt like a shipping container altogether. "This is..." Luo Feng was stunned. The normal handheld briefcases were much smaller, yet his teacher carried such a huge one. How many manuals were there within it? "Come here." Tru Yen brought the briefcase straight into the living room. With a toss, bang, the huge briefcase fell on the floor of the living room. A Sector Lord needs to create his own techniques, and a Sector Lord's comprehension speed is the fastest. Hence, you will need the highest levels of technique manuals. Hence, I have exchanged for a bunch of manuals for you. Tru Yen laughed loudly, pointing at the briefcase, seemingly proud of it. "Teacher, I can exchange for these manuals myself." Luo Feng had just begun to Speak. True Yen retorted, you think your little bit of points is worth anything you could at most exchange for some very basic manuals, you wouldn't be able to exchange for any true powerful manuals at all. Time space scribbles is but an assisting guide, yet it's already worth 100 billion points. As for the true study and battle technique manuals, those with absolute top-notch power, your 1 million points is useless. Luo Feng couldn't help but choke as he heard 1 million points is useless for someone extremely close to becoming a knight like True Yen Emperor. This made total sense. Look carefully. True Yen walked forward and immediately opened the huge briefcase. Rumble. Its metal lock was opened, and within lay many thick books. The thinner ones alone were about 20 centimeters thick, the thickest being 1 m long and wide and half a meter thick. They were completely dark gold in color and were made of metal. There were a total of 3 such metal books within. Just these 3 books took up a lot of space, the rest were scattered about. Within, there's a total of 106 normal techniques manuals and 1 valuable one. Within. True Yen laughed. The 106 books are cheap, adding up to a few million points only. They are mainly to assist you, some are for study while others are for building weapons and techniques, etc. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed and nodded. These 106 techniques, they seem to cover just about everything. As for this one, True Yen pointed to the neatly arranged 3 dark gold books. This is expensive. 1 set, 3 volumes. Every volume was 1 m wide and half a meter thick. How expensive is it? Luo Feng asked. 8 billion points. True Yen smiled, looking at Luo Feng. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. My God. 8 billion points. This bit of wealth was enough to be an entire Emperor-level Undying's fortune. Of course, to the Emperor Pinnacle, even a normal knight, it was still something they could afford. Even so, this was still a huge gesture from True Yen. Luo Feng was completely stunned by the amount. An Undying could use money to exchange for points, 1 mixed element for 1 point. This was akin to 8 billion mixed elements. Even for an Undying, it was a huge amount. Because of Earth, Luo Feng had signed a deal with the Virtual Universe Company. However, that amount was split up and was to be distributed at 3 occasions. Before Undying, he would get less than 100 million mixed elements. Only after becoming Undying would he get close to 50 billion mixed elements. However, the Golden Horned Beast was extremely hard to break through to Undying. Who knew when that would ever happen? Haha, just from this 8 billion points, I spent a good half of my points. True Yen laughed. He didn't hide anything from Luo Feng. When I want to exchange for something in the future, I probably have to use my money. Teacher, Luo Feng said, I cannot accept this. Back when his teacher had persuaded him to get the time-space scribbles, he had told him that even he couldn't afford the entire set, and that was worth 100 billion points. It was obvious that this 8 billion was a huge sum to him, too. And in truth, True Yen naturally didn't have many points. However, just like Luo Feng, who had the Luo Ko holy water and close to 10,000 blood river crystals along with other treasures, True Yen Emperor, as an absolute warrior, naturally had many treasures. The worth of his wealth was much more than a normal emperor level Undying. If he was willing to sell some treasures, he'd probably have a lot more. Your teacher is now at the final step before becoming a knight. The materialistic things are useless now. True Yen shook his head. I haven't spent much over 1,000,000,000 years, and it's been easy for me to nurture your seniors, however, I've never spent more than 1,000,000,000. You are the most. Luo Feng looked curiously at him. Why? I've seen your blade work, your control of the Nanshan armament, and your claw techniques, Tru Yan emphasized. I discovered whether you are conscious of it or not, your fusion of the gold and space laws are extremely ingenious. Hence, I know this valuable manual will fit you well. Luo Feng couldn't even force a smile. Fusion was ingenious. He had been studying the beast god presence, and it was a pinnacle level fusion of the gold and space laws. After having a grasp of the beast god presence, he often sought help from his teacher. During his demonstrations he would display some of its flavor. This manual will definitely fit you well, the moment you have some progress in it, your power will catch up to mine. Tru Yan's eyes were filled with anticipation. If you can catch up to me, even against normal knights, you won't die. Work hard. Tru Yan rubbed Luo Feng's head, laughing loudly, after which he vanished. Luo Feng looked at the briefcase full of 106 normal manuals and one valuable one. For a total of a few hundred books. He felt extremely grateful within. Teacher, your student will always remember this debt. Luo Feng decided to return the favor the moment he achieved anything. Over a long period of time, Tru Yan's family had all long died, hence his treatment of his students was like a parent to his children, a teacher like. That was very special, and now he even gave Luo Feng these valuable manuals. One had to know that if Luo Feng were to fall along the way, everything would simply be wasted, yet he still did such a thing. This was also why his students were all very united, no one wanting to ever hurt their teacher. 107 manuals, a total of 582 books. Luo Feng swiftly brought all of them over to his study. 106 normal manuals, buying them through the treasure trove actually requires close to 6 million points. Luo Feng was shocked. Even though these manuals were normal according to Tru Yan, in truth every one of them was still stronger than illusionary techniques. This valuable manual. Luo Feng looked at the top 3 dark gold metal books. Their covers only had the words 1, 2 and 3 on them, representing each volume. They didn't have any other information. Luo Feng gently flipped open the first volume. Its details were: through the primal universe's evolution, over 1,000,000,000,000 races have been produced. There have been many mysterious life forms, of which there's the powerful beast god. This beast god is a super being developed by the universe itself. Its body is a fusion of the space and gold laws, a slash or whip of its tail, or even a headbutt. All has the universe laws melded within Wuxi. Luo Duo has studied the beast god 7 techniques to create the Nanshan 7 forms. Beast god 7 techniques, Nanshan 7 forms. Completing the March 1st levels, one will be invincible amongst anything below the Knights. Completing the June 1st levels, one will be invincible amongst anything below the Universe Masters. Completing the 7th level, one can become like a true beast god, akin to a true Universe Master, standing at the pinnacle of the universe. Creating the beast god 7 techniques, Nanshan 7 forms. He only finished the June 1st levels. The 7 is purely imagination. It isn't truly perfect to become a true beast god. As powerful and invincible as it is extremely hard and difficult. He hoped that the later generations of the Gold Horn race would be able to perfect it and complete it. Luo Feng was stunned from the book. Shiluo Duo. The greatest being of the Gold Horn race. Completing the 6th level meant one would be invincible amongst anything. Below the Universe Master's 7th level was akin to a Universe Master, such a terrifying manual. Is it not as expensive as time-space scribbles? No, Luo Feng was shocked, quickly flipping through the 2nd and 3rd volume. He couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. His guess was right. These 3 manuals were simply the March 1st levels of the Nanshan 7 forms. So it's only the beginning yet. Finishing these 3 and one would be invincible amongst anything below the knights, and these alone were worth 8 billion points, Luo Feng exclaimed. He now truly understood just how powerful the great Shiluo Duo was. It was no wonder that he alone could support the entire Gold Horn race. He had reached a level where he was invincible amongst anything below a Universe Master. Universe Master, so Void Gold Master, Primal Chaos City Leader, and the Beast God, they are all the same level, Luo Feng pondered. After looking through the Beast God 7 techniques again, Luo Feng got a rough idea of how, above the Universe Knights, there was an even higher level like the powerful Void Gold Master, Beast God, and Primal Chaos City Leader. It was obvious that they were much more powerful than the Knights. Even Shiluo Duo, he supported the entire race. So it's that way, Luo Feng muttered. Undying Universe Knights Universe Master. As a middle-level race, the Gold Horn race only had Shiluo Duo back then as their leader, not requiring anybody else to protect them, and he had trained till the 6th level of the Beast God 7 techniques back then. It meant that he was invincible amongst anything below Universe Master. He had true power. And the Universe Master, even amongst a pinnacle race like humanity, was still a pinnacle being. According to the information, Luo Feng began to get a grasp of the power levels of the absolute warriors of the universe. My teacher, True Yan Emperor, is already considered an absolute warrior, and the Knights are the next level Universe Masters. However, they are the true rulers of the universe. Even at Shiluo Duo's level, he was already a ruler. Luo Feng was extremely excited within, after which he began to read through the thick and valuable manual. The entire March 1st volumes of the Beast God 7 techniques. Luo Feng simply read through everything at one go. Even though he didn't fully understand a lot of things, he still learned a lot. It actually melded the laws. Luo Feng was shocked within. After reading through the entire volume, he understood the theory behind the Beast God 7 techniques. The universe had gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, light, space, and time. These 10 laws, according to Shiluo Duo's manual, said that when the universe was first evolving, there were only 2 great laws, of which one split into gold, wood, water, fire, ground, and space, while the other became wind, thunder, light, and time. Hence, 2 sects were formed. The space sect, with space as the main, and the 4 under it, gold, wood, water, fire, and wood. The time sect, with time as the main, and thunder, wind, and light under it. Completely comprehending the space law would make one a space knight. Completely comprehending the time law would make one a time knight. When one comprehended both these laws, truly grasping time and space, with the unbelievable power to warp time and space, that was a universe master. Even amongst the trillions of races and countless warriors, there had never been one that had completely melded the gold, wood, water, fire, wood, and space laws into one, returning it to one of the original 2 great laws, and There hadn't been one that had melded thunder, wind, light, and time back into the other. And through the passages of time, the countless warriors have discovered simply melding gold and space, or wood and space, or water and space, or fire and space, or wood and space, these alone were extremely difficult. Simply melding two laws as such would already make one an absolute warrior. Melding gold and space, once it reached a level of perfection, that alone was enough to become a universe master. The Beast God 7 techniques Shi Luo Duo created were very strange too. The first level was a partial fusion between gold and space. The second level, the sixth level, was a complete fusion between gold and space, forming a fusion. La Shi Luo Duo had reached this level back then, and he already was invincible between anything below Universe Master. However, Shi Luo Duo knew too that the universe could produce something as powerful as the Beast God with Universe Master level strength, and it was an embodiment of the fusion between gold and space laws itself. Every attack was naturally infused with the fusion of laws, even the statue of it was a fusion of the laws. Hence he strongly believed the fusion of space and gold could match a universe master. The Beast God 7 techniques he created should have a seventh level. The seventh level should allow one to become a true Beast God, akin to a universe master. Of course, these were simply his thought process and had yet to be completed, hence even though it was called the Beast God 7 techniques, in truth it could only be trained till the sixth. Comprehending the space law completely and becoming a knight, that alone is already incredibly hard. Many absolute geniuses barely become a knight. Luo Feng exclaimed, and according to Shi Luo Duo, melding space and gold is thousands to tens of thousands of times harder than simply comprehending space. This path was hard. However, at least Luo Feng got a clear path to follow now. Beast God Path. I have the Beast God 7 techniques from Shi Luo Duo as guidance and the Beast God statue to refer to. Luo Feng's mind flashed. He suddenly thought of something, sending his consciousness into his internal world. Within his internal world, the spacious grassland. Black-clothed Luo Feng was carrying the Beast God statue. Beside him was a continuous black mountain range like golden-horned beast lying on the ground. Its large river-like eyes were staring at the little Beast God statue too. This statue was the one he had gotten from Blood River World back then. Luckily, in terms of pressure, it couldn't compare to the huge Beast God statue in the Goldhorn Race Beast God Canyon. However, it was much more condensed, comparable to a true Beast God. How the golden-horned beast suddenly raised its head and held, it was extremely happy and excited within. I know, I got it. Black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He said excitedly, I finally know why this statue gives off a special presence and pressure. It's because this statue itself is a fusion of the laws. A true beast God's every move is infused with the fusion laws, and this statue was from where it lived back then within the Blood River world. Who knows how this statue was created? However, it's akin to a true Beast God as it's a fusion of the laws. Even if this statue cannot be considered a full fusion, it is still infused with the fusion laws within. It's no wonder that while seeking the Beast God presence, and constantly imitating it, he was able to grasp the pressure from the Beast God presence. So he was actually looking at the fusion of laws over and over, imitating it. Haha. I have this Beast God statue. It is a body of the fusion laws itself. And now I have the Beast God 7 techniques. It's extremely valuable, and is the Gold Horn Race's most valuable manual. Black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with madness, even though this path is much harder than the path of becoming a knight. However, with these two to assist me, I will definitely have high achievements. The Beast God statue and the Beast God 7 techniques, these could be considered miraculous encounters. And simply having these wasn't enough. One still needed talent, hard work, luck, and many more factors. After all, standing at the pinnacle of the universe was simply too hard. Even though the Beast God statue was special, it was condensed and hidden. The Undyings in Blood River world couldn't even understand it, and the Golden Horned Beast is a favored child of the Gold Laws itself. It had a natural talent for the space laws too, like its natural ability Swallow, that was a space technique as well. And the Golden Horned Beast had the strongest bloodline with gold and space laws. The Beast God was a fusion of gold and space. The two had a special connection, otherwise it wouldn't be that easy for the Golden Horned Beast to absorb that many Blood River crystals. Other life forms found it hard to simply absorb 10 crystals, but the beast could absorb 100, and it was still only because its willpower couldn't take more. Otherwise it could absorb even more. It could be seen that the Golden Horned Beast and the Beast God did have some relationship, hence, he could faintly feel the fusion laws within the condensed Beast God statue. If it weren't for the Golden Horned Beast, other life forms would have to reach an extremely high level of fusion between the two laws before being able to sense anything special about the statue. Primal Chaos City, Tru Yan's residence. Teacher Luo Feng bowed with gratitude. Sit. Tru Yan sat cross-legged in the grass. Yes, Luo Feng sat beside him. Have you finished the manual? Tru Yan laughed. Luo Feng nodded. How is it? Does it fit you well? Tru Yan's eyes were filled with anticipation. No one would know before beginning the training whether something would fit well. However, his vision had always been accurate, having frequently seen Luo Feng demonstrated his techniques. He discovered that Luo Feng was naturally talented in this field, hence he bought the manual for him. Tru Yan's entire fortune wasn't even enough to buy 1/10 of the entire 7 volumes. Buying the March 1st was still acceptable to him. It suits me well, Luo Feng said. That's good, haha, if it didn't, I would feel the pinch. Tru Yan laughed. However, back then I had planned to stay for a few hundred years in Primal Chaos City, and melding the laws is obviously a lot harder. I may have to stay for a few thousand years now, Luo Feng said when he told his family that he would be leaving for over 1,000 years. That was still actual universe time, and the time flow between the two universes was different. 1,000 years in the actual universe was only a little more than 300 years in the Primal universe. Hence, a few hundred years in Primal Chaos City seemed okay, but, from the looks of it now, it was obviously not enough. No rush at all, the basics are the most fundamental, Tru Yan said. Luo Feng nodded, filled with confidence within. Walking the true pinnacle path of the Beast God, he was filled with confidence. Ah, right, Tru Yan said. Luo Feng, I know you are very strong, much stronger than what you show the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng laughed. He frequently sought help from his teacher. Naturally, he showed him quite a bit of his strength. You have no need to hide your strength, you have to show it, Tru Yan emphasized. Show you heavenly talents, only then will they favor you more. And every primal region sector lord will get a sea of resources for nurture. The stronger you are, the more you'll get if you perform very well the moment you break through to sector lord. You will immediately be given a huge amount of resources. If you are weak, you'll get less. The strong get more. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. That was right, he was in primal chaos city, there was no more need to stay low profile. Luo Feng devoted himself to studying the Beast God 7 techniques first. Manual. The first level was a partial fusion of space and gold. The gold laws. Luo Feng had already received the recognition of the laws. He was close to almost fully comprehending the gold laws. In that sense, he was already adequate enough to reach up to the 5th level of the Beast God 7 techniques. In terms of the space laws, the first level's requirements were March 1st pictures of the 9 universe tablet. Shi Luo Duo went through normal comprehension back then too. He didn't truly comprehend all 108 wonders like I will. Luo Feng thought, however, according to his book, if one fully comprehended all 108 wonders of the space and gold law foundation, then the power of the first level would be even greater. I'll first finish up the 108 wonders of the space law. Luo Feng thought. The path of comprehending the wonders was extremely tough. Luo Feng had the Masha clansman, the golden horned beast, and he was sector lord level, hence his training was much faster. The over 180 years of training that he did in the gold horn race world, which was during sector lord level, was worth more than tens of thousands of years of domain lord level training. Tens of thousands of years of training. With Luo Feng's talent, if he hadn't studied the wonders of space, and simply studied the basic 9 universe tablet like others, he probably would have finished the 4th picture already. Back then, Lian Luo took 3,000 years at sector lord level to fully comprehend the 108 wonders. Before comprehending the wonders fully, I won't study the 4th or 5th picture or there will be distractions. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Choosing this path, it was set to be tough. And he even picked a path which was even tougher than simply comprehending the laws. This was the fusion of laws. Bring it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. After which, he began his period of training, sitting cross-legged every day on his balcony, while looking up occasionally to observe the law revolutions. The golden horned beast kept studying the huge beast god statue, and was also comprehending the beast god presence from the little statue. The Mosa clansman, on the other hand, was studying the space laws. 3 as 1. With the help of the beast god statue, he was able to observe the law revolutions in the primal universe. He would occasionally head over to the city leader's residence to view the tablet personally. Also, he could head over to some emperor-level undying's teaching classes. This way, his training speed was many times faster than in the actual universe. Time passed. His life had turned into a routine of listening to his teacher, attending other emperor-level undying's classes, studying the beast god statue, and training. Luo Feng was like a well-oiled machine, continuously growing, like a dry sponge, desperately soaking up moisture. In the blink of an eye, close to 90 years had passed, but this was the primal universe time. As for the actual universe time, it was already close to 300 years. Primal Chaos City, within a majestic ancient residence, there gathered over a thousands warriors who were sitting cross-legged. They listened to an old man covered in green scales with a long beard teach a class. So, it's that way. Wonderful. Luo Feng sat cross-legged amidst the others and listened intently. He couldn't help but reveal a look of glee as the doubts in his mind started clearing up. The old man teaching the class was one of those that he frequented in this close to 90 years. This warrior was Yanlong Emperor. He was well reputed in Primal Chaos City, as he was definitely a true pinnacle level, being amongst the Emperor-level Undyings. In terms of strength alone, he was very close to True Yen Emperor. True Yen Emperor and Yanlong Emperor, along with other pinnacle-level emperors, would often draw a lot of people to their classes. Yanlong Emperor was from the Virtual Universe Company faction, and he specialized in space and gold laws. Hence, Luo Feng enjoyed his classes and frequented them. We will end here today. The green-scaled old man smiled and said, his long beard flowed in the wind as he got up. Thank you, teacher. Over 1,000 warriors below, and more than half of them were Undyings, along with the other geniuses, got up and bowed extremely respectfully as they shouted with gratitude. These classes were after all free. They were definitely grateful for them. Yanlong Emperor smiled and brought his disciples and left. The crowd down below began to disperse as well. Ah, Tua Ka, that must be Luo Feng, even though I've heard of his name in the Hujack's dojo, and know that he's an absolute genius. This is the first time I've seen him. Ah, right, he should be a Primal Region Domain Lord. You are also a Domain Lord Primal Region member. You should be familiar with him. Right, tell me about him. In the distance, two men were chatting. Among these two, one was fatter with 3 soft horns on his forehead, and his skin was red as he smiled at Luo Feng. The other was a skinny cold man in black armor. He is indeed a Primal Region Domain Lord. There are a total of 11 people in the Domain Lord level Primal Region right now, the skinny man said coldly. He just rose from the universe level, and he hasn't even taken part in any qualification battles, hence, I'm not close to him. Ah, what a pity. The fatter man shook his head. What's there to pity? The skinny man said coldly. Tc Pu Luo, do you really care about him? He is after all a rare genius, the fatter man said. Humph, he just recently became a Domain Lord. He hasn't even taken part in one qualification battle, and the next Domain Lord battle will be in 18 years. The Primal Region Universe level members have very low standards, the strongest only passing the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge, and at our Domain Lord level the lowest Primal Region members have all passed the 10th level, the skinny man said coldly. This Luo Feng is set to be eliminated to the absolute beginning region. Newbies, it's normal to be eliminated temporarily, the fatter man said. That'll depend on his strength. Then the skinny man glanced at Luo Feng and smiled coldly. My teacher said that he was an absolute genius. He would definitely take the Primal Region slot in the future. However, I don't believe it. Geniuses normally start off fast and slide down slowly. There's so many cases of it. That does seem right, the fatter man nodded. What's more, our Domain Lord Primal Region has 10 seniors, even though, on the surface, only one has passed the 11th level. They are all incredibly crafty. Even if they had the ability to pass the 11th, they will all hide it well. This way, they can surprise their opponents during the qualification battles. The skinny man said softly, I dare guarantee that there are at least 3 of the seniors that can pass the 11th level. As for the rest, they all have passed the 10th a long time ago, but they all have their own secret techniques. The fatter man nodded. The qualification battles 18 years from now will have the 10 seniors and Luo Feng, the single newbie. Just watch, he will lose very badly, the skinny man said confidently. Haha, the fatter man laughed. Luo Feng, who was walking out with the crowd, heard everything clearly. It was obvious this Tua Ka wasn't trying to hide it. These bunch of punks, they don't know that I don't even consider them as opponents, Luo Feng thought. Tua Ka was one of the 10 seniors of the Domain Lord Primal Region members. He was pretty strong. Actually, over so many years, Luo Feng had discovered that the 10 seniors of the Primal Region had some conflict with him due to his swift uprising. It made many within the virtual universe company regard him as a rare genius of the past 10,000 eras, and that he would take a spot in the Sector Lord Primal Region. Amongst the 4 secret regions, the Primal Region was the most respected and valuable. Universe level, Domain Lord level, Sector Lord. It was obvious that the competition was most intense at the Sector Lord level, of which it involved a large amount of resource distribution as the upper echelon all complemented Luo Feng. It naturally made the similar Primal Region geniuses all unhappy. All of them were after all vying for the same Sector Lord Primal Region spots. Looking down on me, Luo Feng thought as he shook his head, mocking within. During the qualification battles in 18 years, I'll give them something to look at. Luo Feng. Babata's voice resounded within his mind. Even though on the surface you are a Domain Lord, in truth you are already Sector Lord level. Your training efficiency for 1 day equates to their 1 year, and now, with the 3 clones, and the Beast God statue, you are already stronger than them. You will simply be bullying them. Bully? Luo Feng laughed. Indeed. During the close to 90 years in Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng had completely comprehended 102 of the 108 wonders. In terms of efficiency, it was 20 times that of Lian Luo. The main thing was that he had 3 clones, all extremely gifted, and the Heavenly Beast God statue. Naturally, his efficiency was much higher. I hope I can finish the 108 wonders before the qualification battles, Luo Feng thought. The moment he did that, then his space law comprehension would be sufficient to pass the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. This was what Lian Luo said back then, and Luo Feng had realized himself as well, that even without relying on his shocking spirit energy amplitude, he could still pass the 11th level already. Let's go to the city leader's residence. Luo Feng turned and headed that way. Why are we heading there? Babata asked. To study the 9 universe tablet. Luo Feng smiled. But you've already used up all your chances, Babata said. Having been in Primal Chaos City for close to 90 years, Luo Feng had never once attempted the Heavenly Bridge, hence, he only had 2 chances at studying the tablet, and 30 years ago, he had already used it up. Simple, I'll attempt the Heavenly Bridge. Luo Feng smiled. My walk from here to the city leader's residence should be enough for me to pass the 12th level. Immediately, he sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network. Standing at the entrance of the Heavenly Bridge, right in the center of the beautiful island, stood the watchman Bevan, who had been here for countless years. He stood there patiently. Suddenly a silhouette appeared out of nowhere in the center. It was a black-haired youth. Ah, Luo Feng. Watchman Bevan revealed a smile. Dressed in a fiery red long robe, he smiled and walked over. Watchman Bevan, you've changed your robe. Luo Feng smiled. Haha, I can't always be wearing the same thing, he smiled and replied, I haven't seen you in a long time, ever since you passed the 7th level, you haven't attempted it even once in the blink of an eye. Several hundred years have passed. I know you, the moment you attempt the bridge, it's always shocking. How are you prepared to shock us this time, passing straight to the 9th, or the barrier of the 10th? Most of the Domain Lord Primal Region members had all only passed the 10th. Luo Feng had only been training for a few hundred years. Watchman Bevan was mocking him too. He didn't think Luo Feng was truly that exceptional. Luo Feng smiled, I'll surprise you. Watchman Bevan was shocked, I'll be waiting. Luo Feng smiled and became a beam of light flying towards the 9 universe bridge. Luo Feng stood before the 9 universe bridge and gazed at the never-ending bridge before him. Smiling, he said, old friend, it's been a while. Naturally, I'm going to shock everyone today. It's time to give it my all and show everybody my strength. So he instantly became a gold beam of light and disappeared into the distance, beginning his attempt. As he began his attempt, Watchman Bevan began sending out a group of males. The absolute genius of the past 10,000 eras, Luo Feng, sure, is watched by many of the upper echelons. Watchman Bevan muttered, they all ordered me to let them know the moment he attempts the bridge. In an instant, tens of males were sent out. There were 3 exceptional members from Luo Feng's batch of geniuses. One of them was Bolin, another was Rong Jun, and the last was Luo Feng. Bolin and Luo Feng were both regarded as geniuses of the past 10,000 eras. Rong Jun, however, was looked on as a treasure by the upper echelon of the virtual universe company. They even competed against each other to accept him as their disciple. However, at least for now, of the 3 geniuses, Luo Feng was in the lead. Jade Emperor extended her crystal-like finger and gently tapped open a screen. A male appeared on it. Luo Feng is attempting the heavenly bridge. Her perfect face revealed a peculiar smile as she said softly, this punk never rests till he shocks everybody. The other geniuses from his batch that had attempted the bridge regularly, especially that Bolin, he's already past the 8th level. Who knows how many levels he'll pass this time, 9th or the unbelievable 10th. Jade Emperor smiled and immediately rushed to the bridge. In less than 10 seconds, Tor Yen, Jade, Tai Nanbei, Song Official, and so on. A total of 86 undyings, where over half of them were emperors, and the rest of them were officials, had all gathered at the bridge. On the island in the center of the heavenly bridge area, Tru Yen and the other undyings gathered. Haha, so many people. Tru Yen laughed and looked about. Tru Yen, it's your fault for producing such an exceptional disciple. A huge man with a huge golden beard laughed. The knight ordered me to take note of this punk. I don't dare slack off. The moment I found out he was attempting the bridge, I had to come immediately. Yeah, I'm here on the knight's orders too. The other emperors along with some officials smiled. The atmosphere was good. Tru Yen laughed as he turned to look at Jade behind him, mocking, Jade, you have to tell the 9-Blade Knight the news, with so many of the upper echelon watching him. 9-Blade, sure, has pressure on him when my disciple does well. Others may want to steal him away. Whatever belongs to the knight is his, no one can take him away. Jade's gaze swept past the group of undyings, making many of them laugh out loud. The Knight's Universe country leaders within the Virtual Universe Company were all competing, and the number of warriors below them were naturally different, and getting more pinnacle level emperors under them may give them the chance to actually break through to becoming knights. These naturally formed sects. Even amongst the knights there were many situations where the knights couldn't personally attend to. Naturally, having a powerful warrior under them made a huge difference. It's hard enough to get a normal emperor-level undying. However, as for when Luo Feng will reach emperor-level pinnacle like his teacher, Tru Yen, when that time comes, he can form his own sect. A black-robed lady with a long snake tail smiled. Nine-Blade Knight won't be able to stop him either. When that happens, the many knights and country leaders will use all methods to attract him. It'll be hard to say who he will go to. You seem to really favor him. Jade looked over. That is at least a possibility. The black-robed lady smiled. Everybody, how far do you think he'll go this time? At least the 8th. The Bolin, from his batch, has already passed the 8th. From what I see, it may be the 9th. He's used to shocking people. I think it's the 9th too. 9th is the limit. Every 3 levels is a barrier. It's highly unlikely he passes the 10th. 9th. It may be the 10th. Don't get too shocked when he does it. Tru Yen, what do you think? A big group of emperors and officials representing their knights. Even though the officials were weaker in strength, they could still take on such matters. It was obvious they were all trusted aides, hence everybody was carefree about the matter. It seems like most think he'll reach the 9th level. Tru Yen wasn't exactly laughing as he smiled, his gaze sweeping past the crowd. Everybody will just have to wait and see. The battle's starting. After which the 86 Undyings all turned to look at the screen. On it, Luo Feng had just reached the end of the 8th level. The asteroid had just turned into a blue-clothed man as they faced off and began. The battle ensued for just a second before it ended. He had passed the 8th level. He didn't win completely over the 8th. The 9th should be his limit. 86 Undyings all watched the screen and commented. However, they quickly grew silent. The 9th level's opponent still used the Nanshan Armament's 6th level blade world, but it had reached a very high level. Luo Feng used his blade world as well to clash about 10 times, after getting a good grasp on his opponent's attack. Only then did he defeat him. 9th level, pass. The 10th level was a yellow-cloaked man. He used the Nanshan Armament's 7th level, land and sky-crushing rod. This rod belonged to the extreme high level of the blade world. Luo Feng similarly clashed with him for about 10 times before fiercely crushing him. 10th level, pass. 11th level, the yellow-cloaked opponent used the Nanshan Armament's 8th level, space-slicing gold blade. Luo Feng still clashed with him for a while before killing him. 11th level, pass. On the island, the group of Undyings were all silent, as all of them were shocked as they stared at the screen, all in disbelief. Was this possible? He was initially leading the geniuses by passing the 7th level of the heavenly bridge in the past, but, within just a few hundred years, suddenly he had the strength to pass the 11th level also. From what the Undying saw, he was obviously still not giving his all. He would purposely clash a few times with the opponents before killing them. It was obvious the 11th level opponent hadn't even given him much of a challenge. My God! How is this possible? His improvement is so fast, and he's only a domain lord. Even if he was a sector lord, it's still impossible for him to improve so much in just a few hundred years. Terrifying. Too terrifying. The emperors and officials were all stunned. Luo Feng's improvement speed had far exceeded an absolute genius, even exceeding that of a demon, hence, they could only call him a monster, one that exceeded all expectations and imaginations, an absolute genius monster. Just like Khadid back then universe level, domain lord, sector lord level, he could all pass the primal region Sky Mountain, and at sector lord level pinnacle he was akin to an emperor level undying. He could even kill official level undyings. This was a monster. In terms of strength, Luo Feng was still far from Khadid back then, however. His speed improvement over these few hundred years was definitely not ordinary. Will he pass the 12th? Is law comprehension as easy as drinking water to him? How is this even possible? There should be a limit, no. Right now, amongst the 10 seniors of the Domain Lord Primal Region members, the strongest has only passed the 11th level, and he's already trained for tens of thousands of years. As for this Luo Feng, has he exceeded him from just a few hundred years of training? This is impossible. The Undyings all held their breaths. It was pure silence on the island. No one dared say anything. All of them were staring hard at the screen. Levels 7-9 were in space, 10-12 were within a planet itself. The bridge extended into the core and lava region of the planet itself. Within the planet, Luo Feng stood at the end of the 12th level, gazing down at the vast land below. I've finally reached the surface. There was rumbling from below the ground, and a voice resounded, pick your opponent, fighter, controller, or hypnotist. Pick one, defeat him and you will pass the 12th level. Controller, Luo Feng said. Rumble. The ground shook and countless yellow lights shot out from all about below. Swiftly gathering in mid-air, in an instant, it became a yellow-armored, mysterious warrior wearing a mask. He carried a dark golden long rod on his back and stood on a dark cloud shuttle. He looked at Luo Feng and said, to reach the 12th level at Domain Lord level, you are very exceptional. As of now, none of the Domain Lord members of the Virtual Universe Company have passed this. Then let me break the record. Luo Feng smiled. You seem confident, the yellow-clothed man said coldly. I'll still be using the Nanshan Armament's 8th level, space-slicing gold blade. However, it'll be much stronger than the 11th level. You will have to be careful. Come, Luo Feng smiled. Rumble, rumble. Luo Feng and the yellow-clothed man immediately shot out countless gold lights, every 81 of them swiftly becoming a golden little blade. The two of them had 108 golden little blades around them. These 108 blades immediately revolved around and shot out many gold threads, as the powerful law ripples filled up their surroundings. Space and gold laws, in perfect harmony, swiftly fusing. Combined. Luo Feng and the man shouted simultaneously. 108 gold blades swiftly gathered and became a 2-8 tall gold broadsword. The two of them floated in mid-air with their broadswords. When Luo Feng's broadsword shook before him, spirit energy amplitude exploded. Luo Feng could feel his control over the broadsword feeling somewhat taxing. He immediately increased his spirit energy amplitude to 1200. It was immediately much easier. It was almost like a normal person lifting a barbell. If he had 12 times the strength, suddenly it would suddenly seem much easier. Luo Feng stood on his dark cloud shuttle. 1200 threads of spirit energy poured into controlling the Nanshan gold broadsword, precisely controlling the entire blade's complex law engravings, triggering the space and gold laws. Luo Feng looked at the distant yellow-clothed man and shouted, "Space slice!" Hua! The gold blade was strong and unwavering, the space around it warped as it followed the flow of space itself, almost like it flowed through the most precise path or slit in space. What was visible was a golden thread slicing through space, leaving behind a visible slit as it flew. It was obvious that if it was any stronger, it would instantly tear apart space itself. Hua, the yellow-clothed man, stood on his dark cloud shuttle as he controlled his blade, fast as lightning. The two blades instantly clashed in mid-air. It was almost like two absolute swordsmen exchanging blades. Luo Feng and the man had already reached an unbelievable level of control of the gold blades. They were so fast that only gold threads were visible in mid-air, which spread throughout the skin and covered the area, clashing time and again. It was very intense. This scene had complete stunned the group of Undyings watching the broadcast of the battle. This was a scene where the 8th level of the Nanshan armament had reached an extremely high level. The gold blade was not even clearly visible, one could only see the gold threads move about, and this thread was caused by space being sliced apart. Luo Feng and the yellow-clothed man both were at Domain Lord level 9, hence they only left behind slits in space if the two of them were sector lords. With their spirit energies 1,000 times stronger, using the space slice gold blade would slice through space like tofu, and only very few sector lords could reach this level, yet Luo Feng had done it at Domain Lord level. Haha, this sure is savage. Not bad. Clashing tens of times, Luo Feng got a clear grasp of his opponent's ability. He finally smiled widely and increased his spirit energy amplitude to 1,600. Xiao. A gold thread got even faster, swiftly passing through the yellow-clothed man's body, so fast he couldn't even dodge. Papa, his body was instantly sliced apart like tofu in an instant. The gold blade's fierce blade energy sliced through and tore his body to shreds. His life core was broken. 12th level. Passed. 13th level. Luo Feng took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with anticipation and madness. Rumble. The end of the bridge once again began to extend. 10th level, 11th level, 12th level, these were all within the core of the planet, the lava region and the surface of the planet. Every 3 levels was a barrier. The 13th. The bridge extended upwards towards a star in space. It was obvious the battle would take place there. Star of Luo Feng followed the never-ending bridge up towards the fiery star, smiling as he swiftly flew along to begin the 13th level. In the island at the center of the bridges, 86 Undyings were all watching as Luo Feng once again exchanged blows with his opponent tens of times before killing him. They were all shocked. 12th level. He has passed the 12th level. This Luo Feng keeps picking the most disadvantaged controller route, and he actually succeeded. Jade was shocked within. She was completely dumbfounded. Luo Feng's improvement speed had reached an unbelievable level. It completely surpassed her expectations. Could he? Jade looked at Luo Feng on the screen heading towards the 13th level. Her eyes were filled with shock. He's attempting the 13th. It was not just Jade at this time. All the Undyings, including his teacher, True Yen, were all in shock. True Yen muttered to himself, Luo Feng frequently demonstrates to me when he asks for guidance. I always felt that he could barely pass the 12th level. However, from the looks of it, it wasn't even taxing for him. Could he really just pass the 13th? It's not that possible. this is truly quite impossible. Impossible. How could it be? The group of Undyings all couldn't believe that Luo Feng would be able to pass the 13th level, however no one dared to make a guaranteed bet anymore. Luo Feng had just consecutively passed from the 8th to the 12th level, 5 levels in a row. This level of steadiness, clashing a few times before killing his opponents. This level of steady self-confidence had influenced them, it made them all unsure of whether he could pass the 13th level. Theoretically they all felt it was impossible. Every 3 levels was a barrier, 1 3, 4 6, 7 9, 10 12. It was obvious that the 12th to the 13th would be a huge difficulty jump, and it was very hard to break through. As for Luo Feng's attempt, this time many Undyings had initially thought that he wouldn't even pass the 10th level, yet now he had even passed the 12th. One had to know that the strongest and most exceptional of the 10 seniors in the Primal Region Domain Lords had just passed the 11th, and these seniors had all been training for tens of thousands of years. But how long had Luo Feng trained for? It was absurd. Passing the 12th level alone was crazy. Would he really think of being able to pass the barrier, past the 13th? The heavenly bridge stretched from the planet all the way to space and into a star. Luo Feng swiftly flew to the surface of the star. Pick your opponent, fighter, controller, hypnotist, pick anyone, and if you defeat him, you will pass the 13th level. A deep voice rumbled from the star. Controller Luo Feng held his breath. When it came to the 13th level, he didn't have much of a guarantee. Completely comprehending the 108 wonders of the space laws was only sufficient to pass the 12th level, and right now he had comprehended 102 of the wonders. In terms of the space laws, he only had the capability to pass the 11th. Relying on his 1600 spirit energy amplitude, only then could he defeat the 12th level. And the opponent of this 13th level, his power was heavenly. Could he still win? I'll do my best and give it a shot. Let's see if my hard labor for the past 90 years in Primal Chaos City bore fruit. Luo Feng stared ahead. Rumble. The surface flames of the star suddenly shot out a fireball. This fireball floated and gathered on the surface of the star, becoming a red armored masked man. He had fiery red hair and carried a dark golden long rod and stood on the dark cloud shuttle. His gold eyes stared at Luo Feng. To reach the 13th level at Domain Lord level, it's been too long since this happened. The flame-armored man looked at Luo Feng as his powerful voice resounded. Then let me break the record. Luo Feng smiled. The 13th level is much harder than the 12th, little punk. Let's hope you can take it. The man smiled. I believe you've guessed it. I use the Nanshin Armament's 9th and final level, a match against Undying. Luo Feng squinted. This punk could actually unleash the last level. Nanshin Armament, also known as the Heavenly Armament, the full name was 9 levels Heavenly Armament, which had 9 levels in total from the first levels. Illusion Blade rising to the final and strongest 9th level, a match against Undying. Even many Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors couldn't reach this level in fact, many Undyings couldn't even use this. Let's begin. Luo Feng held his breath. I have to give it my all. Whether I lose or win, it'll depend on luck. Very good, you seem to have fighting spirit. The flame-armored man laughed. Rumble. The flame-armored man's dark golden long rod immediately exploded open, and Countless little golden blades spread throughout the sky from there. A peculiar fusion began to occur. It was completely different from the ninth level's combination. It was the final and strongest combination of the Shin armament. In an instant, a completely golden 3-3M blade that seemed normal floated there in space. It seemed like it was there and yet not, almost like it could vanish into space. Nanshan Armament's 9th level, a match against Undying. This was actually called that because if a Sector Lord Pinnacle could use this, it could instantly pass through space like teleportation and vanish, suddenly appearing at any spot and instantly killing the opponent. The weapon could pass through space and time to appear anywhere naturally. It was much simpler than one teleporting himself, hence when one's space comprehension reached the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge, along with their gold laws at the extreme, they could barely begin to unleash this move. Even at the basic level of strength, this move is still called a match against Undying. That was because, if a Sector Lord Pinnacle could use this move, its powerful force along with its instantaneous ability to attack even a normal Undying would have to be on guard against it and not let it accelerate against him. The moment he got careless and let the Sector Lord chase up to him with the blade appearing instantly, even an Undying would be heavily injured if he wasn't killed, and this would make it so that they would be unable to use their fastest speed to chase the Sector Lord. Hence, this move was called a match against Undying. The flame-armored man's dark golden long rod exploded behind him, becoming the perfect form of the Nanshan armament, a 3-3M long golden blade. Luo Feng was going all out. Rumble, the golden long rod on his back, immediately shot out countless gold lights and became 108 little blades, before swiftly forming the 2-8M long golden broadsword. It was the 8th form space-slicing gold blade. After all, he couldn't unleash the 9th level yet. The maximum power of the 8th level can still beat the 9th. Luo Feng held within. Rumble. The golden horned beast in his internal world raised its head and held, using its natural ability strengthen. Rumble. His spirit energy amplitude rose instantly from 1,600 to over 3,200, reaching its limit. I spent 90 years in Primal Chaos City studying the Beast God statue hard. Also studying the laws and resonating between the two of them. These 90 years add up to over 900 years in the actual universe. After such a long period of training, I can control a bit of the powerful Beast God presence, even though I still don't know how to fuse the laws. After trillions of times imitating it, I can still use some of it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with madness. Kill. His maximum spirit energy unleashed as he controlled the blade. Searching for that thread of terrifying Beast God presence, the 2-8M broadsword instantly tore through the air. The noiseless and somewhat traceless perfect form of the Nanshan armament, the 3-3-meter gold blade, instantly flew through the air, and the two blades finally clashed for the first time. Neither was prepared to give an inch. Rumble. The two blades clashed. The space around the flames of the star instantly exploded apart, revealing a visible black hole. Many spatial tears appeared throughout with shards of space floating about. The black hole broke open as swiftly as it sealed itself back up. The broadsword floated in mid-air. It was knocked back a few thousand km before once again tearing through space and rushing towards the 3-3M long Shin gold blade. That blade was knocked back over 10,000 kilometers before it flashed forward again. I have the advantage. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed at the situation. Actually, the opponent had unleashed the Nanshan's perfect form using 10,081 little gold blades to form the perfect 3/3M Nanshan blade. However, he didn't unleash the legendary teleportation ability, and if his opponent was Sector Lord Pinnacle, using the world energy of a Sector Lord Pinnacle, he could trigger the perfect Nanshan blade and travel through space, disappearing occasionally, and was also extremely hard to follow and predict. However, the opponent was only a Domain Lord level 9, hence he was unable to unleash its full potential. The theory was simple. Basic foundation strength was important. If there was a Star Traveler monster that could unleash the 9th level of the Nanshan armament, he could at most form it, but with a Star Traveler spirit energy, they could only make it fly at a pitiful speed. It could never compare to a Sector Lord's speed. The opponent was disadvantaged, but so was Luo Feng. The body he used in the virtual universe network was that of a basic Domain Lord level 9 with a Domain Lord level 9 spirit energy, and that compared to a Sector Lord Pinnacle was a difference of 1,000 times. If Luo Feng reached the Sector Lord Pinnacle, using the terrifying beast god presence in his blade, its power would be absurd. Rumble, 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 rumble. In the space above the star, the broadsword and the Nanshan gold blade clashed over and over. The gold blade was vicious and piercing, almost like a silent assassin, as it unpredictably flashed about. However, the moment it got an opportunity, it would strike. The broadsword was brutal and powerful. Like a true tyrant, it was infused with a powerful sense of the beast god, almost like a force that rushed forward without any obstruction in space. Of course, in terms of control of the weapon, it seemed simple and brute-like, but it had the sense of an unpolished gem. The two blades clashed, the assassin against the brute. It was very clear. The brute was taking the advantage. This is the true space-slicing gold blade. It's infused with brutality and willpower, slashing through space itself. Luo Feng was completely immersed in his control of the beast god presence. The broadsword flashed through the space and left behind slits and tears every time they clashed. It left behind huge tears in the space around it. Battle. The broadsword was obviously winning with each clash. He was getting better and better, forcing the opponent's Nanshan gold blade to be knocked back and its area getting smaller. Go and die. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he determined he could win. Xiao. The broadsword became a piercing gold thread and tore through space, piercing straight at the flame-armored man. The Nanshan gold blade tried to stop it, but the broadsword simply dodged it and pierced straight at the man. It was a risky tactic. Regardless of the opponent's attack, he would still aim to kill the other. No, the flame-armored man retreated quickly on the dark cloud shuttle and controlled the gold blade to pierce at Luo Feng. It couldn't be helped. The clashes before had forced the flame-armored man into having very little space to move about, hence the broadsword instantly reached him. The Nanshan gold blade, however, took quite a while to get to Luo Feng. With such a gap, it determined the victor instantly. Pucci, the broadsword flashed past the body of the flame-armored man, as countless amounts of blade energy tore his body to shreds and destroyed his life core. 13th level. Past. The 86 Undying standing in the middle of the island of the Heavenly Bridges. All looked up at the broadcast when Luo Feng finally defeated and passed the 13th level, all of them, including True Yan, were completely stunned. Domain Lord passing the 13th level. How long has it been? There were definitely such absolute geniuses in history, however, whenever such a person would appear, 99 of them were Domain Lord geniuses that had trained much longer than Luo Feng had after all, to pass the 13th level after a few short 100 years of training was indeed amazing when compared to those that trained for tens of thousands of years and only passed the 11th, and that person was the strongest genius amongst the seniors of the primal region. Domain Lords. The 11th level compared to the 13th, these were two completely different standards. Especially since the 12th to the 13th was a barrier, breaking through was extremely hard. It's only been a few hundred years. This Luo Feng. He actually passed the 13th level. From the 8th to the 13th, 6 levels consecutively. The group of Undyings, including Bevan, all held their breaths and watched. No one dared to say anything. They were all stunned by the miraculous run of 6 consecutive levels against the appearance of this monster. They couldn't say anything at all. Luo Feng stood at the end of the 13th level, looking ahead as the bridge extended into the star itself. I barely won the 13th level. My advantage was very slight. I probably don't have much hope for the 14th, even though there's no guarantee. I still have to try. Luo Feng swiftly flew to the 14th level and continued, quickly reaching the insides of the star deep into the sea of flames. Even though it was extremely hot, it was nothing against a Domain Lord level 9 body. A Domain Lord level 9's flying speed was after all faster than over 10,000 kilometers per second. Even a universe level could fight on a white dwarf star. A Domain Lord level 9's body was much tougher than that after all. Chi. There were endless flames everywhere. At the end of the 14th level, Luo Feng stood there and chose controller again. As his opponent, the opponent was similarly a flame-armored man. Passing the 13th level at Domain Lord level, you have a boundless future. The flame-armored man's gold eyes looked at Luo Feng. If you pick controller, these levels 13 to 15 all use the Nanshan armament's 9th level, although they will all use the same move. The power, however, is very different. If you didn't have anything in reserve before, then you probably have no chance of victory. Luo Feng smiled as he listened. A match against Undying, it was the final and most perfect move of the Nanshan armament. Just like how Blade World was used in levels 7-9. A match against Undying was being used from levels 13-15, this was within his expectations. Rumble. Both unleashed their Nanshan armament simultaneously. They clashed instantly. Chi. The Nanshan gold blade brushed past Luo Feng's broadsword, shaking slightly. Fast as lightning, unpredictable as it instantly pierced through Luo Feng's body, tearing him apart. Brush, shake and pierce. Luo Feng didn't even have a fighting chance, he simply lost. From the Nanshan 36 levels, a match against Undying is also separated by its power levels. Luo Feng thought before being kicked out of the heavenly bridge. Luo Feng had lost. This attempt at the bridge had officially ended. He finally lost at the 14th level. The 86 Undyings in the center island, including the watchman Bevan, all watched as he finally lost at the 14th level. Many of them who had held their breaths nervously finally let out a sigh of relief. He finally lost. He can lose too. Many Undyings within the group all laughed, even beginning their discussions. However, what followed was a rush of shock over all of them. They were actually pressured by this monster's performance. They couldn't be blamed. His performance was simply too terrifying. Just how many levels were there on bridge? Reaching the 18th level was already the Emperor Undying level. Reaching the 15th was the official level Undying level. Reaching the 10th was the most normal Undying level. Of course, law comprehension level didn't represent that a sector lord was weaker than an Undying. Many sector lords would immediately become official level the moment they broke through, even Emperor level. Luo Feng had passed up to the 13th level. If a sector lord that had trained for hundreds of thousands of years had passed the 13th level, it wouldn't even be shocking. However, this domain lord that had trained for a few hundred years, this was simply beyond anyone's expectations. True Yan, congratulations. Haha, you have a good disciple. Congratulations. The group of Undyings all laughed. Ha ha ha. True Yan was extremely happy too. He thought within, this kid sure knows how to hide. He probably had a few special encounters. He normally displays to only me his true law comprehension levels, and when he attempted the bridge earlier, he should have used some extra strengthening abilities. Sick, in a few hundred years, he's past the 13th level. Back when he first came to Primal Chaos City, he didn't even pass the first level. Jade. True Yan looked at her. You have to be careful, there will be many nights after my disciple. Jade glanced at him. Shwa. She vanished, obviously rushing to report to Nine-Blade Knight. She was also very clear that the appearance of such a monster would immediately arouse all the superpowers. Following her, many other Undyings swiftly left too to report to their superiors. True Yan simply laughed loudly and left. Only Watchman Bevan was left on the island. He took a deep breath. This Luo Feng's performance was simply too. Watchman Bevan secretly sent out a bunch of mails. This monster that probably only appears only once every trillion eras. He didn't dare not to report him. What did you say? Nine-Blade Knight sat high up in his throne. He stood up fiercely and gazed down at Jade Emperor. Luo Feng passed 6 levels consecutively. He's past the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Jade said respectfully. Sir Knight, I'm cutting to the chase. Luo Feng has indeed passed the 13th level. I know that the Primal Region Domain Lord 10 Seniors, even the strongest one, has only passed the 11th. You can watch the footage here. A few hundred years, and he's already surpassed the other geniuses that have trained for tens of thousands of years, and is even stronger by 100 times. Is he another absolute genius like Kudi? The group of Undyings, along with Bevan's report, had resulted in almost all the upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company hearing the news of Luo Feng's Heavenly Bridge attempt almost immediately. Such a miraculous occurrence, it spread like wildfire. The group of Undyings couldn't help but share it with their friends. Hence, within a short half an hour, the news of the punk that had only trained for a few hundred years, passing the 13th level, had already spread throughout. And the main lead Luo Feng, however, wasn't in the least bit excited. I won't go study the 9-universe tablet yet. He suddenly stopped as he headed towards the city leader's residence. Frowning, I had some revelation earlier. When I pass the 6 levels, I'll first head back to reflect on it before heading out to study the 9-universe tablet. After which he turned and headed back to this training quarters. Every level he fought, he had exchanged tens of rounds with his opponents. Hence, He had clearly seen their skill and the way they handled their Nan Shan armament. All of them had different styles from him, hence it triggered quite a bit of inspiration in him. On the quiet balcony of his training quarters, Luo Feng jumped up and sat cross-legged there, and began to reflect on the many battles. This was very important to him, hence he immediately closed his virtual universe connection to prevent any disruptions. Hoo. The flow of the primal chaos energies, Luo Feng pondered calmly. He didn't know that he had created a huge commotion throughout virtual universe. Thunder Island, Nine-Blade Knight's palace. Nine-Blade Knight stood there and frowned. He was dressed in his green armor with purple scales on his head. Knight, this Luo Feng is too terrifying. Many absolute geniuses start off strong but slow down towards the back. His improvement, however, simply gets more shocking. He's only lived for a few hundred years, yet he's already past the 13th level. He is definitely a rare genius of 10 million eras. The other knights and universe country leaders will definitely want to accept him as their student. When that happens, he may become someone else's underling. You cannot hesitate anymore. Jade stood nervously beside Nine-Blade Knight, gently held out his hand in mid-air. Jade Emperor immediately held back whatever else she wanted to say, keeping silent. I understand. Nine-Blade nodded. However, Jade said nervously. Jade was Nine-Blade Knight's #1 Emperor level undying, hence they were very close, and the two of them often discussed problems together. Even though it was Nine-Blade that gave the orders, Jade was usually the one that organized and led his armies, along with other duties, etc. Nine-Blade shook his head and smiled. How can I not be clear about it, that Bolin and him have trained for about the same amount of time. However, he only just passed the 8th level, and yet he's already considered exceptional amongst the universe levels. This Luo Feng, however, has already passed the 13th level. He is thousands to tens of thousands of times stronger than Bolin. Bolin is a rare genius of 10,000 eras, yet this Luo Feng naturally is one of 1 in 10 million eras. But look, which of these geniuses of the 10 million eras have never aroused the many powerful people to want them? I'm clear on this. Luo Feng must be clear too. Nine-Blade shook his head, otherwise he wouldn't have ignored the mail I personally sent to him. Knight, you've already sent the mail? Jade was shocked. She didn't expect his action to be that fast. He didn't reply. How can he dare not to reply? Jade was shocked. He naturally wouldn't dare not to reply me. However, he's closed his connection to the virtual universe network. Nine-Blade Knight shook his head. Since he's done that, he naturally cannot receive anything, hence I cannot blame him. Jade was shocked. Clever punk. This Luo Feng sure was cunning. He had probably already expected many powerful people to invite him, or have the intention of accepting him as their disciple, and as he was low in position himself, he wouldn't dare reject anyone, hence he purposely shut off his connections. This would naturally leave him innocent. Reopening it after a while, after amassing large amounts of mail, he would then be able to pick from the lot. Cunning, Jade said softly. Such a genius, it's natural he has such smarts about him. Nine-Blade Knight shook his head and smiled. Relax, I am after all the knight above him and am either directly or indirectly responsible for him. The first mail he should receive should still be mine. After Luo Feng passed the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge, a huge storm was caused. It didn't only affect the upper echelons of the virtual universe company, it also reached the other races. In a starfield in desolate universe country, there was a slit in space, which held a god country within. This majestic god country was where the Bug Clan organization lay in hiding. Within the god country, there was a mountain range that was over 1 million kilometers high. It was the tallest mountain there, and at its peak there was a shrine that was over 100,000 kilometers tall. It glowed in a dazzling gold light, shining over the land, and silhouettes could be seen within the shrine. Humans, intrepid bug soldiers, they worked harmoniously within. Master, master. Within the highest level of the shrine, a gold-robed silhouette flashed and appeared within the vast palace, shouting anxiously, "I have important matters to report, important matters." Howl, howl. Over 10,000 gold bug soldiers, undying bug soldiers, scattered within the palace immediately raged as they noticed the gold-robed man rushing straight in. They let out warning signals to him, almost like they were saying, if he showed any more disrespect, they would attack him. "Why the rush? What's there to report?" A gentle voice resounded within the hall, a voice that calmed one's entire body. The gold-robed man looked respectfully at the large amount of undying soldiers protecting a 10 kilometers tall mother nest. "I just got news that the human genius, Luo Feng, number 3, has just attempted the heavenly bridge today. He's only lived for a few hundred years, and yet now he's already past the 13th level. 13th level." Her gentle voice had some suspicion within. Passing the 10th is a normal undying's level. This means that number 3's law comprehension is already akin or even better than a general already. "Yes, master," the man replied respectfully but urgently, and to reach such a level in a few short years, compared to the most exceptional Bolin that came from the same batch of the genius competition, he only just passed the 8th level. He cannot compare to Luo Feng at all. That Bolin is already considered a rare genius of the past 10,000 eras, but this Luo Feng is worthy of being one of the past 10 million eras. 10 million eras, that was 100 billion years. Even though the universe had been around for a long time, 10 million eras was still considered a long period of time. Any genius capable of taking that title, such as Kudi and Shirhuanite, even though many had fallen during their time, whoever that didn't would have shocking achievements. The absolute genius of 10 million eras that didn't die, the weakest would also be an emperor, pinnacle level. Rare genius of 10 million eras, comparable to Kudi. The gentle voice resounded. "Yes," the gold-robed man said. "When we got rid of Kudi's threat back then, our Bug Clan had spent quite a bit of energy and resources to cause his teacher, the Primal Chaos City leader, to be unable to warp time and space and revive him." The gentle voice resounded. "Raise Luo Feng's position to number 1. I will report this to the race. Our organization already doesn't have enough resources to deal with him. You can go." "Yes." The gold-robed man left respectfully. The universe was infinitely vast. Humanity, Bug Clan, automaton race, etc., all these together still only took up but a small portion of the universe. In the distant regions, there were other incredibly powerful races, of which there was a god country hidden in a slit of space there. This was a god country continent filled with black energy flow within the majestic black shrine. "Master." A silhouette covered in black smog knelt respectfully, and within the chilly hall, there sat a over 3 kilometers tall silhouette formed from countless black rocks. The surface of the rocks burned with red flames. His nose occasionally shot out black flames. His two horns seemed to be made from a translucent ceramic glaze. He looked down at the tiny black silhouette. The majestic silhouette shot out black flames from his nostrils. Master, we just got word that the Hung Alliance humanity just produced an absolute genius. He's called Luo Feng. He's only trained for a few hundred years and yet he's already passed the Heavenly Bridge's 13th level. The little silhouette said respectfully, he is definitely a rare genius of 10 million eras. However, he is currently living in the sacred land of humanity, Primal Chaos City, with their leader guarding there. Hence, our race has no way to infiltrate. The majestic silhouette gazed down at the silhouette below. Wherever the Primal Chaos City leader guards, there's no hope. We'll wait. When he becomes Sector Lord, he will definitely head out to the outer region wars. There'll naturally be a chance to get rid of him. Countless crystal metals floated about the majestic god country. The entire diameter of the place was about 3 million kilometers, and was completely formed from a peculiar crystal. In the core of the area, a man sat in a jade-green throne. He seemed like a perfect crystal carving, which had the appearance of a human, and on his forehead he had one gold eye. The formless ripples revolved about his eye as it spread over the diameter of 300 kilometers area. Ah! The distant Hung Alliance human race has actually produced a rare genius of 10 million eras. Looks like the Bug clan, the demons, and the automaton race will all try and find ways to kill him. Sending out knights to do the job will have a guarantee of killing Luo Feng. However, the price would be that of them sacrificing their knights to the powerful warriors of humanity, using a knight in place. For Luo Feng, no race would do that. However, if it's just an undying trying to assassinate him would be troublesome. Interesting. The 4 pinnacle races have territories close to each other. The more they fight the better, the man said to himself softly, after which he closed his 3 eyes. The news of humanity producing an absolute genius had, within one day, spread throughout the universe to countless races. Primal Chaos City, amongst the countless living quarters, on a particular balcony, Luo Feng opened his eyes, while sitting cross-legged, revealing a smile on his face. The reflections have given me good benefits. Babada, Luo Feng shouted within. Here, Babada said passionately, as Babada had only recognized Luo Feng as his true master only after he hit Domain Lord level. He was now extremely swift and passionate in all his orders now. Open connection to Virtual Universe Network. Luo Feng smiled. There should be mail from quite a number of powerful people. Understood. Babada was very happy. He immediately opened the network and a flood of mail entered. A total of 392 mail and 13 call requests, Babada said. So many. Luo Feng was shocked as he smiled. When he decided to attempt the bridge earlier, he had guessed that passing the 12th and 13th level would create a storm. After all, the strongest of the primal region domain lords that have trained for tens of thousands of years had only reached level 11. He immediately sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe. Virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Luo Feng sat at his desk and opened the screen. On it were many mails and some call requests. The main bulk of it is from knights, a total of 322 knights. The others are some powerful undyings. Also Wuka and Rongjun have sent mails. The call requests include those too. And your teacher, Truyan's call request is here as well. Babada stood on his shoulder and said, Shwa shwa shwa. Luo Feng swiftly read through the mails. His viewing speed was shocking as he finished them quickly. The knights don't care about a rare genius of 10,000 eras. As for an absolute monster of 10 million eras, however, this has aroused them. Luo Feng smiled. He could clearly feel their sincerity as they spoke affectionately to him via the mails, saying how they were willing to accept him as their disciple. Of course everything was still up to Luo Feng's decision, and these knights didn't bother to force him at all. "I'll first pay a visit to my teacher," Luo Feng said. Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng jumped down from his balcony and became a blur, swiftly heading to the not-too-distant True Yen Emperor's residence. Teacher Luo Feng walked into the yard and bowed respectfully. "Sit." True Yen had some peculiar wine beside him. He poured a glass for Luo Feng. "Yes." Luo Feng sat. "Haha, you really gave me a shock." True Yen glanced at him, after which he laughed. "I'm sure many knights have sent you mails." Luo Feng nodded. "Yes, teacher. Your improvement has been shocking according to the level and speed. Even if you slow down slightly in the future, becoming an emperor pinnacle undying shouldn't be too hard." True Yen smiled. After all, a rare genius of 10 million eras, other than falling midway, the weakest still become emperor pinnacle, and close to 1/3 of them become knights after discovering your shocking improvement. They will definitely fight to accept you. After all, the student-teacher relationship is the most sturdy. Luo Feng nodded his head heavily. The strong warriors all had incredibly long lifespans, hence their relatives would all die off. Their next closest person would naturally be their teacher. Respecting their teachers, this was something very important amongst humanity. Even if one of them exceeded his teacher in strength, he still would have to respect him, because the teacher was the one who guided and sped up your training, and a true teacher would have helped you time and again. This debt was huge. Naturally, respect was a given. Whoever disrespected his teacher would be held with disdain by all the warriors. This was also why the knights all wanted to accept Luo Feng as their disciple. As long as he didn't die halfway, he would at least reach the emperor-level pinnacle, and would become someone who is completely able to become their right or left arms. And the moment he became a knight with a knight disciple, whether it was the wars or exploring the universe, secret regions, outer region battles, etc., with the student and teacher working together, there was a higher guarantee of success. Others may backstab or kill others, etc. However, these sort of things hardly ever happen between student and teacher. Whoever dared to kill their teacher, if it was discovered, they would be made a public enemy. "Have you decided?" True Yen looked at him. "Then, who will you choose be your teacher?" Luo Feng was hesitating. "Don't hesitate. Which warrior doesn't have a group of teachers?" True Yen laughed loudly. "Back then, I too climbed from a weak warrior to having a group of teachers. A teacher's capability is after all limited. For the sake of humanity's growth, there's naturally no limit to one person having only one teacher. It would only waste your talents." Luo Feng nodded. "There are many knights, however, I don't know which to choose," Luo Feng said. Within, he was thinking of getting Tianshi Palace's leader. It couldn't be helped. Tianshi Palace's leader never sent out any mail. As for the other over 300 knights, Luo Feng mostly didn't even recognize them. He didn't know who was strong or weak. The mail they all sent only briefly explained their abilities. However, Luo Feng naturally understood the theory of overselling oneself, and that not everything they said could be believed. Let me recommend you one, Tru Yen smiled. Luo Feng was stunned. Primal Chaos City leader, Tru Yen emphasized. Luo Feng was shocked. Primal Chaos City leader. The super being that guarded the sacred land of humanity itself, with the trillions of other races eyeing the sacred land constantly. The importance of this location could only be imagined. However, after so long, no other race has ever dared come invade this primal chaos city. One could only imagine how powerful this being was. However, teacher, he didn't send me any mail, Luo Feng said. Am I to personally go promote myself? No, Tru Yen shook his head. Even though he hasn't sent a mail, he sent someone to tell me that he's willing to take you as a disciple in name. Disciple in name? Luo Feng was stunned. Haha, the city leader's position and status is extremely high up. Even though your performance was not bad, you still haven't earned the right to become his true disciple. Tru Yen laughed loudly. His disciples are all normally made up of knights. Of course that Ku Di was his disciple too, but compared to Ku Di, you are still somewhat weaker. Luo Feng nodded his head and accepted it. Ku Di had passed the primal region, Sky Mountain, at Universe, Domain Lord, and Sector Lord level. At Sector Lord, he was akin to an Emperor level Undying, who was even able to kill official level Undyings. It was said that his law comprehension at Sector Lord level was capable of passing the 20th level, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to use his Sector Lord body to kill an official level Undying. Such an absolute genius, only he was accepted as a disciple. The city leader has also left a Primal Chaos tablet. Do you know which one? Tru Yen smiled at Luo Feng. 52 tablets. Luo Feng was shocked. In his mind the names of each tablet appeared. The Universe tablet, Tru Yen said. The second-ranked tablet. Luo Feng took a deep breath. 52 Primal Chaos tablets. The Huge Axe tablet was number 1 and the Universe tablet was number 2. The Huge Axe tablet was left behind by the creator of the Huge Axe Dojo, and the Universe tablet was left by the Primal Chaos City leader. From this, it could be seen that this city leader should be among the top 3 pinnacle beings of the entire humanity. He guarded Primal Chaos City for countless eras, making countless other races not dare to enter. An absolute pinnacle being. Even though the other knights will take you as their disciple and the city leader is only taking you in name, however, even in name, if you perform exceptionally in the future, you will rise to become his disciple. Tru Yen smiled. With him as your teacher, no one in humanity will dare mess with you. Incidents like Yen Zhu Emperor messing with you will never happen again. Of course the warriors of the other races will not care about him. Luo Feng nodded. The other races. Right. Humanity was but one race, the other races and its warriors, and their great beings akin to the Huge Axe Dojo's founder. They existed. Even the Yen Shin race was left behind by a great being, the Demon Node inheritance, the Ice Mountain inheritance. They were probably left by other races too. The universe was vast with many powerful beings. It was indeed important to always be humble. I've decided. Luo Feng nodded. I will take the Primal Chaos City leader as my teacher. Haha, Tru Yen nodded satisfied. However, go see Nine-Blade Knight first and tell him of your decision. He is after all the knight in charge of you. Once he knows you are taking the Primal Chaos City leader as your teacher, he wouldn't dare say anything either. He is after all one of the top people in the virtual universe company. Top person in the virtual universe company. Luo Feng couldn't take it. Anymore, he really wanted to see this being personally, who was a true pinnacle being. Compared to the huge Axe Dojo founder, he couldn't be too far off. Otherwise, how could he guard over the sacred land of humanity and stop all other races from invasion? Luo Feng couldn't wait anymore. He quickly first connected to the virtual universe and headed to Nine-Blade Knight's special space, respectfully visiting him. Nine-Blade Knight was a lot more courteous to Luo Feng this time, of course. Once he knew the city leader was taking him as a disciple in name, Nine-Blade Knight was helpless to stop it. He was after all the primal chaos city leader. Even as a disciple in name, Luo Feng's position was still much higher than any other knight's disciples. "Haha, you seem impatient," Nine-Blade Knight said. In the throne above he gazed down and smiled. "Since the city leader has given the order, then hurry and head over. Remember, there should never be any disrespect before him. His has been the guardian of humanity's sacred land for countless ages. His contribution to humanity is immeasurable." "Yes, Knight." Luo Feng bowed respectfully, after which he vanished. At the same time, Luo Feng walked out of his teacher Tru Yan's residence and followed the vast walkways to the city leader's residence. From afar, he could already see the majestic palace. Primal Chaos City leader Luo Feng muttered to himself softly. The main entrance of the city leader's residence was left open, with people frequently heading in and out. Luo Feng followed his usual path. In the past, he had always been heading towards the Nine-Universe tablet. This time, however, he was heading to visit the city leader. The city leader's inner mansion. Luo Feng took a deep breath and walked towards the highly guarded area. The outer areas were all lax and free. The inner areas, however, had guards all over. With just a glance, one could see that all of them were Undyings. Clang! Two guards simultaneously banged their pikes and stopped Luo Feng, looking coldly at him. "I am Luo Feng. I'm here to visit the city leader," Luo Feng said respectfully. "The city leader isn't a person you can visit as you will." One of the guards, engulfed in lightning, looked coldly at him. "Without his order, even a knight won't be able to see him. For him to actually become a guard of the primal Chaos City leader, it was something very honorable." This was the primal Chaos City leader, the #1 being in the virtual universe company, a true authority. The Undyings would all fight simply to guard the place. Even though they were just guards, their authority allowed them to disregard even knights, as they represented the primal Chaos City leader. "Please check." Luo Feng smiled. "I did indeed receive his order to come here." "Ah." The surrounding group of Undyings all looked at Luo Feng. "Right. Without the city leader's order, why would this little punk dare come here in the first place?" "Please wait, I'll go check." The guard, covered in lightning, no longer had a cold expression. He smiled passionately. "You are Luo Feng?" After a while, the guard looked shocked at him. Luo Feng nodded and smiled. "Go in, Guai Knight is waiting for you within," the guard said, and withdrew his blockade, allowing Luo Feng to enter. Luo Feng smiled and entered the mansion. As the group of Undying guards about all began to discuss amongst themselves, it was extremely rare, even within the past 100 million years, for a domain lord or sector lord to be able to enter the city leader's residence. This was his living quarters. Within, he followed the spacious walkways and quickly reached a primal stone plaza. He glanced into the distance, spotting a fiery red-robed, bald man. He was smiling Indifferently, he seemed calm. Just from looking at this man, Luo Feng couldn't help but calm down, feeling as though he had melded into the spacious and calm space. Everything about him seemed to vanish, leaving only that bald man. Luo Feng was stunned as he awoke. What a terrifying being! Tianshi Palace, Undying Night, Shihua Night, 9. Blade Night. I feel like these nights are all incredibly powerful, and even though the Emperor-level Undyings are strong, I can still faintly determine their strength. As for this man before me, I cannot tell at all. He should be a knight. Luo Feng instantly confirmed he should be the Gui Knight. The knights mentioned. Luo Feng walked towards the red-robed, bald man. I am Gui Knight. I'm here to receive you on my teacher's orders. He smiled. The energy he emitted had an immediate influence on Luo Feng's soul. Luo Feng greets Gui Knight. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Follow me, Gui Knight said. Yes, Luo Feng said respectfully and followed. The knight led Luo Feng through the mansion, smiling as he turned towards him. Teacher is willing to take you as his disciple in name, and from what I see, it seems that you've agreed. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. Since you've become his disciple in name, you don't have to call me Gui Knight anymore, just call me second senior instead. Gui Knight smiled. I went under him very early, hence I became the second senior. He has other disciples under him, with many of them stronger than even me. However, he favors me, hence I get to stay close to him. Luo Feng said, greeting second senior. Gui Knight smiled and talked as they walked. Teacher has 3 great bodies. The one in Primal Chaos City is here to kill and punish, hence, you have to be extremely respectful. You cannot offend him. Yes, Luo Feng was shocked as he replied. My God! That Primal Chaos City leader actually has 3 bodies, and the one left in the city was for killing and punishment. Just one body of his was enough to guard the entire Primal Chaos City. If that was so, the strength he had in total was unimaginable. Actually, the city leader having 3 bodies was not a secret at all. The strong were still the strong, hence he was respected. He had massacred and killed countless other warriors from other races. His 3 bodies are well known throughout the trillions of races in the universe, every one of them having unbelievable power. Primal Chaos Ruins. Luo Feng looked into a quiet yard ahead. There was a stone tablet there with 3 words on it. Teacher is within, Gui Knight said, and brought Luo Feng in. Luo Feng stepped through. Rumble. Time and space warped. Initially, they were in the city leader's residence. However, the moment he took a step into the yard, he felt the stars and everything warp. He had entered into a boundless world. Endless ground before them, with bodies all about. Some were as big as planets, some smaller than humans. However, they all emanated terrifying energies. This was probably the ruins of a terrifying pinnacle battle. Luo Feng and Gui Knight walked through the endless ruins. Teacher, Gui Knight suddenly shouted. Luo Feng was shocked to discover a 3-meter-tall and sturdy man in the distance. He wore an incredibly complex ancient dark red armor with boots on, and a snake tail extending out of his armor behind. As Luo Feng's gaze landed on him, he felt his soul shudder within. He had only spotted a silhouette initially, yet now he was looking at endless universe laws, the vast universe laws, and the killing intent emanating from him. It made Luo Feng's soul completely submit. No sense of resistance. Luo Feng, a very normal voice, resounded. The illusion before was completely shattered as Luo Feng once again saw the man standing before them. This red-armored man with a snake tail turned to look at him. There were two red horns on his forehead with peculiar engravings on them. It seemed evil and terrifying, however his eyes were calm like the vast ocean, like the endless space. It made one calm down from within. Luo Feng greets Lord City Leader. Luo Feng knelt down. Terrifying, too terrifying. Luo Feng shuddered within that first glance. I thought I was staring at the universe laws themselves, right? This is the level of which one becomes the laws. Shi Luo Duo had said so too. The beast god is fused with the laws, every action triggers them, even the statue of it has the laws within. And the primal chaos city leader, since he's reached this level, naturally he carries the laws within. Just looking at him, it was like looking at the powerful amount of law energies he has. This was an extreme realm. One that definitely exceeded the Knights, a true pinnacle being of the vast universe. Your performance was not bad, your encounters are quite plenty too. He looked at Luo Feng and smiled. Luo Feng listened respectfully. Within, however, he was panicking, because he felt like the gaze of the city leader could see through him completely. It was almost like there was no secret he could keep from him. My Masha body is keeping the core with him, and he's hiding in the world ring. I've already refined that ring. I'll know if anybody scans it, and if anybody scans my core, I should know that too. However, this city leader's power is unbelievable. It's hard to say he is after all the city leader. He wouldn't bother to scan my world ring. I've seen the footage of your heavenly bridge attempt. You are almost done with the 108 wonders of the space. The city leader smiled. And it's been less than 90 years this time in Primal Chaos City to almost finish the 108 wonders within this time frame is not bad. Luo Feng listened obediently. You passing the 13th level, it should be from the beast god presence you got from the Gold Horn Race's Beast God Canyon, right? The city leader said. Yes, Luo Feng said. Within, however, he shuddered. Terrifying, even though the city leader's guess was somewhat off, it wasn't completely wrong, as Luo Feng had copied the huge sleeping beast god statue trillions of times in the Beast God Canyon. That was how he got some bit of the presence. The little beast god statue he got couldn't be copied at all. The moment he copied a little too much of it, the universe would punish him. Only the statue Shi Luo Duo left behind was possible. To be able to comprehend a bit of the presence is not bad already. The city leader said, Are you willing to be my disciple in name? I'm willing, Luo Feng said respectfully. The city leader nodded his head. He, one that stood at the pinnacle of humanity, even though a genius was important, he was very clear that some people may have slow comprehension speeds. Regardless, after constantly break through their boundaries, they too could become knights. Hence, unless it was an absolute genius of 10 million eras, he wouldn't care. Even such a genius, he would still observe for a while before actually accepting him as a true disciple. I know, True Yen exchanged the top half of the Nanshan 7 forms for you, the city leader said, and since you can actually comprehend a little of the beast God presence, it shows that you have a talent in the fusion of the laws. However, fusion of the laws is tens of thousands of times harder than simply comprehending one law. I'll give you time, 3,000 years, the city leader said. If you can finish the first form of the Nanshan 7 forms in 3,000 years herein Primal Chaos City, I will accept you as my disciple, the city leader said to Luo Feng. Finish the first form of the Nanshan 7 forms within 3,000 years, Guai. Knight who stood beside was shocked within the Nanshan 7 forms, or beast god. 7 techniques were well known as an extremely valuable manual amongst the pinnacle race humanity's upper echelon. There were 2 reasons for its reputation. One of them was because the Gold Horn race's Shi-Luo duo was well known amongst the trillions of races in the universe back then. The second reason was also because of the universe producing such a powerful creature, the beast god, and because of it, humans back then had sacrificed quite a lot. The strong were forged. Shi-Luo duo and the beast god were like that, and the Nanshan 7 forms that Shi-Luo duo created was created with the beast god in mind. Naturally, this was respected by humanity itself. When the Gold Horn race became subservient to humanity, the strongest manual they had was this Nanshan 7 forms. Naturally, it became humanity's, and since then, as they respected Shi-Luo duo and the beast god, there were many that exchanged for this manual and trained in it. This training made them discover that the Nanshan 7 forms were incredibly difficult. It was tens of thousands of times harder than simply training in the space law alone. Especially the first level. Even some knights have yet to pass this first level. Completing this first level proved that one had talent in the fusion of the gold and space laws. I remember back then, Lian Luo took 3,000 years to completely comprehend the 108 wonders of space laws. Guai Knight was shocked within, and teacher is only giving Luo Feng 3,000 years to comprehend the Nanshan 7 forms first form. That's tough. 3,000 years. Luo Feng was nervous within. Shi-Luo duo had mentioned in the first volume that this was just the beginning. It was best to completely comprehend the 108 wonders first before trying this out, and the time spent on this would be hundreds to thousands of times longer than the time spent on the 108 wonders. These were some words left behind by Shi-Luo duo in the manual. Casual: hundreds to thousands of times. I spent over 100 years comprehending the 108 wonders, then wouldn't the time I need be 10,000 to 100,000 years? Luo Feng thought. However, I have the little beast god statue. Since I'm able to study it and imitate the way it fuses the laws, my efficiency will be much higher. If I work hard, I'll definitely be able to finish the scale section within 3,000 years. I will definitely do my best. Luo Feng stood before this body of the city leader, not daring to show any disrespect. He nodded, after which walked into the distance. Guai Knight and Luo Feng followed. Your 9th senior is here, he said. Luo Feng turned around, and suddenly, amidst a tornado, a 9 m tall, huge man with 6 arms and 6 eyes walked over. Behind him was a huge gold axe almost as tall as him. It had incomparably complex engravings on it, and powerful energy emanated from it, causing the space around it to tear apart. He took huge strides over, stepping through some bodies. The space about shook. Teacher, the huge man said respectfully as he got closer. This is your 9th senior huge axe knight, the city leader explained behind Luo Feng. 9th senior. Luo Feng bowed. Your 9th senior huge axe knight has trained in the Nanshan 7 forms before. The city leader revealed a smile. From today on, within these 3,000 years, I allow you to go visit him for guidance once every decade. Whatever questions you have, you can ask him. Luo Feng was happy. Even though it was said that no one had comprehended the secret of the sleeping beast god statue in the Gold Horn race's beast god canyon, Luo Feng had long guessed that there would be some warriors that had seen through it. but had not publicly announced anything. The strong were numerous as the clouds. They even had this manual. There would definitely be many that have tried it. Yes, Luo Feng said respectfully, after which he turned to the huge axe knight and said respectfully, I'll be troubling you for the next 3,000 years. Ninth Senior. No trouble at all, he laughed and said. What a joke, the city leader ordered it, would he dare go against it? This Nanshan 7 forms is too hard even though I've trained in it before, I can only roughly guide you, huge axe knight explained. Even though he had tried training it before, he had only reached the 4th level. His body itself, however, was very strong. After a trillion years of practicing, he realized the gains didn't make up for the losses. Right now, he had completely given up on it, and was focusing on studying time itself. He was already accomplished in space, hence, he was waiting for the moment he reached the same level in time as well. Time and space as one, he would naturally become a universe master. Training time and space, this was the great path common amongst the universes. Trillion races, 99 of knights all walked this path. After the city leader ordered huge axe knight, he turned to Luo Feng, the way our virtual universe company nurtures its geniuses, is that the higher the talent, the more resources he would receive. Of course, you'll only get these when you reach Sector Lord level. Since you are under me now, I will naturally give you some resources too. Thank you, teacher. Luo Feng was glad within. I'll give you an extra 20 times to study the 9 universe tablet. The city leader said, I believe it's what you need the most now. Go on, let's hope you'll finish the first form within 3,000 years. Yes, Luo Feng could barely suppress his joy, bowing respectfully. Gue Knight and Huge Axe Knight bowed too. Hua. The 3 of them simultaneously vanished and appeared within the primal chaos. Ruined yard. Space warp, Luo Feng realized as he stood in the yard, shocked. Luo Feng Jr., work hard, Gue Knight said as he smiled, after which he vanished too. I'll visit you in the virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain, in 10 years, huge Axe Knight's voice rumbled, after which he vanished too. 3,000 years, Luo Feng thought, his eyes gleaming with joy, and another 20 times to study the tablet. It's wonderful. 20 chances to study the 9 universe tablet. Although it seemed normal, in truth, its worth was priceless. That was because even with points, it was impossible to exchange for these chances. Every time one passed a level in the heavenly bridge, he would get 1 chance. After passing the 21st level, one would already be a knight. One would only get about 21 times every chance. Itself was extremely valuable. The main reason Luo Feng came to Primal Chaos City was mostly also to study this 9 universe tablet. Out of nowhere, he suddenly got 20 more chances. It was even better than the many manuals he had, surprising him more than acquiring any treasure. After exiting the residence, he headed straight to study the tablet. He currently had a total of 26 times. He had 6 times left from the heavenly bridge, and the city leader gave him another 20, using each time wisely would allow his improvement speed to grow extremely fast. Time passed. The news of Luo Feng becoming a disciple in name to the city leader was well known amongst the knights, and the Ganwu Universe country leader too made a rare order to look after his family well. With that, the many undying families naturally were incredibly passionate to his family. The Luo family power immediately soared even more, akin to a powerful undying family within the Ganwu Universe country. Luo Feng didn't care much about this. He was clear this was the most important period of rising for him. The stronger he got and the higher he climbed, then his family would get even stronger. The moment he fell, however, his family too would fall rapidly. 10 years later. Yes, 9th senior. Understood. Ah. Within his training grounds in the virtual universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal region, Hugh Jack's Knight was guiding him, answering the questions he had bottled up for 10 years. And as one of the early disciples of the city leader, with countless years of guidance from the city leader himself, his strength was no weaker than Shihua. Knight, he was maybe even stronger. His guidance was naturally solid, easily explaining and making Luo Feng smile with delight. After 3 whole days of guidance, Hugh Jack's Knight left. Luo Feng continued to sit cross-legged on the balcony, occasionally looking up to the skies, and other times immersed in his thoughts. The golden-horned beast and the Masha clan too were training hard. In a flash, it had been 12 years since he left the city leader's residence. After becoming a disciple in name. Haha. Luo Feng, who sat cross-legged on his balcony, suddenly opened his eyes, and stood up. He couldn't help but smile excitedly. I've finally done it. I've completely comprehended the 108 wonders of space. Lian Luo took 3,000 years. I did it in a little over 100 years. Luo Feng laughed loudly, filled with glee. I trained with a sector lord body. He did the same, yet I'm close to 30 times faster than he was. Looks like my speed has exceeded his. With the separate bodies, Luo Feng's speed and talent did exceed Lian Luo's. However, it wasn't as absurd as 30 times more. The main thing was he had the little beast god statue to be able to study and feel its presence. It naturally was a huge benefit to his training in the space laws. No wonder Lian Luo had said that with the comprehension of these 108 wonders, the 4th and 5th and even the 6th picture would be easier. Luo Feng smiled. Haha, even though the 4th to the 6th are incredibly complex, in truth, they are a formation of these 108 wonders. The 108 wonders were like the ingredients, and all delicacies relied on the most basic ingredients. Comprehending the foundation before training the 4th, 6th pictures, it was completely unlike the normal warriors with their basic level comprehension. The 4th, 6th pictures, all at most take a little time with them. They won't be a barrier at all, Luo Feng said confidently. However, I'm in no rush to study the 4th picture. Now I have to first study the Nanshan 7 forms. I have to grasp the time. Luo Feng couldn't care less about anything else. He closed his eyes, and in his mind, countless words and training methods, etc. floated within. This was the Nanshan 36 forms he had acquired back in the Gold Horn Race Sacred Lands Manual Tower. As he read through the Nanshan 7 forms, he discovered the Nanshan 36 forms was the basic beginner's manual to the Nanshan 7 forms. This was actually said in its detailed introduction back in the Manual Tower, that this was Shi Luo Duo's basic manual. Before, Luo Feng had simply relied on the golden horned beast to grasp the beast god presence, not trying to comprehend the laws within, but simply imitated it. At this time, he had truly begun to study the fusion of the laws, just like how some people were naturally gifted in piano on Earth, and some more in the sciences. Even though they could achieve anything with effort, the talent was a good stepping stone, and in the difficult path of fusing the laws, one that even many knights weren't able to begin with. and Luo Feng had just stepped in. Was it fast? Or slow? It was hard to say before the training began. Virtual universe, Luo Feng's training grounds. In the spacious sky above the mountains, Luo Feng stood on the Luo Fu Lu. Board with over 800,000 little blades surrounding him, a blur of blades covered the sky. He used his spirit energy to trigger the blades and through the universe laws, began to unleash his illusionary blade, sky-piercing blade. Blade domain, heavenly pillar, space slicer, blade world. Even though these were ordinary blades, with no law engravings on them, he could still use his moves. The main advantage of the spirit weapons were that they had fixed law engravings on them. Through some combination work, the moves could be used to trigger them. Simply triggering the law engravings allowed one to use them. But, without the spirit weapons, for Luo Feng to control the blur of blades and triggering the laws by himself was too tedious. Using the same move without a spirit weapon, the amount of energy needed alone would be tens to hundreds of times different. Space-slicing gold blade. Countless blades danced in mid-air, triggered by the universe laws. They eventually formed one body together. A huge blade with golden energy flow was formed. Luo Feng's face was flushed red. He stared hard at the huge blade formed by countless little ones. If I used the Nanshan armament, I can easily unleash this move, and the power will be much stronger. Luo Feng thought. However, using hundreds of thousands of normal little blades, and triggering the laws for each one of them to eventually connect them with the laws themselves is very tedious. I can barely form this huge blade. One had to know that Luo Feng had already comprehended the 108 wonders of space, and his space law comprehension had already reached the 12th level of the heavenly bridge the moment he combined that with his 3,200 spirit energy amplitude. He could already unleash the Nanshan armament's 9th level, a match against Undying. With the Nanshan armament, he could use the 9th level. Without it, using countless normal blades, even the 8th level was tedious. Through training in the Nanshan 36 forms, he had naturally learned how to control ordinary blades with the laws. Triggering the laws to control them was a skill used in creating techniques, spreading one's attacking technique into hundreds of thousands of little blades, and arranging each and every one of them, finally reaching a level of satisfaction. After which, combining them with the laws themselves, and engraving the required laws within. That way, one didn't need to work so hard when unleashing his move. He just simply needed to trigger them. Of course, Luo Feng hadn't reached the level of creating techniques. Training this Nanshan 36 forms had great benefits for him. It worked well with the Nanshan 7 forms 1st level. So it's that way. Beast God presence, the wonder within is like that. Luo Feng occasionally had smiles and frowns as he sat on his balcony. When he first began fusing the laws, he discovered that the little beast god presence that he had grasped had benefits. This was almost like some car mechanics. Even though they didn't know the principles behind the engines, they could still fix them, and when they began to actually study it, it would resonate with their fixing experience. Their comprehension would thus speed up. Luo Feng was that way as well. He knew how to do it in the past, but he didn't understand it too well. Now that he began to study it, they worked together, and he would be extremely excited whenever it happened. So it's that way. Haha. During the 6th year after he began the Nanshan 7 forms, Teacher Luo Feng sat beside his teacher. How's the study of the Nanshan 7 forms, do you have confidence in completing? The first level within 3,000 years, Tru Yan looked at Luo Feng, he knew about his deal with the city leader. I'm doing well for now. Luo Feng smiled, my first 6 years into it have been smooth, however this Beast God path is extremely profound, just the first scale portion alone is incredibly complex according to Shi Luo Duo, it has many barriers within, I don't know whether I'll be able to easily break through them. Tru Yan nodded. This was a true high-level manual, the moment one finished the 6 levels, he would stand at the pinnacle of humanity, just like the huge Axe Dojo founder, Primal Chaos City leader, Void Gold Master, and other few rare existences. He may still be weaker than them, but it was still enough to dominate over trillions of races in the universe. Hence, every level was incredibly difficult. Smooth sailing at the start, that's good, it means you fit this path well. Tru Yan nodded satisfied, there was no way for him to know that the golden horned beast had been imitating the sleeping statue for a long time, studying the little beast god statue and its special presence, which was also infused with the fusion laws, and practicing it with its sky-tearing claw over and over. Amongst Luo Feng's 3 bodies, the earth body and the Masha bodies training in the beast god path was far from the speed of the golden horned beast. The golden horned beast, the sleeping beast god statue, the little beast god statue, along with the Nanshan 7 forms and Nanshan 36 techniques, these were the ideal combination. A few more days, and it'll be the Domain Lord Millennial qualification. Battles, Tru Yan laughed, you must remember to take part. I remember, Luo Feng laughed. Domain Lord qualification battles. The strongest of the 10 seniors had only just passed the 11th level, even if he didn't use the Beast God presence, just using his space laws and 3,200 spirit energy amplitude, he could already easily pass the 13th level. Fighting them is simply bullying them, they are no challenge at all. Luo Feng muttered to himself. Even though it was obviously bullying, the date of the qualification battles still came. Virtual Universe Yu Xiong Mountain, Primal Region. The Primal Region Domain Lord battles are about to begin, all gather. A thick voice resounded within the entire Primal Region. All 11 members looked up in the sky, gazing at the silhouette in the air, after which they all rushed up into the skies. Shwa. 11 of them gathered in mid-air, looking at the purple-clothed man. He was the organizer of the battle sent by the Virtual Universe Company, and also a powerful Undying. Luo Feng. That's Luo Feng. Tua Ka, that's Luo Feng, his training speed is absurd. The 10 seniors all seemed to gaze at him. Of the 10, only Tua Ka was currently in Primal Chaos City, the other 9 were elsewhere, and as Luo Feng hardly attended classes in the Virtual Universe, he mostly attended them personally in Primal Chaos City, hence the other 9 weren't familiar with him. Interesting. Luo Feng could feel their gaze on him. He smiled. Forget it. It's no fun if I bully them too much. I'll show them some respect when we fight, or later I'll settle them quickly, but not too badly. It was indeed bullying. Passing the 13th level compared to the 11th, the difference was too huge. It was purely elimination. Before Luo Feng had consecutively passed the 6 levels, the 10 seniors all thought Luo Feng had some capability, but at least they were still stronger than him. Some couldn't wait to fight him, however, now that he had passed the 13th level, the group of seniors were all stunned. Dumbfounded. Tua Ka, who was in primal chaos city, held within, I've trained for 30,000 years, but he's only trained for a few hundred years, how is he so much stronger than me? This is too unfair. Is this another Kudi? To be in the same generation as a monster, what a tragedy. The 10 of them couldn't even face him. Some looked on at him like he was an absolute genius monster. They were very clear about the fact that Luo Feng wasn't on the same level as them at all. The purple-clothed man looked at the 11 before him, his gaze landing on Luo Feng. He couldn't help but carefully analyze Luo Feng. He had heard Luo Feng had become the primal chaos city leader's disciple in name. He was filled with envy. His level of undying didn't even have the chance to meet the city leader. He was totally envious. Same rules as before. His gaze swept past the 11, expression serious. Once every millennium, the Domain Lord qualification battles occur. There are a total of 11 of you this time. Everyone will fight against the other 10 in these matches. The victor will get 1 point, the loser will get 0, the final score will rank you all. The top 6 will continue to stay in the primal region. The remaining 5 will compete against the top 5 of the absolute beginning region domain lords, fighting for the final 4 slots. I'm sure you all understand. Understood. The 11 of them nodded. Luo Feng was very relaxed. The 10 of them, however, all felt the pressure. No matter what, Luo Feng had already taken 1 slot. The top 5 of the absolute beginning region, the geniuses of over 100 in that region, wouldn't be too far behind. The moment they had to compete against them, it would extremely intense. The battles will all be held in special areas. The virtual universe system will automatically send you in pairs to them. Everyone will fight with everyone else, unless your opponent forfeits. Those not in battles can watch the live broadcasts of other battles. He smiled. Prepare yourselves, and await for the teleportation. 11 members nodded, their gazes changing to that of competition. Competition. From the day they stepped into the virtual universe company, this had always been the case. Luo Feng stood calmly in mid-air, as he didn't care about the 10 seniors. He wasn't competing against them, not even the geniuses of his generation, but the great beings of humanity in history, or the absolute geniuses of the other races in the universe. Hua hua hua. 10 of the 11 were immediately teleported, leaving only Luo Feng behind. The 5 matches that just begun, I'm the only one not taking part. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Don't be anxious, everyone will fight eventually. The purple-clothed man smiled at Luo Feng. And this is simply just a passing to you, there's no challenge at all. Luo Feng laughed. The Domain Lord level qualification battles just passed like that. The absolute pinnacle beings of humanity, along with the other geniuses, weren't even surprised at Luo Feng getting first place. They were all very clear that with his training speed, he was bound to become one of the absolute beings of the universe. Now everybody was just waiting to see if he was capable of completing the first form of the Nanshan 7 forms in 3,000 years, and whether he'd become a true disciple of the city leader within Primal Chaos City. Your Majesty. Luo Feng. 3 silver armored sector lords walked up to where Luo Feng stayed. They looked up at his balcony, where he sat cross-legged. On the balcony, Luo Feng opened his eyes to look down, a smile appearing on his face. So he jumped down immediately. Is it what I ordered? Luo Feng looked at the three sector lords before him. Yes, the leader of the three silver-armored sector lords nodded. He respectfully passed over a world ring. The items and things your majesty ordered are all within this world ring. Luo Feng received it and used his spirit energy to scan the world ring. The world within this ring was small, with a diameter of only 10,000 kilometers. However, it was completely filled with large amounts of things. The goods took up over 1,000 kilometers in space, of which the most obvious were the three silver boxes within. Very good. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Thanks for the trouble. No problem, no problem. The three sector lords were somewhat taken aback, saying, we shall not disturb you further, we'll be leaving. The three swiftly left. Following the spacious walkways, they walked along, discussing. He said to be a rare absolute genius of 10 million eras, but I didn't expect him to be so humble and easy to get along with when we went to deliver goods to the Primal Region sector lord before. He was acting all big and arrogant. This is called bearing. I heard His Majesty Luo Feng has been accepted as a disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. I heard he's only a disciple in name. Rubbish, he is a true disciple. There may be some miscommunication. The three of them discussed mentally, even though they were all sector lords. As they were simply staff of the Virtual Universe Company Corps, they often heard secrets from their interactions. Most of what they heard had been passed down from many sources, hence they would at most get them 50 right. Luo Feng held the world ring and immediately walked into his own training quarters living room. Sitting in the sofa, he rubbed the world ring and it swiftly refined. Come out. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation, immediately taking out the three silver boxes from within the world. The three silver boxes laid out on the dining table. Every box was about 1 m long, half a meter wide, and 30 centimeters tall. Luo Feng took a deep breath and swiftly opened all three of them. Click, click. Click. There was a white plant within each box. They were carefully placed within, 60 centimeters tall, their stolen silver white star-eating plant. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the three plants. They've finally come. Since 6 years ago, when he first began his training in the Nanshan 7 forms. First form, he had studied on his rough power level after completing the first form, hence, he got a clearer idea on what would happen in the future. His training in Primal Chaos City was set to be a very long time, hence he had to use the time here wisely. How? He had a large amount of Luo Ko holy water, that was a top-level treasure for nurturing plant life, hence he had decided to do so. One had to know that there were many warriors training within Primal Chaos City. They would often purchase a few treasures, and the Virtual Universe Company's ship would often frequent the place. Naturally they could order things. Luo Feng had ordered 3 infant star-eating plants. Star-eating plant, a very special plant life form that was born in the universe. It could be produced on a normal mineral planet, but as it grew, it would swallow the planet's metals, minerals, and rocks, etc. Normal minerals on the planet were usually enough to let it evolve to universe level, and the mineral planet later collapse and the plant would begin to wander the galaxy with the large amounts of asteroids. While wandering the universe, it may swallow other special metals and stones, plant life forms, etc., evolving further. The plant life forms could be divided into many types, like those for defense or attack or both, along with others as there were Many types of plants, their abilities were also countless, even to the point where some plants could produce other living things, while others acted like trees and stayed rooted to the spot transplanting them had to be done carefully. Not all of them could be moved about like the cloud contact vine. In all, there were many types with countless abilities. The most suited was best star-eating plant. It was named the most sturdy attacking type plant. What most sturdy refers to is only within the plant's humanity cells. There are other special and mysterious types of plants in the vast universe that cannot be bought. The star-eating plant enjoys swallowing rocks, metal, trees, etc. It will make it even sturdier. Its attack method is very simple. Just one move: entangle and kill. The cloud contact vine and star-eating plant were very different. The cloud contact vine was mainly for defense, and its attacking ability was but average. The star-eating plant, however, is even more expensive than the cloud contact vine. One without position or an avenue wouldn't even be able to buy an infant star-eating plant. This was because it was the most sturdy attacking type plant, hence it was an extremely good assisting life form during a battle. Its countless vines could wrap about an opponent as long as it affected the enemy's speed and attack. The battle outcome could be changed. The only ability of entangling and killing had given it the title of most sturdy attacking plant life form, leading to it being in high demand. 3 infant star-eating plants. They cost Luo Feng close to 900,000 mixed elements. Of course the infant stage was all the same, the nurturing later on would make them different. Just like the cloud contact vine, the sector lord weakest had 36 vines, and the strongest with 360 vines. Back then the Yunmo planet master Hu Yen Bo's cloud contact vine at sector lord level only had 108 vines, yet it still took a whole lot of work for it to break through to undying Luo Feng's sector lord. Cloud contact vine had 216 vines. It was more than 10 times harder for his to break through to undying. The star-eating plant was more expensive than the cloud contact vine, of which at sector lord level, the weakest would have 10 vines, the strongest would have 1,000 vines. Star-eating plant Luo Feng looked at the 3 infant plants, smiling. The 3 star-eating plants, plus the huge amount of material to nurture the plants had filled up the entire world ring. All of them added together had come up to close to 2 million mixed elements. Without enough wealth, how could one even begin to dwell on it? The cloud contact vine's defense and the star-eating plant's attack. Luo Feng thought, the star-eating plant's sturdiness is well reputed. At infant stage it can already swallow a planet. Luo Feng, don't get happy too early. Babada's voice resounded within his mind. Your teacher's cloud contact vine only had 108 vines, yet it still required 2 million mixed elements and luck for it to finally break through, and it only gave that cloud contact vine an early official undying level of strength. Your cloud contact vine has a total of 216 vines. It'll be 10 times harder than your teacher's. If it's the strongest 360 vines, it'll probably be 10 times harder than the golden horned beast breaking through to undying, and similarly, the moment it broke through to undying, the 360 vines, cloud contact vine, would have emperor level strength. The star-eating plant is even more expensive than the cloud contact vine. Nurturing the weakest 10 vine plant to become undying would definitely be easy. However, the 500 vines plant would be akin to the strongest cloud contact vine. And the legendary 1,000 vine star-eating plant, breaking through to undying, would probably be even harder than a bug clan queen breaking through to undying. The difference would be minimal, of course. The moment it succeeds, an undying 1,000 vine star-eating plant would definitely have an emperor pinnacle level of strength. After hearing Babata's words, Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Of course he knew this. The universe had trillions of life forms that were incredibly mysterious. However, there was never a free meal. The universe was fair, just like the space beasts. The bug clan queen breaking through to undying was incredibly difficult, and the plant life forms were the same. The more powerful they were, the more absurd the difficulty of their breakthrough. If one nurtured a lower-level plant life form, it would be easy to break through to undying. If one nurtured a stronger plant life form, it could never break through to undying. The choice was all on the person. Haha, hence I ordered 3 of them. Luo Feng laughed. 3 star-eating plants. I will make one with 100 vines, another with 300, and last one will be the best. One with 1,000 vines. He had spent close to 2 million mixed elements, 3 of the infant plants close to 900,000, and over 1 million mixed elements in the resources that were required to nurture them. The main thing was that nurturing the 1,000 vine star-eating plant took up over 90 of the resources. Luckily, I have the Luo holy water, otherwise producing a sector lord level 1,000 vine star-eating plant would be enough to make an official level undying go bankrupt. Luo Feng thought, I'm lucky, I only spent 2 million. When I reach sector lord level, the virtual universe company will give me an extra 50 million mixed elements. Nurturing the star-eating plants was very easy. They first had to recognize their master, then the process was simple. After most of the time, the 3 plants would be left in the pond of Luo holy water, with Babata watching over them and observing their evolution process, giving them the required resources when they needed to evolve. Right now, all 3 are in the infant stage. However, I'll be here in Primal Chaos City for a very long time. When I complete the first form, the of Nanshan 7 forms, the 3 would probably have already reached Sector Lord Pinnacle. Luo Feng smiled. He didn't think any more about it, immersing himself in his training of the Nanshan 7 forms. Time passed. He spent long periods of time sitting crossed-legged on his balcony, like the other warriors. About 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. Time passed continuously. Luo Feng kept improving. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 800 years since Luo Feng was accepted as a disciple in name to the Primal Chaos City leader. There were another 2 domain lord level qualification battles. Actual universe every millennium equates to 300 years in Primal Chaos City. Without a doubt, Luo Feng still got number 1 each time. Everything else had been normal. Altogether, Luo Feng had been here for over 900 years. Actual universe over 3,000 years. During this time, Bolin had become a primal region domain lord, and Rongjun had become an absolute beginning domain lord. Virtual universe, within an island in a special space, with palaces joining together, it was extremely beautiful, an absolute beautiful location. Master. The master is back. Many beams of lights immediately flew through the island. Many absolutely beautiful ladies and others rushed into the virtual universe the moment they got news from their friends, and silhouettes filled the island. Greetings, Master. Over 100 million staff and ladies all knelt respectfully. Ha 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 ha. Mad laughter resounded throughout the island demonically. Beautiful man stood before them. He was Yanzhu Emperor. You, Yanzhu's eyes burned with madness. He walked amongst the 100 million kneeling before him, and casually picked a few of them. Come with me, he ordered. Yes. The over 1,000 men and women he had picked followed him, but their eyes were somewhat nervous. Ever since 3,000 years ago, their master Yanzhu Emperor wouldn't even come into the virtual universe, coming in only once every century, and at most staying within for only a month. Every time he came, he would find all sorts of methods to vent. None of the staff dared to resist. There were cries of pain and shock, howling, and all sorts of noises from the palace. After a while, he rubbed off the blood stains from his lips, and put on a long robe over his naked body. As he walked barefoot, his body flashed as he quickly reached another hall and sat in the throne above. Lord, 2 men and a lady bowed respectfully within. These 3 were all undying. Hu Yanzhu let out a comfortable sigh of relief, being cooped up in the 9th Starfield jail. Hell was too terrifying. He was set to be locked up for 1,000 eras. Normally, there was no way to connect to the virtual universe network. From inside, that entire area was banned by the system from connecting. However, he was Yanzhu Emperor and his father was Shihua Knight. Shihua Knight had gotten a chance for his son. He would be able to enter the virtual universe network every century for a month. He knew his son's mental state too. If he were to be locked up in there for 1,000 eras without any connection, he would probably go crazy or lose his mind. However, being able to enter the virtual universe every century to vent it out would help alleviate matters. I only get a chance every century. Those other punks all have to battle it out to find ways to occasionally get a chance to connect, and they only get a short day. Yanzhu thought. However, I get a fixed chance every 100 years. And for a month, if they knew, they'd be truly jealous. It was only thrilling with comparison. 9th Starfield jail. Hell, that was indeed a nightmare. Those who were all locked within were all that had committed grave sins, and all of them were extremely powerful. You 3, report to me the news of the past century. Yanzhu sat in his throne, lifting his wine and sipping it. Yes, Lord. The huge Axe Dojo has arranged for another manager at Wulong Starfield, Qi Li Emperor, to substitute you. He just took on the position, the black-robed Undying said respectfully. Scum. Yanzhu's expression grew heavy. Shihua Knight's underling Bao Jin Emperor has led a group of Undyings. Heading to the Undying continued with the reports as all these were well prepared beforehand. Yanzhu could easily and swiftly read through them. Himself, however, he enjoyed bossing them around from high above and listening to them report to him. He enjoyed this feeling. One report after another. After a while. With regards to Tru Yan's disciple, Tru Yan has been in Primal Chaos City these past 100 years, without any movement. His disciple Bloodthirst Emperor has been hard to locate. As for his smallest disciple Luo Feng, he's still training in Primal Chaos City. He's on his balcony almost every day. The lady of the 3 Undyings said below. Haha. Training on the balcony like an idiot. He really thinks he can finish the first form of the Nanshan 7 forms within 3,000 years. He must be dreaming. Yanzhu mocked when he had heard that Luo Feng had become a disciple in name to the city leader. He was extremely furious. He felt unfairness within. He was punished, because of Luo Feng, to suffer in the jail hell for 1,000 eras, yet. This Luo Feng actually became a disciple in name to the primal chaos city leader. These were completely two different levels of fate. How could he feel at ease with this? After which, every time he entered the virtual universe every 100 years, almost every report he got of Luo Feng was of him training on his balcony. Keep dreaming. Humph. 3 months after Yan Zhu got his report from his underlings, within virtual universe's Thunder Island. Thunder Island, it was the gathering point of the undyings of the virtual universe company. Within its highest quarters, there was a majestic palace engulfed in primal chaos energy flow. This was the living quarters of the primal chaos city leader. The palace was filled with primal chaos energies, one couldn't visibly see past 100 m. Teacher Huge Axe Knight bowed respectfully. He still carried his huge axe on his back, and he also had 6 arms and eyes. What's the matter? A voice resounded from the depths of the primal energies. Huge Axe Knight had left primal chaos city long ago, hence he had been teaching Luo Feng from the virtual universe. All this while naturally, he reported to the city leader in the virtual universe as well. You let me give guidance to Luo Feng in regards to him. I have some matters to report. Huge Axe Knight said respectfully. Speak, the voice resounded. I've been teaching him every 10 years, yet I discovered this Luo Feng is quite strange, he said. Strange, explain. Huge Axe Knight spoke at the endless primal chaos energies, respectfully. Yes, when I was teaching him, I discovered his improvement speed is simply terrifying. Although many problems would slightly obstruct him, he'd swiftly break through them every time. There was nothing that actually held him past 3 months, and currently he's already close to completing the first level of the Nanshan 7 forms. Close to completion, a blur silhouette walked out from the primal chaos energies. Yes, Huge Axe Knight said respectfully. The city leader stood before Huge Axe Knight. This was a strong-looking gold armored, powerful-looking man, completely different from the one back in primal chaos city. He looked at Huge Axe Knight. How long do you think he will take to complete it? If he's fast, in half a year. If he's slow, maybe 3 years, he replied. Looks like I did underestimate him when I gave him 3,000 years. The city leader smiled. With that smile, it felt like the entire space about had livened up. Looks like you'll be getting one more junior. Huge Axe Knight smiled too. Luo Feng's talent in the beast god path is indeed shocking, even though that Nanshan 7 forms is a top-class training manual. There are no tablets to refer to or anything. It can at most be studied, and for junior Luo Feng to break through so easily, it's very impressive indeed. His future is boundless. The city leader smiled and nodded. 800 years. 3,000 years. His eyes gleamed satisfied. Even though Luo Feng's gold and space law improvement speed was heavenly, too, the primal chaos city leader, it was but average. And in the beast god path, however, it had made him very satisfied. 3 months after Huge Axe Knight's conversation with the city leader, on a balcony in primal chaos city, Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Suddenly illusionary scales appeared on the surface of his body. In an instant, there was a faint cloak of a single horned lizard all over his body. This was the beast god illusion. Rumble. He suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams shot out. It was a terrifying power. The Nanshan 7 forms, also called the beast god 7 techniques, it was a way of training to materialize the beast god itself. When one had finished the 7th level, he would be able to transform into a beast god. The 7th level was purely imagination, it had yet to be completed, and Luo Feng already had a sense of its energy now. Powerful. Intrepid. The 1st level scales completed. Luo Feng opened his eyes and gazed at his body below. During these 800 years, he had occasionally been studying the veins of the scales too, hence he was surrounded by many scattered veins as well. The city leader gave me 3,000 years to complete it, but I've already completed it in 800 years. Luo Feng was gleeful. It's all thanks to the beast god presence, the beast god statue. Luo Feng was happy. While he was training, he discovered that the beast god presence he had grasped from his trillions of times imitating the statue had helped him a lot. Training the Nanshan 7 forms was ultimately for usage, and since he could already do it, it resonated well and made the 1st scale portion much easier. What's more, he could personally see the scales from the statue itself, almost like seeing a living beast god, hence his improvement was so much faster. After tasting the benefits of the beast god presence, he naturally imitated the sleeping beast god statue intensely. His comprehension of the fusion laws grew even more as he began to understand it. Naturally, his grasp on the presence became easier. From not knowing anything, he copied the statue trillions of times to get a grasp of it. However, after understanding the fusion laws, it only took tens of millions of times of imitation to reach the same result. The beast god presence and the fusion laws were interlinked. The more one understood the fusion laws, the higher the efficiency of control of the beast god presence. The more one had a grasp of the beast god presence, the more he would be able to understand the fusion laws. Luo Feng had always maintained the beast god presence being above the fusion laws, both spurring each other, reaching optimum results just like that. It only took him 800 years to complete the 1st level. Of course, within these 800 years, his benefits have been plenty too. His internal world had grown to its limit, with a diameter of 90 million kilometers. Golden Horned Beast and Masha bodies too had reached Sector Lord level 9. It's time to go visit the city leader, he thought. So he jumped down from the balcony and landed in the walkways within the city leader's mansion. Your Majesty, Luo Feng, the city leader has ordered earlier for you to enter. When you arrived, the group of undying guards within didn't stop him. Luo Feng smiled and walked in. As they looked at his back, they began to discuss amongst themselves. Entering without a need for verification other than the very few individuals, they are all the city leader's disciples. Has Luo Feng become a true disciple? Very likely. The city leader's order didn't come too long ago. He should have accepted Luo Feng as a disciple. Luo Feng stood in the yard facing the primal chaos ruins. He stepped through rumble. Time and space warped, and he appeared within a vast wasteland. Trillions of other races' corpses filled the land. There was a silhouette sitting crossed-legged within. Teacher Luo Feng got up and carefully bowed respectfully, not stepping on any of the corpses. The silhouette got up. He turned to look at Luo Feng. Despite the malevolent face he had, his eyes were gentle and warm. He smiled and nodded. Have you finished the 1st level? I just finished the 1st scale portion of it, hence I immediately came to report to you, Luo Feng said. Your 9th senior said you'd be here quickest in half a year. slowest in 3 years. I didn't expect you to come here after 3 months instead, he nodded. Demonstrate the first form for me. Yes. Luo Feng said respectfully. Actually, over these 800 years of training, even though he had finished the first level scale portion, in truth, he had only gotten comprehension of the first form. As for its usage and techniques, he hadn't actually learned anything. The law comprehension was simply that usage was just as important. Luo Feng had thought of coming earlier to see the city leader, coming without any techniques at all. Luckily, I usually let the golden horned beast train with it, and my human body trained in the virtual universe, often mixing it with the 3000 space claw technique. Finally, I managed to comprehend the most basic usage. Luo Feng was happy within. Rumble. The genetic energy within him swirled as layers of scales appeared on the surface of his body. They even began to appear on his arms. Every scale's engravings were exactly the same as the sleeping beast god statues, but the only difference was that it was smaller. The city leader smiled. At this time, Luo Feng had become a human form beast, covered in scales with its intrepid energy engulfing the area. It could be said to be a simple beast god transformation. However, his power level had shot up greatly. Sky-tearing claw. Luo Feng rushed forward fiercely. His right hand, covered in scales, clawed forwards, almost like the golden horned beast unleashing the technique. Voila! The space within the ruins shook violently, a blurry, terrifying, huge claw silhouette tore through space and dispersed after unleashing the move. The scales on his body immediately began to return to genetic energy and disappear within his body, regaining his original form. Teacher, Luo Feng said respectfully. Your claw work is not bad. The city leader nodded, satisfied. You've only gained comprehension of the first scale form. In terms of usage, you can use it in spirit weapons, blade work, and so on, for various usage, such as for movement and defense. However, these usage techniques have to be trained as well. Your claw work, however, is not bad at all. Luo Feng was shocked within. Could it be weak? Sky-tearing claw was his trump card, one that he had gotten from studying the beast god pictures and training for a very long time. Even though the golden horned beast had imitated the statue trillions of times during that period, it had constantly used sky-tearing claw to get a grasp of the beast god presence. From today, you will become my 32nd disciple, the city leader emphasized. The student greets the teacher. Luo Feng knelt down. The city leader looked at this young punk kneeling before him. Compared to his long life and power, this punk was indeed small and weak. Actually, it was like a parent speaking to his child. Normally they pamper the weakest of them, the most. In truth, they care about all their children. However, the youngest one is usually the one they naturally took care of the most. One theory. The total number of disciples the city leader had, including Luo Feng, was only 32. There were only 27 surviving, of which 25 were knights and one was an emperor-level pinnacle. The final one was Luo Feng, who was the smallest and weakest. Towards the smallest disciple, the city leader would naturally look after more. And seeing Luo Feng kneel before him today, he suddenly felt as though he was looking at a very lively punk. Kudi from before. Kudi, the city leader, couldn't help but feel hurt and rage as he thought of Kudi. He too was a true disciple of his. Back then, the Bug Clan warriors had ambushed him and made him lose his disciple. Actually, once anyone reached the city leader's level of power, killing his disciples was very hard. Even if they were killed and their souls were destroyed. The city leader could reverse time to the point before his disciple's death, reviving him. Of course, reversing time was extremely difficult, and this went against all the universe laws themselves. Hence, as a consequence, there would be a backlash. All in all, reversing time was an extremely hard thing to do. And this move wasn't invincible. It wasn't such that all the dead could be revived like Kudi, with the Bug Clan warriors planning everything out. The city leader still lost his disciple. "Get up," the city leader said softly. Luo Feng obediently complied. "Including you, of the 32 disciples I've had, 5 have already fallen," the city leader said. "Among the surviving 26 seniors of yours, 25 are knights only. 1 is an emperor-level pinnacle. You are still weak, however I believe you'll reach emperor pinnacle easily." Luo Feng heard the word "still weak." He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Weak. He had been in Primal Chaos City for over 900 years, but over 3,000 years had passed in the actual universe. According to Earth's time, he was already over 3,000 years old. 3,000 years of growth. The population of Earth humans had reached an incredibly level. They had filled the entire Milky Way galaxy, even reaching other galaxies. The limit of the population was mainly territory and food, etc. Without these restrictions, a small tribe of 10 can easily reach over 100 million in a 1,000 years. Hence, with 3,000 years passing, the number of Earth humans and people in the Luo family had exploded to an extreme level, and with Luo Feng in such a high position on Earth, his family too had the same prestige. Many called him an ancient ancestor, calling him the sacred person of Earth, and so on. However, before the city leader, he was still weak. He knew that the city leader wasn't wrong. Compared to the city leader or universe knights, those level of beings, anyone who hasn't lived over 100 million years would be considered small. Luo Feng muttered. "From today onwards, you can teleport directly to my palace on Thunder Island," the city leader said. "If you have any questions, you can ask me in the virtual universe Thunder Island. As for here, the Primal Chaos Ruins, without my order, you don't have to come here." "Yes, teacher," Luo Feng said respectfully. "Also on the day you reach Sector Lord, and the day you decide to leave Primal Chaos City, come here," the city leader said. Yes, Luo Feng remembered. The day he became Sector Lord and the day he left Primal Chaos City. Come visit his city leader, teacher. "You can leave now," he smiled indifferently. "Ah, your authority has been risen. You can search for a lot more information regarding what you want to know through the virtual universe network from now on." The disciple takes his leave, Luo Feng replied happily. Shua. The city leader immediately teleported Luo Feng out of the ruins. Only the city leader was left in the wastelands looking at the vast ruins. The trillions of other race warriors' bodies around. He sat down crossed-legged again silently. Luo Feng felt the time and space warp before him. He was instantly standing at the entrance of the Primal Chaos Ruins yard. "I still thought I'd get some reward after becoming a true disciple," Luo Feng thought and laughed. "However, he told me to visit him when I become a Sector Lord, and when I'm about to leave the city, there should be some special reason. If there wasn't, we could simply meet in the virtual universe." Authority risen. Luo Feng was happy within as he walked within the residence, quickly walking Out of it and returning to his quiet balcony, he sat cross-legged and immediately sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe to check information regarding the primal sky mountain. With different levels of authority, the amount of information was naturally different. Even though he was a primal region member before, he still couldn't find much. He couldn't even find anything about the Hong Alliance. And the status of a primal Chaos City leader disciple was extremely high. The authority sure is different. I get much more detailed information now. He sat cross-legged and smiled. Primal region Sky Mountain, hee, it sure is hard. Universe level, primal region Sky Mountain, one had to have the capability of passing the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge to pass. Domain Lord level, primal region Sky Mountain, one had to have the capability of passing the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge to pass. Sector Lord level, primal region Sky Mountain, one had to have the capability of passing the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge to pass. Luo Feng looked at the information and couldn't help but exclaim, "Tough." The primal region Sky Mountain was indeed the hardest of all. Using Truyan's words, they had no intention of letting the geniuses pass it, only absolute geniuses of 10 million eras. Very few of them had passed them before. Of course, geniuses of 10,000 eras didn't have such ability. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Luo Feng sat at his desk and looked at his laptop. The screen displayed detailed information on the primal region, Sky Mountain. "It's so tough," Luo Feng muttered to himself. The guardians of the primal region Sky Mountain were separated into the foot of the mountain, the middle, and the peak. Every level had a bullfighter, an ape-man spirit reader, and a snake illusionist, all working together. The foot of the mountain was the easiest, the middle was much harder, and the peak was simply absurd. One had to pass all three of them to succeed. It could be said that the intent of the Sky Mountain was never to allow anyone to pass it, hence they erected a tall untouchable standard for all. However, there were bound to be some monster-like geniuses in humanity. Like someone in 10 million eras, absolute geniuses that have passed it. "Can I pass it now?" Luo Feng muttered to himself. According to the Nanshan 7 Forms Manual, once I complete the first scale form, I should have law comprehension akin to the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge. So I should be able to hit the 16th level the moment I use the Beast God presence. My strength might rise even more, Luo Feng thought. This was in theory a true battle that had many more factors, like mental state, self-control, etc. This was a group attack from a fighter, spirit reader, and illusionist. As long as one was somewhat affected by the illusionist, he could easily be killed off by the others. After looking through the data of the primal region Sky Mountain, Luo Feng began to search for information on the Sector Lord resource rewards. I had heard that the rewards for primal region Sector Lords would be shocking. All of the geniuses give it their all for this specific reward. Luo Feng smiled. I didn't know it'd be this shocking. Large amounts of data immediately appeared on the screen. Higher authority sure is different. Luo Feng was satisfied. Before becoming a disciple of the primal Chaos City leader, when he searched for this, it had been completely blank. Right now, however, it displayed a large amount of information. "Wow," Babata shouted out in shock, "that's absurd." "Yes, it is." Luo Feng took a deep breath, pointing and tapping the screen. Opening a file. Sector Lord, this is the most important training period. The way the virtual universe company nurtures its geniuses, at universe level, they are simply doing some training and living within the secret regions at Domain Lord level. They are given some missions and a guard team. It's still overall very safe without any dangers. However, it takes trials and tribulations for true growth. An absolute warrior has to be molded by the many wars and battles. Hence the Primal Region universe and Domain Lord levels don't get much rewards. The true rewards come at the Primal Region Sector Lord level. They are as such. After becoming a Primal Region Sector Lord and taking part in the first qualification battle, ranking first will give out 1 billion points reward. Ranking second 10th will have a 300 million points reward. Ranking 11th 100th will have a 100 million point reward. Of course, these rewards are only there for the first participation, the second, third, 10th. Even the 100th will not have any rewards. As for what the sector lords need to buy, they can use the points to exchange for them. Smart enough. Every sector lord needs different manuals and treasures, etc., hence they simply give points. Luo Feng thought that's very generous. However, it's very hard to get the high points too, as everybody's first qualification battles would be when they had just broken through. They would be newbies in the Primal Region Sector Lord level, compared to the seniors, ranking first and getting 1 billion points. That's tough, extremely tough. The ones that get 300 million points would probably be very few. 100 million would be the majority, Luo Feng thought. The points were very valuable. As the Virtual Universe Company treasure trove had many treasures that had to be exchanged for with points. Even the powerful True Yan Emperor, he had used points to exchange for the first half of the Nanshan 7 forms for Luo Feng. And later on, their buying power would get even stronger. Like the life fruit or Nanshan armament along with other cheap things, it wasn't actually worth it to exchange for them with points. Items priced at 1 mixed element may require 10 points. However, as the items get more and more expensive, the points begin to display their advantage. Like the Flame Void Gold, if it were to auctioned at 152 million mixed elements, with Luo Feng's current authority, he could get a huge discount when using his points to exchange for it, using only 500,000 points to exchange for the Flame Void Gold. At this time, the buying power of 1 point was even more than 1 mixed element. And there were many items that couldn't be bought with money, hence many Undyings would rather exchange their money into manuals and treasures, and so on. 100 million points, its buying power exceeds 100 million mixed elements, Luo Feng thought, and an official level Undying's wealth is mostly only around 10 million mixed elements. Every Primal Region Sector Lord, the moment they become Undying, even the weakest usually become official level Undyings, and they'd definitely be the more wealthy ones amongst the official level Undyings, Luo Feng thought. Of course, the points were there to be spent. These points were given for free by the Virtual Universe Company for the Primal Region Sector Lords to use, for them maximize their growth. After all, with 100 Sector Lords in the Primal Region, it only added up to over 10 billion points or so. The Virtual Universe Company could easily afford this. It was only because Primal Region Sector Lords would constantly be produced. Hence they limited the distribution. Luo Feng continued to look at the information on the Sector Lord rewards. All Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The Virtual Universe Company gave extra incentives. 1. After passing the Universe level Primal Region Sky Mountain, one would get 100 million points when he reached Sector Lord level. 2. After passing the Domain Lord level Primal Region Sky Mountain, one would get 3 billion points when he reached Sector Lord level. 3. After passing the Sector Lord level Primal Region Sky Mountain, one would immediately get 100 billion points. My God! Brutal Luo Feng took a deep breath. This was a huge amount. Wow, that's generous. Babata cheered on his shoulder. That's normal though. How tough is it to pass the Primal Region Sky Mountain? Normally, only a rare genius of 10 million eras can do it. Naturally, they'll give more points to these geniuses. This setup is probably because they are worried that the geniuses would start out strong and weaken and fall later, hence, they give higher rewards later on. Luo Feng nodded. To succeed in the Sector Lord Primal Region Sky Mountain, that required the ability to pass the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge. This was only one level away from becoming a knight. The moment such a Sector Lord broke through to Undying, he would probably immediately reach True Yen Emperor's level. His chances of becoming a knight would be very high too, hence, giving 100 billion points to nurture him would be normal. Hugh Luo Feng laid back and lay on his study sofa, lifting a cup of wine. Talent, resources, character, encounters, one cannot lack any of these to become an absolute warrior amongst the trillions of races. Luo Feng sighed. The Virtual Universe Company does work hard to nurture the future warriors. The highest rewards were in the Sky Mountain because this was something usually only a genius of 10 million eras could attempt. To the large majority of geniuses, this wasn't realistic to them at all. Primal Region Sector Lords, their rewards were high too. This was more realistic, as it was the goal of countless geniuses. As for the Sector Lords of the Absolute Beginning and Sky and Land regions, they too would get rewards in their first qualification battles, but it was much lower. Let's check what Deities of the World Level 2 requires, Luo Feng thought. Deities of the World, this was a very heavenly technique. It could multiply one's strength. However, the resources needed for this technique were simply too harsh, and the price was absurd. Having a higher authority sure helps. There were many treasures I couldn't even search for in the past. Now I can find them all. Luo Feng was happy. With his higher authority, the treasure trove was much more detailed than before. He easily found the materials he required for Deities of the World Level 2. However, calculating the points. My God! Luo Feng took a deep breath. Let's attempt the Primal Region Sky Mountain. There was no choice, he was just too poor. Even after he became Sector Lord level, he would only get 50 million mixed elements in cash. Nurturing his cloud, contact vine, and star-eating plants was like feeding a bottomless pit. The most absurd one was still Deities of the World. Just a Kenluo sea feather alone was priced at 12 million points in the treasure trove. There were even more expensive items required. Whatever he couldn't find before, they were all there now. However, their prices were even more ridiculous than the Kenluo sea feather. To actually complete the second level, the amount of points required would exceed over 10 billion points. As for the third level, he didn't even dare think about it. With his authority, he could still only find 3 ingredients he required for it. Everything else was still hidden. It was no wonder. Those amongst the golden horned beast sector lords, hardly any one of them had ever finished the second level. How could the solitary golden horned beasts have more treasures than humanity? The amount of treasures the virtual universe company had collected was naturally incredibly shocking. However, these were from countless absolute warriors risking their lives to acquire these. After passing the primal region Sky Mountain, I'll get 3 billion points, Luo Feng thought. With this 3 billion points, my power will rise greatly. So, Luo Feng instantly vanished from his study. In the center space of the Sky Mountain area, there stood 3 majestic mountains. Amidst the vast land, and on them glowed bright gold words, Sky and Land. Absolute Beginning, and Primal Region, of which the Primal Region Sky Mountain was obviously the highest. So, Luo Feng appeared on the land itself, swiftly flying towards the Primal Region Sky Mountain. He landed on the foot of the mountain and looked up at the mountain that stretched through the clouds, after which he looked down at the not too distant foot of the mountain. There lay a huge stone like Oxman sleeping on the ground. Beside him lay a dark purple huge axe. It felt like it was formed from countless bloodshed, and it made one tremble within. Wake up, Oxman, get the ape man and the snake lady out. I want to attempt the Sky Mountain, Luo Feng shouted. The Oxman that was deeply asleep suddenly climbed up, blinking his eyes as he looked about. He saw Luo Feng. You want to attempt the Primal Region Sky Mountain? Luo Feng nodded. Ah, the Oxman stared at him, immediately howling, there's someone here to attempt the Primal Region Sky Mountain. 2 beams of light flew over. It was the ape-man spirit reader and snake lady illusionist. The 3 guardians gathered at the foot of the mountain, quickly acquiring Luo Feng's information. Luo Feng, you passed the Heavenly Bridge's 13th level, the snake lady smiled enticingly. Your Majesty, Luo Feng, your strength is far from enough. Cut the crap. The dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back immediately split into 10,081 little golden blades. The blur of gold lights immediately began to interweave perfectly, forming a 3 long dark golden blade. This was the most perfect 9th form of the Nanshan armament, a match against Undying Xiao. The battle started immediately. He killed from the foot of the mountain up to the middle level, successful in both levels. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and flew through the Primal Region Mountain's path that stretched into the clouds. After flying for a while, he finally reached the peak. The clouds engulfed the entire peak. The ox was lying and snoring thunderously. There, the ape-man was happily drinking at a large vat of wine, and the snake lady was swimming in the water. When Luo Feng landed on the peak, the 3 of them simultaneously opened their eyes and gazed at him. The peak, this was the final level, and the toughest. How many years has it been? The snake lady sighed in the water. She slowly swam out of the water, putting on a silk robe even though she was a snake lady. Her upper half revealed a little through the robe. She could easily seduce men from all over. Yes, it's been too long. A low voice resounded from the Oxman. Since the 3 of us have been created, it's been a million eras since we've been challenged. The ape-man stood up. Luo Feng was shocked as he heard created. After which he understood, these should be AIs created by the virtual universe. System 1 had to know that their system was heavenly. They were able to imitate the laws in places like the slaughterhouse, even creating any sort of opponent. 1 requested. Hence, to create the guardians of the sky and land, absolute beginning and Primal Region Sky Mountains. This was just a small feat for them. The only thing was that they lived for so long. Some had already become living AIs, ones who were able to feel emotions. Luo Feng, the snake lady, looked at Luo Feng. Her voice was gentle and Enticing. Even though I really wish to chat with you, we have to do our mission and fight with all our strength. Me too, Luo Feng said softly. Rumble. The dark golden long rod on his back immediately dispersed and became a golden long blade. At the same time, scales appeared throughout his body, and he instantly became a human form beast god. Unleashing this move meant that he had only completed the first level. It wasn't too strong yet. Seems not bad, the snake lady smiled. With her smile, Luo Feng was thrown into an illusion. An arc light shot out from behind the skinny ape-man and slashed at Luo Feng's neck, and was about to chop off his head. Break. Luo Feng's gaze was light lightning as he roared, instantly breaking through the illusion. Dang! The gold long blade's instantaneous speed had reached an extreme level. It held like a beast and was incredibly powerful, instantly tearing through space and crashing into that arc light. As they clashed, both the Nanshin armament and the arc blade was knocked far away. I've already unleashed my spirit energy amplitude, combined with the first level scale form infused in my Nanshin armament, yet my power is still only equal to the ape-man's. Luo Feng's expression changed as he roared. He immediately rushed straight at the Ox-man. As he targeted the Ox-man, he controlled his Nanshin armament to distract the ape-man. As for the snake woman, Luo Feng didn't care about her at all. He was confident in his ability to withstand the illusions. Haha, the Ox-man laughed, rushing straight at Luo Feng. Every step he took shook the entire ground. He wielded his huge bloodthirsty axe and lifted it high up. The space around it instantly shook, and the image of a huge axe projected throughout. With just his roar, the space was instantly torn apart. Domain Lord level 9 strength, it could easily tear through space. Good. The beast god form. Luo Feng waved his right hand. Break. Luo Feng's slash through the sky was almost like a big slap. A claw appeared, and a projection of a blurry beast god claw emerged. This claw hit right at the huge axe. With a clash, the axe was knocked sideways. The Ox-man immediately adapted, changing his vertical slice to that of a side one. So Luo Feng, however, was as fast as lightning. After slashing with his claw once, he immediately rushed forwards, both hands facing the huge axe and clawing at it fiercely. Sky-tearing claw. Luo Feng unleashed everything for the first time. This claw was incomparably brutal. The moment he clawed, 5 tiers in space immediately appeared, and his attack tore through the Ox-man's chest armor. His terrifying attack destroyed his insides, easily destroying his life core. The Ox-man was dead. Just 2 left now. Luo Feng turned immediately after tearing through the Ox-man and looked around before flashing forward like a beast. Actually, the moment the Ox-man was killed, this battle had already been decided. I've succeeded. Luo Feng stood at the peak, looking at the 3 bodies amidst the clouds. After which, their injuries vanished and they regenerated. All 3 of them stood up. Congratulations, Luo Feng. Congratulations on passing the Primal Sky Mountain. The 3 guardians smiled at Luo Feng. The snake woman couldn't help but ask, Luo Feng, how come my illusions didn't even work on you? They aren't strong enough. Luo Feng smiled. 900 years of training in Primal Chaos City, along with long periods of solitude. This was very good training for his mental state over these 900 years. Luo Feng's willpower had improved a lot, even though knowing oneself was still only the first level in mental states. Once it's trained beyond its limits, it could still continue to get stronger. Luo Feng's willpower was extremely sturdy. How could her illusions affect him? Primal Chaos City, on a particular balcony amidst others. Luo Feng sat cross-legged. I've succeeded. Luo Feng opened his eyes filled with glee. I've passed the Primal Region Sky Mountain this way. The moment I reach Sector Lord, I'll receive a huge reward with that. My strength will reach a new level again. I'll have a better chance in the life or death trials ahead. The Primal Chaos City leader teacher also told me to look for him when I reach Sector Lord level. Then, I'll break through to Sector Lord level right away. Luo Feng closed his eyes. At the same time, the virtual universe's Thunder Island was bustling the management level. Members had all come to know of a piece of news. Luo Feng had passed the Primal Region Sky Mountain. It's been so long, there's finally someone from our humanity's later generation that has passed the Sky Mountain, and it's the Domain Lord level. Sky Mountain, a tall and skinny green armored man with compound eyes sat there. He lifted a glass of wine and sipped, as he complimented. This Luo Feng is indeed one favored by the Primal Chaos City leader, since his capabilities are extraordinary. Another man in a silver robe, bald head, and with green engravings on his face smiled and shot a glance over. These were three knights chatting. The three of them were all the management-level elders of the virtual universe. Company Luo Feng's highest point mission from before was judged by these three. A short, messy, green-haired man snorted coldly. This Luo Feng is extremely bloodthirsty and selfish. What's the point of being strong? He may be a calamity in the future. From what I see, we should restrict him as early as possible, stopping his growth. The two of us don't dare to do so, the compound eyes man mocked. That's the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, the strongest in the virtual universe company with his control. I have to say, Bo Siwa, you sure got some guts to think about restricting his disciple. The short man's expression grew ugly. Beside him, the silver-robed bald man suddenly laughed. Right, I remember that the moment someone passed the Domain Lord Primal Region Sky Mountain. When he becomes a Sector Lord, he'll receive 3 billion points in rewards. There is such a thing, the compound eyes man nodded. 3 billion points, this Luo Feng improved so fast, before without much resources. When he becomes Sector Lord, buying his treasures with these 3 billion points, also with the Primal Chaos City leader's instructions, he'll soar. He'll become an absolute being just like Kudit back then. The silver-robed bald man complimented. The compound-eyed man and the silver-robed man chatted together. It made the other short one unhappy. They couldn't be blamed for taunting him. The main thing was during Luo Feng's highest point mission's 4th level, the three were in conflict. Both of them thought that being a little selfish was very normal. It would be weird if he wasn't, and Luo Feng was very fair towards all the other members. They wanted to give him 9100 completion, and a higher extra bonus after. This Bo Siwa, however, didn't agree. He thought Luo Feng was very selfish. He didn't even question his father. Obviously, he didn't care about the virtual universe company. If such a person was nurtured, maybe it will lead to a calamity in the future. In conflict. Hence the final decision. The points weren't high or too low. Just wait, I've said it, he could very likely be a calamity, the short man said. The other two just laughed. During their chat, they all received a bit of news. The number of Primal Region Sector Lords had risen from 100 to 101. There was A new primal region sector lord Luo Feng. Luo Feng has become a sector lord. The compound eyes man and the silver robed man both laughed. The short man, however, simply looked on coldly. The level of secrecy regarding the primal region members of the virtual universe company wasn't considered too high when Luo Feng became a sector lord and was confirmed by the virtual universe network system. It automatically increased his status, thus becoming a primal region sector lord the moment that happened. The name list changed and many undyings and absolute beings naturally found out about it. Luo Feng walked towards the city leader's mansion and saw many undyings looking at him. That's Luo Feng. He's already a primal region sector lord. I heard that he's already passed the domain lord primal region Sky Mountain. Where'd you get that news? The Sky Mountain results aren't public, I heard. Only the knights will know of such things. I just heard. There were many undyings, discussing softly along the way. It was obvious that within the past 1,000 years, Luo Feng had become a reputed genius within Primal Chaos City. Hence, almost all the warriors knew him. Luo Feng entered the city leader's residence amidst the discussions, stepping into the Primal Chaos ruins yard. Time and space warped. Amidst the vast ruins, trillions of bodies could be seen about. Luo Feng walked through the land and saw a silhouette sitting crossed-legged in the distance. Teacher Luo Feng stood there and bowed respectfully. Hua. The city leader got up, his snake tail swept as he looked at Luo Feng. This made Luo Feng shocked within. I've been visiting him for so many years in the virtual universe, my teacher in the virtual universe. The pressure and energy I feel from him is completely different compared to real life. The Primal Chaos City leader had 3 bodies. Luo Feng knew that this was one of them. You were finally willing to break through to sector lord level. The city leader's eyes seemed to smile at him. Luo Feng was stunned. Finally willing. From domain lord level 9 to sector lord, one would usually meet with a barrier. It wasn't an easy thing to break through, however. His teacher's tone. When did you possess the golden horned beast's body? Was it back when your home Earth was attacked by one? The city leader asked casually. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. My God. Possess the golden horned beast. This. He had kept this secret extremely well, not ever disclosing it. How? Ha ha ha, you little punk. The city leader laughed loudly. Do you think you could hide that from me? Teacher Luo Feng was very nervous. Don't worry, it's no big deal. The city leader shook his head and laughed. The main foundation of a flesh and blood life form is the soul. No matter what you possess, or what body you get, your soul never changes. It's still a human soul. Naturally, you'd still be part of humanity. Luo Feng let out a sigh or relief within. That was right. There were many possession techniques. Someone at star traveler level, or star level, even those could use them. There were many that would possess others and try again if they weren't satisfied with the first, just like his teacher Hu Yanbo had done so before. There were many warriors in the universe that possessed others to decrease the limits of their lower bloodlines. Hence, possession wasn't something that was degrading. The soul was the core. One that possessed a golden horned beast still possessed a human soul. Naturally, he was still human. Haha, don't be fooled by appearances. If one's appearance is human, but their body has already been possessed by the other races, his soul would be that of Then he would be from the other race, the city leader smiled, being able to possess a golden horned beast's body is your own skill if you can possess a stronger life form that would be even better, the only worry is if you fail. Luo Feng finally calmed down within. He had been worried before, because Hu Yanbo had at most possessed another human. As for him, he had possessed another race altogether the moment it was revealed. If he was marked as another race, that would mean big trouble. He didn't dare gamble, hence he had been hiding this fact from the looks of it. The upper echelon of humanity seemed pretty open about it. Teacher, how did you find out? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Every batch of geniuses absorbed, whether they are from the genius competitions or absorbed members for the 5 Leviathans, they all come to primal Chaos City once. The city leader laughed. When you first came here, one reason was for you to pick your primal chaos tablet, the second was to determine if there were any other race spies within. If we nurture you and you turn out to be from another race, that would be a joke. Within primal Chaos City, I can instantly check through all of you, the city leader said. I immediately saw the core within your body then. Luo Feng was shocked. Right. How could humanity not check through the geniuses and spend resources on them? And the primal Chaos City leader, as one of the most pinnacle beings of humanity, was definitely one of the top 3 powers of humanity. He naturally could easily see through a person and his soul. Then Luo Feng couldn't help but say, since you know I possessed a golden horned beast, and that it was at Sector Lord level, why'd you let me carry on as a Domain Lord level member? Even though I know about it, it doesn't mean others do. The city leader smiled indifferently. Luo Feng blinked. My job is to make sure you aren't a spy of the other race, the city leader exclaimed. There are many encounters in the universe. Your possession of the golden horned beast doesn't mean anything in the vast universe as long as I can make sure you are human. That's enough. As for the management people not finding out and still taking you as a universe level, as a domain lord, I can't be bothered with it. Luo Feng nodded. Right. The city leader, he was the biggest boss of the virtual universe company. What level was that? Why would he bother about such matters? If you could find out, how could the others not? Luo Feng asked curiously. I control the time and space here, the city leader smiled. In this space, I can easily scan everything. Those knights, they may have comprehended space or time. They haven't reached my level, unless they purposely send a piece of God energy into your body to check. They would never be able to discover you possessed a golden horned beast. Luo Feng realized. The universe master controlled both time and space. He was naturally much more powerful than a knight. It was a good thing you came here when you were weak, the city leader said. If you had come here for the first time when you were undying, I may have mistaken you to be a spy of the space beasts. Luo Feng was stunned. The moment one becomes undying, his soul would begin to meld with the body. Every bit of spirit imprint fusing with your cells, the city leader smiled. When that happens, every cell is a part of your soul, as there's no clear soul itself, only the most basic spirit imprints about, and the imprint of every life that has a soul is different. There wouldn't be a way for me to determine if your soul imprint was that of human or not. Hence I would suspect you to be a spy for the other race, the city leader smiled. Luo Feng nodded. Ah. Right, when a normal human reaches Sector Lord, his soul would gather at Domain Lord level. It was a soul crystal. Sector Lord, it became a pearl. completely condensed within. Naturally, the city leader would be able to see if one was a human soul or not. However, after one became undying, the soul would crumble and disperse, melding into every cell. It wouldn't be possible to see the soul clearly anymore, as the soul had already become part of the undying body. If that was the case, wouldn't you be unable to determine if some undyings are spies if they come here for the first time? Luo Feng asked. Right. The city leader nodded. There's no way to. Hence, every undying that comes here for the first time are all suspects. They would be placed under supervision. After hearing this, Luo Feng felt that the security around humanity's sacred land, Primal Chaos City sure was strict. His teacher had probably only told him about one level of security. There should be others, he had always thought. His possession of the golden horned beast was a secret. He didn't expect the city leader to know of it. Only back then, he was too lazy to bother about this little punk possessing a golden horned beast. Amongst the trillions of races in the universe, it's only considered an above-average encounter. The city leader smiled. The only good point is you get its natural bloodline ability of cloning. Picking good clones is extremely important. How many do you have now? 2. Luo Feng said respectfully. Looks like there's only one left. The city leader nodded. Let me advise you. Luo Feng listened hard. The universe is fair. This natural ability is not limitless. The leader emphasized. From what I know, there are some very mysterious and terrifying life forms in the universe. Some of them are even completely unique. Even at Sector Lord level, your golden horned beast's internal world cannot produce such a life form. The internal world of the beast can at most produce one that's 10 to 100 times stronger than itself. If it were to produce such a life form, it wouldn't be too realistic. Of course, the golden horned beast itself has an exquisite bloodline, hence almost all the Sector Lord life forms of the universe are viable. Only very few life forms are exceptions. Secondly, if you pick a powerful being close to your internal world's limit, at 100 times stronger than your golden horned beast, you'd definitely be able to produce it. Yes, however, the universe is fair. If your clone is too heavenly, your growth will meet with some obstructions. Luo Feng was shocked. Obstructions? Right, the city leader nodded. If your clone is too strong, there would be some difficulties along the way. Good luck and misfortune are interdependent. He smiled. This is the fairness of the universe. Even though there would be obstructions, the moment you break through them, you will have a much greater power. Hearing that from the Primal Chaos City leader, Luo Feng pondered carefully. He had made a choice back then to swallow high-grade metals to grow his golden horned beast to Sector Lord level 9. That way, his internal world could reach a size of 90 million kilometers in diameter. It would make his world projection extremely powerful. The downside was that breaking through to undying would be 10 to hundreds of times harder than a normal golden horned beast. Just like the 1,000 vine star-eating plant, the 360 vines, cloud contact vine, and the bug clan queen breaking through to undying, they were all far harder than the golden horned beast. These heavenly beings breaking through to undying was almost impossible. If the third clone he produced was a 100 times stronger than the beast itself, if he made a bug clan queen as the third clone, the moment the queen became undying, she could create a powerful undying army that would make him invincible beneath anything of a night, and he would be able to decimate many undying armies. If his third clone was a bug clan queen ant and it broke through to undying, would there be no chance this didn't comply with the universe laws? The powerful clones would definitely create special obstructions, Luo Feng muttered to himself. My teacher is right. And before, the two clones I have, one is an Earth human and the other a Masha clansman. The Earth human is too much weaker than the golden horned beast. The Masha clansman too would probably only be a tenth of the golden horned beast, Luo Feng thought. The two clones before were too weak, hence there wasn't any special obstructions. Who cares? It's just like teacher said, the moment I break through the obstructions, my strength would naturally be even greater, Luo Feng thought. There were many other race warrior corpses scattered about, the primal chaos. City leader, however, looked calmly at Luo Feng. He could feel a forward-looking drive from Luo Feng's gaze. Kudi was the same back then, he sighed within. Kudi from before was just like Luo Feng now, full of confidence, despite any challenges, never ever disheartened. Luo Feng, the city leader, shouted. Teacher, Luo Feng said respectfully. You haven't truly trained in the usage methods of the Nanshan 7 forms. Right, the city leader said. Not yet, I just simply comprehended the law side of it and immediately came to visit you, Luo Feng said. Even though he hadn't trained in it. He had seen it before, the entire Nanshan 7 forms, other than the details of the law side. It had 4 special techniques. Among these 4, 3 of them were very strong, and the 4th was the beast god transformation training in the Nanshan 7 forms would naturally allow one to use this. It was very simply, however, the training for the 3 techniques was incredibly complex. The city leader nodded. Shi Luo Duo was also an absolute being of the universe, and the Nanshan 7 forms has all of his studies. You've only just studied the first form, you are still weak and small. Train the others. First, they are beneficial as for creating techniques and your own weapons. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he listened intently. Normally, Sector Lord Pinnacles would all begin to create their own techniques and weapons. Other Sector Lords mostly only comprehend the normal laws, yet, you are different. You are training in the Beast God path. The city leader looked at him. Creating your own techniques won't be easy. Also, do you know, why do the Sector Lord Pinnacles begin to create their own techniques? Luo Feng said respectfully, it's because other people's techniques don't fit them. Right, they don't fit. The city leader nodded. And you haven't even trained in any of the battle techniques of the Nanshan 7 forms. Naturally, you can't say that they don't fit you. Hence what you need to do is first study hard at all of Shi Luo Duo's battle techniques. After that, learn from it and go battle through countless battles. You will slowly begin to feel that his techniques aren't able to unleash your full strength. When that happens, only then will you begin to create your own techniques with the Nanshan 7 forms as the foundation. Begin to build your own techniques. I understand, Luo Feng realized. The leader didn't want him to begin creating his own technique simply because others were doing it at the same level. How could his situation be the same with others? He was training in the much tougher Beast God path. It was absurdly tough and also extremely powerful. The true time to create his own techniques was when the pathway was open. This Beast God armament is a spirit reader weapon suited for unleashing the Nanshan 7 forms. The leader flipped his hand and a thick heavy shield appeared in mid-air. It was completely gold and had some blood-red engravings. It was about 2 m tall and 1 m thick. on the sides were little beast god engravings. It was exquisite. Luo Feng held his breath. It's called the beast god armament, the city leader laughed. It's in memory of the beast god. Luo Feng nodded. He had never trained in the battle techniques yet, however he had seen them. He naturally knew that back then, Shi Luo Duo had used the beast god armament to dominate the vast universe. Of course this isn't the beast god armament Shi Luo Duo used, the one he used has vanished long ago with him, the city leader said. There have been many human warriors that have tried training in the Nanshan 7 forms, even though many give up after a while. They all mostly order this beast god armament. It naturally became the standard beast god armament weapon. Also, it's not considered expensive, just average. Standard. Not expensive, average. Luo Feng muttered to himself. He couldn't trust every word the city leader said. His perspectives were simply too high. Luo Feng's possession of the golden horned beast was actually only regarded as an above-average encounter amidst the trillions of universe races. Of course, many that start in the Nanshan 7 forms are knights, hence this beast god armament is enough to make many knights kill for. It's not that bad, the city leader said. Weapons used by knights being deemed average, Luo Feng muttered to himself. Teacher, your perspective is simply too high. This beast god armament, you can use it from now on when you want to create your own techniques. It wouldn't be too late to create your own weapons then. The city leader floated the shield to Luo Feng. Thank you, teacher, Luo Feng said gratefully. He used both hands to receive the shield. Once he received it, Chi, it was pretty heavy. It was indeed a weapon used by knights. Luo Feng could feel it was comparable to even a destroyer of Earth during the Great Nirvana. Naturally, when one reached Luo Feng's level, he could easily destroy the Earth with one move. This little bit of weight was nothing. My teacher asked me to come when I reach Sector Lord level. The main thing is to advise me and give me this weapon, Luo Feng thought simultaneously, keeping the beast god armament in his world ring. Sector Lord is the most important period for training as your teacher. I definitely have to give you a treasure, the city leader said. Primal Chaos City Leader. He was indeed the big boss of the virtual universe company, one of the top 3 in the entire human race. He took out the beast god armament like it was nothing. He still thought his teacher called him over to simply give him one beast god armament, but it looks like he underestimated his teacher. This is a rare treasure. Even I'm unable to refine it. If you reveal its abilities, it would make knights fight over to get it, the city leader smiled. However, this treasure has yet to been made public. It's always been with me, hence, no other life forms in the universe know of its existence. Naturally, its usefulness to me is almost negligible. Luo Feng held his breath. Almost. It meant that this treasure still had some use to his teacher. It would draw attention from even the knights. Just what was this treasure? His teacher sure was generous. Hua. The city leader flipped his hand and the surrounding space shook. A huge treasure floated in the air. All Luo Feng looked at it, stunned. It was a pair of exquisite silver wings, 80 tall and huge. As it shook the space about it, each feather was clearly visible on it. However, it was easy to see that each feather was made from special metals, and all of them were extremely sharp, and they were not real feathers either. These could become weapons themselves. So big, Luo Feng muttered softly. Once you've refined and absorbed it into your body, it can change in size. When it's big, it can even reach 1,000,000,000 km and cover the Laos world easily. If you wish so, it can even shrink down smaller than a single cell, the city leader said. Luo Feng was completely stunned. Such a powerful weapon. Smaller than a cell, bigger than Laos world, it was no wonder that it would make even the knights go crazy, go for it. Luckily, it had never been exposed, and no other life forms knew of its ability. It's called the Sherwu Wings, the city leader said. You can rely on it to fly and flee or battle. As for its true use, and how to use it, I will send a manual to you via the virtual universe network. Study it well. Yes, Luo Feng said respectfully. The manual for the Sherwu Wings couldn't be disclosed, hence it was better to do it in the virtual universe. Remember, don't divulge information about it just from looking at it, or even if others see you use it, even a knight wouldn't be able to confirm its true ability. The city leader emphasized, however, if you divulge information on it, the knights crazy for power will definitely come for it. I understand, Luo Feng replied respectfully. The city leader nodded, sighing within. Kudi was dead. Luo Feng with the Sherwu Wings should have a much higher chance of survival. Go on, the leader waved his hand. When you are about to leave primal chaos city to go through your life and death trials, come and look for me first. Yes, teacher, Luo Feng said respectfully. After which, he was immediately warped out of the primal chaos ruins. After getting the two weapons, the beast god armament and the Sherwu Wings, Luo Feng left the city leader's residence excitedly and returned to his own quiet training quarters. The moment he got back, he immediately connected to the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Your Majesty, did you request for the nutrition cabin to be sent to Primal Chaos City? A clear voice resounded on the screen. Yes, Luo Feng sat at his desk and nodded. Send it as soon as possible. Yes. After which the call ended. Luo Feng revealed a smile. With different position, one's authority was different too. Back when he first came to Primal Chaos City, he had mostly always had to listen to orders, things like sending the nutrition cabin, etc. The service wouldn't be this good, sending it personally to Primal Chaos City. Now it was different. His position was much higher than a Primal Region sector. Lord Nan Shin 7 forms. Luo Feng waved his hand and a thick book flew out from the bookshelf, landing on the table before him. As for the laptop, he tossed it on a small table beside his sofa. I had only briefly seen through the 4 techniques before, never really studying them. Now that I've completed the first form scale formation, I know more about the beast god path. Naturally, it's time to learn how to use it. Luo Feng flipped open the thick book. It was half a meter thick. Every page, however, was extremely thin. The first volume alone was close to 10,000 pages long. The January 1st 3 pages of the first volume was information related to studying the laws, mostly on how to train the scale formation. The remaining 2-3 RDS was about the 4 techniques and their usage. The first beast god transformation was the easiest to learn as long as one understood the laws. It could be learned, however, it was still one of the ultimate paths. And it was an extremely important one. This particular move Shi Luo Duo made had let Luo Feng understand a big secret of the universe. According to Shi Luo Duo, using one's body to 100 perfection is something all undyings can do. A true absolute warrior, however, can totally exceed that limit, for example, using 200 to 300 strength instead. Like Luo Feng, his golden horned beast's natural ability, strengthen, was strengthening in overall, of which his body strength would double as well. And deities of the world, it was an extremely valuable technique the moment it was unleashed, the golden horned beast would shrink and its muscle and bone density would increase at a shocking rate. This would make his strength rise by a few times. The highest was the legendary 36 times. These were all special techniques used to instantly raise one's strength. And the body's universe limit was a 100 times, whether it was through techniques or any other method. The highest was still 100 times. Same theory. The spirit energy amplitude had a universe limit of 100 times. Luo Feng's, however, could reach over 3,200, and as the perfect form was only 100, his was over 32 times that, and according to what he deduced, the final goal of the demon note inheritance was probably 100 times amplitude. 100 times, this was the universe limit. There was no way to exceed that. Completing the deities of the world would increase one's amplitude to 36 times, and according to Luo Feng's inherited memories, other than the one golden horned beast that created deities of the world back then, the other generations of beasts never ever completed the third level. Very few even made great progress in the second level. Amplitude of 36 times, it was extremely tough. Beast God transformation only had 6 levels. The first would amplify 2 times. The second, 4 times. The third, 8 times. The sixth, 64 times. This meant that the great Shi Luo duo, a being invincible amongst anything below a universe master, could at most amplify his strength 64 times when he unleashed the beast god transformation, not even mentioning 64 times. Simply being able to reach the 5th level of 32 times alone was already incredible. It could be seen that reaching the universe limit was extremely tough, whether it was the soul amplitude or body amplitude, or not even reaching the limit. Just reaching 50 times, that was enough to stand over countless absolute beings. Demon note inheritance, many emperor-level undyings would go receive the inheritance. Even with such an encounter, many were unable to complete even the first level. Those without such an encounter would naturally be even weaker. 10,000 soul control technique, its pinnacle. 10,000 control required one's spirit energy amplitude to reach 10,100 times. However, even the creator of the technique never completed it. It was but an imagination. The demon note inheritance had stayed in demon note mountain for a countless amount of time, yet none had ever fully completed it. Hard. Extremely tough. The universe limit had held back Shi Luo duo, the creator of the 10,000 soul control and other countless absolute beings, and Luo Feng's golden horned beast body. Its true amplifying techniques were deities of the world and its natural ability strengthen, of which deities of the world could amplify his strength 5 times, and strengthen could raise it only 2 times. Hence, using those alone, he could raise his golden horned beast's strength by only 10 times. Of course, from the black metal nameless manual, it made the beast's cells evolve and strengthen it by 3 times. However, this was a cellular evolution. It was the foundation, not a technique, that amplified. Like the blood river energy, using it could instantly change the genes of the right claw, making its right claw become almost like the beast god's, its strength amplifying 11 times from before. However, this too was a genetic change, not an amplitude technique. Hence genetics and bloodline is very important. Luo Feng thought within With good genes and bloodline, one's basics would far exceed that of others. Even if there were 2 sector lord pinnacles, a golden horned beast's body attack strength will be already 10 times that of a human sector lord pinnacle. Stronger in foundation by 10 times, I have to say. That black metal nameless manual is incredibly terrifying. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He had acquired that black metal on Earth and gotten the incomplete nameless manual's first level. Just its first level alone, its price was immeasurable. Normally when one reached domain lord or sector lord pinnacle, their bodies would no longer be able to evolve, however, relying on this nameless manual raising one's genetic makeup by another 3 times. This wasn't an instantaneous amplification, but a true evolution of the genes raising the foundation altogether. This was definitely against the universe laws. A manual that goes against the universe laws, it's a pity there's only that first level. Luo Feng thought, if I have all 9 levels, this nameless manual, its price would far exceed any manual I know of. The first beast transformation was a body amplification, similar to deities of the world and the demon note inheritance and other amplification techniques. The second beast god armament was a technique to use the beast god armament. This was a true technique Shi Luo Duo had used to dominate the universe, killing many others. It seemed like a simple standard beast god armament, however in Shi Luo Duo's hands, it could decimate almost everything, dominating trillions of races. The third technique was the beast god howl. This was a soul defense technique and was similar to the void pagoda Luo Feng studied. However, it was much stronger than that. No matter who it was, as long as he had a soul, it was necessary for them to study soul defense, and Shi Luo Duo was a spirit reader. Hence the soul defense technique he created was naturally extremely powerful. The fourth was Beast God Run. This was used to flee. The universe was vast and mysterious, with many ambushes hidden within. Being strong in battle was one thing, however what truly determined how long one lived was his ability to flee like undying night, going through countless life or death situations, treating the universe secret regions like his own garden, surviving through everything. Like the primal chaos guardian, having many separate bodies, this was a survival technique. Beast God Run, if trained well, could raise one's survival chances by at least 10 times. 4 techniques. 1 for body amplification, 1 for spirit weapon attacks, 1 for soul defense, 1 for fleeing. The names of the 4 techniques sure are interesting. Beast God Transformation, Beast God Armament, Beast God Howl, and Beast God Run. Haha, it truly is a manual designed to fully transform one into a beast god. Luo Feng smiled on his shoulder. Babata suddenly shouted, Luo Feng, why are there no soul amplification techniques? How would I know? Luo Feng shook his head. He didn't know. The beast god was a path of the body, not a soul path. Hence, the fusion of the gold and space laws, with the final goal of becoming a beast god. It was only a body amplification, it didn't have any soul amplification. As for Shi Luo Duo himself, he naturally had other encounters. He knew other soul amplification techniques. The only thing was, they weren't created by him. 4 techniques. Every one of them was extremely crucial and profound, and after carefully studying them, Luo Feng was even more shocked. He didn't even have any thoughts about creating his own techniques. His city leader teacher was right. Learn the great techniques of the elders first, and once he had fully comprehended them, through battles and all, he would someday feel they weren't. Fully unleashing his strength, only then would it be a good time to create his own techniques. He was still learning the basics now. It was better to study these four of Shi Luo Duo's techniques. Do. Luo Feng, there's a call request, Babata shouted. Except Luo Feng gently tapped the air and a screen appeared. On it was a white-bearded, white-robed old man. He was the manager of the Primal Region, Ai Tua Air. He bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty Luo Feng. There's a briefcase with a manual here for you." Old Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The city leader had said that he would send someone who would bring the details about the Shiwu wings. "I'm coming." Luo Feng immediately closed the call, so he flew out of his windows. He rushed into the skies and headed straight for the entrance of the Primal Region. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived. There at the entrance stood a few maids. Ai Tua Air, the Undying, stood there too. He held a silver briefcase. "The standard beast god armament, my teacher." The city leader doesn't care too much about, however. He did say these Shiwu wings were a true treasure that hadn't been seen by the universe yet. Who knows what wonders it holds. Luo Feng was very clear that such a treasure would take him an extremely long time to train and to fully understand it. Looking at the manual would speed things up a lot more. "Thanks." Luo Feng landed and received the briefcase. "Haha, I heard you've become a true disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader." "Congratulations," Ai Tua Air said passionately. Luo Feng looked at him shocked. This was the manager of the Primal Region. He sure was well informed. Luo Feng carried the briefcase back to his villa. He sat on his sofa and opened the case, and in it a grey book lay within. He lifted it and took a look. "So it's like that." He nodded and continued to read. "Shiwu wings, a treasure suitable for one trained in the fusion of the gold and space laws as it's suited for this fusion." The city leader gave it to Luo Feng. The origin of this item was a mystery. Its material was incredibly sturdy, so much so that even a universe master wouldn't be able to destroy it. The city leader didn't walk the path of the beast god, hence he wouldn't be able to use it perfectly. However, his vision and perspective was incredibly broad. He was able to see its true power. The Shiwu wings was mainly used for fleeing. According to the research, the city leader had discovered that the wings should have three forms. The first form was its normal form. After completing the Nanshan 7 forms first level, one would be able to trigger it using the wings. One's flying movement would be incredibly unpredictable. The second form was where the wings would change. After completing the Nanshan 7 forms third form, the bone transformation, one would be able to unleash this second form of the Shiwu wings. When used, there would be a massive space disruption in the area, and that disruption would be the domain of the Shiwu wings. The third form, after completing the fifth form, horn section of the Nanshan 7 forms, one would be able to unleash this third form. When used, it would become a space tide. Flying within this tide wouldn't affect the wings at all, of course, as its material was so sturdy even a universe master wouldn't be able to break through. As long as they wrapped around the owner, it was a very good defensive item which was able to disperse a lot of attacks. And the feathers weren't exactly real feathers, but sharp piercing knives. In flight, they could be used to attack and slash through anything. There's a technique at the back of this book most of humanity doesn't have wings, hence, the usage of such items are incredibly limited. I believe you've Never trained in such a technique before too, however, this Sherwoo wings should be your strongest treasure. In order to unleash it well, I prepared a technique called universe line. This is one that has space as the main law and gold as the secondary law. Fleeing and survival ability is very important. After studying Beast God Run and Universe Line, Luo Feng immediately began to search through the golden horned beast's inherited memories for techniques. The golden horned beast had wings, and there were huge amounts of such techniques for the usage of its wings. Luo Feng searched through and began to study them. Looking through Beast God Run and Universe Line, Luo Feng's perspectives had grown. He quickly found a technique specialized in fleeing. This had some similarities with the other two techniques. Its name was Universe Strike. Travel. Amongst my three bodies, the golden horned beast is the strongest. Naturally, the strong would work best with the strong. This Sherwoo wings will go to the beast. And this universe strike travel, it's created by one of the ancestors of the golden horned beast. It's very suited for its use. I'll use it as the main technique, and Beast God Run and Universe Line as the secondary. In the study, on his screen, there was a silhouette covered in fog. It said with a low voice, Primal Region Sector Lord Member Luo Feng, you've passed the domain. Lord Primal Sky Mountain, hence the Virtual Universe Company will reward you with 3 billion points. You can use this to exchange for items that will add to your strength. This will give you a higher chance of survival in the outer region wars. Understood. Luo Feng stood before the screen. We hope you'll be able to survive and return from the wars, after which the silhouette cut off the connection. Luo Feng smiled, his eyes filled with excitement. It's finally here. 3 billion points. Luo Feng checked his points. 3 billion had just been transferred to his account. I'll first check and exchange for the materials required for deities of the world. Luo Feng sat before his laptop and searched through. Even though he had searched before, he didn't exactly check how to use the least amount of points to get the best effect. Babata, help me calculate, with my 3 billion points, how far can I raise deities of the world? Yes, calculating. Babata blinked on his shoulder. Complete. 3 billion points will be able to raise deities of the world to amplify your strength by 7-9 times, Babata said. The first level was 3 times. The second was 9 times, however that required over 10 billion points to complete. 7-9. Luo Feng frowned. How much does 7-5 times require? 212 billion points, Babata said. Very good. Luo Feng nodded. Help me exchange. He didn't even hesitate, immediately exchanging for the items. Luo Feng was very clear on the logic of the strong going with the strong. The golden horned beast's body was over 100 times stronger than his earth body. Even adding multiple times of his earth body's strength wouldn't be any good. It was better to simply amplify the beast's strength. Exchange successful. A total of 212 billion points have been spent, and the materials will arrive in Primal Chaos City within 6 months, Babata said. He couldn't help but shout out, damn, 212 billion points, and this is with your huge discount. If it was cash, even 5 billion mixed elements wouldn't be enough. Damn, it's enough to make a poor emperor level undying go completely bankrupt. Luo Feng laughed. He continued to search for information on how to make his cloud contact fine star-eating plant and the bug clan queen become undying. For the 2 plants to break through, the price was extremely high, and there wasn't even a 100 chance at all. For example, The best option for the 100-vine star-eating plant to have a chance of breaking through to an undying was at 80, and the price required however was 1086 million points. The 300-vine star-eating plant, its best method would only be at 60 chance, and the cost was 920 million points. As for the 1000-vine star-eating plant, the best method would only yield a 30 chance, and the cost was close to 120 billion points. The higher it climbed, the more terrifying the costs were. And the chances of breaking through kept going lower. Whoever spent 120 billion points, but failed in making his 1000-vine star-eating plant break through to undying would definitely feel the pinch. When it came to the 108-vine cloud contact vine, the best method had a 80 chance, and the cost was 181 million points. For the 216 vines, cloud contact vine, the best method had a 50 chance, and the cost was 153 billion points. As for the 360 vines, cloud contact vine, the best method had a 40 chance of breaking through, and the cost was close to 11.6 billion points. These were the best methods. If one spent lesser, and used lousier methods, the chances of breakthrough would be even lower. When Hu Yanbo's cloud contact vine broke through back then, luck played a big part as his investment and method wasn't exactly the best. His chances were only 40, however he still succeeded. Exchanging for materials and treasures. Exchanging for time-space scribbles 4th, 5th and 6th volumes. Exchanging for some automaton weapons. Many such weapons were prohibit 10. Luo Feng's authority, however, was high enough for him to purchase them even though the price of these weapons was extremely high. It was usable by weak warriors, giving them the ability to fight the strong. Large amounts of point usage. He used the 3 billion points till only a pitiful 200 million was left. He then used it to exchange for many other items, things that could help raise his strength further and also deal with crisis. Time passed. In a flash, it had been 300 years since he became Sector Lord. Actual universe 1000 years. Within Primal Chaos City, countless warriors sat cross-legged on their balconies. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on his, and looked up at the space tiers with the universe laws revolving about. Ha ha ha. He suddenly laughed and got up. 300 years, I've been able to study the 9-universe tablet a total of 18 times. I've finally comprehended the 4th star picture and the 5th galaxy picture. Luo Feng was happy. Within normal study of the 5th picture, gave one the capability of passing the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge, which was comparable to the first level of the Nanshan 7 forms. However, it was much easier than the first level of the Nanshan 7 forms, including the 108 wonders that he had completed earlier on, along with the 18 times of study of the tablet. His efficiency had risen greatly. Even if he needed to concentrate on the second level of the Nanshan 7 forms alongside it, he wouldn't require 300 years. It's a pity that the second level of the Nanshan 7 forms is much harder than the first. Even after 300 years, I barely scratched the surface of it. So he jumped down and landed below, walking to his door and gently touched the door. The color began to change back to white. I've stayed here for over 1,200 years, Luo Feng said softly. Over 4,000 years have passed in the actual universe. Most of my time, since I've been born, have been used training, and now I can't bear to leave. It's time I left. Luo Feng shook his head. He turned and left towards the not-too-distant Tru Yan's residence. Before leaving Primal Chaos City, he had to bid goodbye to his two teachers. Junior Luo Feng. Junior. Walking within, he would occasionally see his seniors who would wave at him passionately after knowing the face that he had become the true disciple of. The Primal Chaos City leader, they naturally treated him much better. Teacher, is that way? A senior pointed. Luo Feng arrived before the yard. Come in, a voice resounded from within. Luo Feng stepped in and saw Tru Yan sitting before a table, with wine in a bamboo pot. Teacher, Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Are you leaving? Tru Yan continued to drink. Yes, Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Tru Yan glanced at him. Go on, don't spoil my reputation. Luo Feng knelt down respectfully, bowing very heavily, before getting up. I'll be leaving, teacher. He turned to head out. Tru Yan looked at his back and shouted, come back alive, also bring some good wine. I haven't tasted any good wine from you yet. I will definitely bring some when I return, Luo Feng said as he vanished into the distance. Walking out of Tru Yan's residence, Luo Feng had made up his mind to make a name for himself. He has had 3 teachers so far. One of them was Hu Yan Bo, another was Tru Yan, and the third one was the Primal Chaos City leader. In terms of relationship, Tru Yan was without doubt the top, as he had spent so much time with him, and Tru Yan was also very dedicated in teaching him. It was almost like a father teaching his child. Just buying the Nanshan 7 forms alone, that was a debt Luo Feng found hard to repay. One had to know that Tru Yan wasn't a knight. The cost of buying the first half of the Nanshan 7 forms was extremely high for him. Your Majesty, Luo Feng. Your Majesty, Luo Feng. The undying guards within the city leader's residence all said respectfully, opening a path for him. Luo Feng stepped into the residence and quickly reached the yard. With a deep breath, he stepped in. Scattered corpses laid throughout the entire vast continent. One had to know that this was reality, and not the virtual universe. All the bodies were real, not decaying over countless years. It was obvious all these were undying bodies. Just the energies from them alone was terrifying. Teacher, Luo Feng walked towards the man sitting cross-legged and bowed. The city leader stood up and turned to look at Luo Feng. Are you prepared to leave Primal Chaos City? His eyes were calm and vast, like the ocean. Yes, Luo Feng replied. It's time you went out and explored. The city leader nodded. Where are you prepared to head out? To Universe Secret Region. Outer Region Wars. Outer Region Wars, Luo Feng said respectfully. Sector Lords were required to go through life or death training. This was the long-time tradition of the Virtual Universe Company. The life or death training was split into 2 types. One was the Outer Region Wars, and the other was the Secret Regions. Both places were extremely dangerous. The Outer Region Wars were where the races battled each other. There were many warriors hidden within, and a combined army's force. Even if they were weaker individually than Luo Feng, the combined attacks could end him immediately. As for the secret regions, they were also comparable to the Outer Region Wars. Just like how Luo Feng's senior Kudi had fallen in one of the secret regions. Some of the dangers there were enough to make knights fall. Outer Region Wars, the city leader frowned. There are many races hidden out there. You are now my true disciple, and are also regarded as a rare genius of 10 million eras. Countless warriors will have made plans to kill you the moment you head there, I'm afraid. Luo Feng smiled. I understand, I'd been ambushed by the Bug clan before, and that was even before my reputation had grown. The Bug clan did all they could to kill me in Wulong Star Field, and right now, they are probably willing to sacrifice even more to kill me. Bug clan. The city leader snorted coldly. The surrounding vast space immediately shook. Luo Feng was shocked. He could feel the city leader's rage the moment the Bug clan was mentioned. Automaton race, demons, Bug clans, the three pinnacle races that are neighbors to our territory, the city leader said coldly as they are nearby. Anybody that wants to expand or doesn't want to be invaded has to go to war among these three races. The Bug clan is the most sinister as they have many underhanded methods. You have to be most careful of them when you head to the outer region. Wars. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, teacher. You must be prudent, because your senior Kudi fell to them. The city leader emphasized. His strength, his self-preservation methods, etc., were much more than yours currently. You only received 3 billion points to buy large amounts of items. He, on the other hand, had passed the Sector Lord, Primal Sky Mountain, getting 100 billion points. His treasures all far exceed yours. He also had many encounters, still he fell. Luo Feng shook within. I will be prudent. Right. He had thought that he had many techniques and methods. However, he recalled the last few words Hu Yanbo had told Babata to tell him. One had to always hold respect for the universe and keep a humble heart. This was the mindset of a lone warrior, undying, exploring the universe. Never ever get proud. The moment you get careless, you might lose your life. Luo Feng warned himself. The inter-race wars are extremely brutal, as they are wars for survival. Over countless years, countless warriors have fallen. The grudge between each race grows more and more. It's already reached a very terrifying level. The city leader turned and looked at the vast land of countless corpses. Look at all these bodies. Luo Feng looked about. Countless bodies, some as big as 1,000 kilometers tall, some less than half a meter, some metal life forms, energy life forms, etc. The energy levels were all different, some no weaker than a living Sherhuanite. These are all beings I've killed personally, he said softly. Just me alone. I've killed countless other warriors, and this is not even a fraction of it. There are many that have been reduced to nothing by energy ripples. Humanity hates other races. They hate us too. It's not clear who's right or wrong, or maybe nobody's wrong. It's simply for survival. A weaker race will want to get stronger. The strong will find ways to control and stop them. The city leader said softly. The massacres are endless. Even though I have the ability to revive, the cost of it is too much. Revival. Luo Feng was shocked. The city leader glanced at Luo Feng. Universe masters control time and space. Naturally, they can reverse time and space. Even if you die, I can reverse time and space and return it to a time before you died, reviving you within. The city leader shook his head and sighed. The theory is simple. The cost, however, is extremely high. After all, reviving a soul that had been destroyed goes against the universe laws. It would get a backlash from the universe laws. I can withstand the backlash from reviving an official or emperor level undying. However, if I revive a knight, even I would be heavily injured. Some pinnacle beings amongst the knights, like Shi Luo Duo, if I revive him, just the backlash alone would probably make me fall. The city leader said, if I die, there's no one that can revive me. Luo Feng was shocked. What a terrifying price. The backlash from reviving a knight was actually enough to heavily damage the Primal Chaos City leader. Reviving a pinnacle being like Shi Luo Duo would even make him fall. Reversing time and space, reviving the dead, one would not only receive a backlash from the universe laws. He shook his head. There are many flaws in this heavenly technique, of which I cannot explain everything shortly. It makes it so that I can only try to bring you back if you die like your senior. Kudi, I had no way to revive him, hence, you have to be prudent when they make a move against you. They'll definitely think of a way to stop me from reviving you. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Remember, he emphasized, the most important thing is that don't ever let your soul be possessed or taken control of the moment you become a soul slave. Even I have no way to save you. Luo Feng was shocked. Becoming a soul slave was indeed the end. If you receive a soul attack you cannot withstand, self-destruct. That would still be the better choice than becoming a soul slave. He stared at Luo Feng. Self-destruct. Luo Feng nodded. This is my keepsake. He flipped his hand. A gold card appeared. On it were faint engravings, the picture of a city. Luo Feng received it respectfully. If you encounter a danger you cannot deal with, you can immediately destroy this card. The material that makes up this card is very weak. It's only C9 grade alloy. You can easily destroy it. It has my spirit imprint, and the moment you destroy it, I will know, and will rush over in a short time, the city leader emphasized. Luo Feng nodded. Of course, I hope you won't ever be forced to use it. The city leader looked at him. I hope for you to rely on your own strength and become an absolute warrior. Then the other races cannot touch you before you leave. I have one last thing to tell you. Remember, survival is number one, he emphasized, with an absolute survival method. The other races won't dare to mess with you like Undying Knight of the Huge Axe Dojo. His strength is at Knight Pinnacle level, however his survival ability is very strong. Even the Universe Masters would find it extremely hard to kill him. The moment one cannot kill, he would get revenge. While he may not be your match, he can take it out on your disciples and race people. Luo Feng got a revelation as he heard this. Right. Survival ability was not something to be messed with. If you can't kill him, don't make a move against him, otherwise messing with such an unkillable enemy would bring only trouble. I do not need you to become like Undying Knight. His survival ability is simply absurd. However, try your best to raise your survival skills, he emphasized. Don't ever think that you are absolutely safe, even up to my level. I do not dare say such words. I will remember this well, Luo Feng said gratefully. Go on. Go and explore the universe. The city leader waved his hand. Luo Feng knelt and bid goodbye to his teacher. Shua. Luo Feng was immediately warped out of the Primal Chaos ruins. He glanced at the yard, then turned and left. There were frequent ships that flew through the universe pathways between the Primal Universe and the Virtual Universe Company's headquarters in the actual universe. Luo Feng decided to leave that day, checking up on the schedules and requesting to leave. So he rushed into the sky and headed to the air. There floated a huge ship. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, we are all ready. The purple-robed Undying stood there at the entrance and smiled passionately at him. Luo Feng glanced back at Primal Chaos City. This was where he had lived for 1,200 years, the place where his teachers, True Yen and the Primal Chaos City leader were. It's time to go. He flew into the ship. Hua. The cabin door shut, rumble, the ship began to fly deep through the primal chaos energies. Primal Universe, Virtual Universe Company Headquarters. It was an extremely vast continent, bigger than even the Laos world of the Goldhorn race. This was the Virtual Universe Company's headquarters. Rumble within the core, two heavy doors automatically opened, revealing a magnificent pathway. This was the universe pathway. It connected the primal universe with the actual universe. A ship flew through and later accelerated. Within a few minutes, it finally landed at a gathering spot. Hua, the cabin door opened. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Everyone else standing at the entrance was incredibly passionate and humble. Towards him, even the two Emperor-level Undyings stood at the side and allowed him to pass first. The news of every disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader was made public, and their position was incredibly high. Luo Feng's authority naturally stood above many Emperor-level Undyings now. He stepped out and landed on the ground. Your Majesty Luo Feng, this way please. We will swiftly leave the headquarters, and along this way you will find the gathering spot 3 space. The host of the universe ship guided him passionately. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled. No problem, the host said. Luo Feng turned and walked alone towards the pathway that headed towards the 3rd gathering space. As he walked along, Luo Feng easily crossed hundreds of thousands of km every second. After a few minutes, he reached the pathway. While Luo Feng looked at the screen before him, he couldn't help but exclaim. 36 fixed space pathways. These 36 pathways were headed in 36 different sections of humanity's territories. One had to know that the costs of God Country teleportation were incredibly shocking, and these fixed pathways connected the headquarters to many regions, as many Undyings frequently used these as the demand was huge. It had become the norm. Since the costs were much lower, even those able to use God Country teleportation would rather use these pathways, saving money. Luo Feng naturally didn't lack money. He was even nurturing 3-star eating plants and a cloud contact vine, and he had successfully made the 100 vine star eating plant breakthrough to Undying. He was able to use God Country teleportation. It was a pity the time it had become Undying had been too short. He hadn't left any markers about the universe, hence he couldn't use it to teleport to other areas. With the 100 vine plant breaking through to Undying, I can make a few hidden Undying crystals from the plant. Luo Feng thought in dire times. I'll be able to teleport to these places. Your Majesty Luo Feng. A smartly dressed green-skinned man walked over from afar. His body emanated powerful life energy. Undying. Luo Feng looked at him curiously. Most of the staff around were all sector lords or domain lords. There were very few Undyings sent here to do work. From the looks of it, he should be the head of the staff here. Your Majesty has requested to be sent to the 9th Division. We received the news long ago, hence I, Pupuka, have been here waiting for you. Please follow me. The green-skinned man smiled. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled. Haha, no problem. After getting Luo Feng's thanks, this Pupuka, who was in charge of the 3rd gathering spot, was all smiles. He passionately led Luo Feng to a space pathway. The space pathway, from a glance, was just like a rippling water screen. 9th Division, it's the closest to Wulong Starfield, Pupuka said passionately. Luo Feng nodded. He stepped through the water screen. The space pathways were using the God countries and teleportation points. These undyings had given up their god countries, of course even under such circumstances, their god countries were kept incredibly safe. Through the space pathway, in an instant, they traveled over 100 million light-years, after which Luo Feng sat in the Yun Mo planet ship and began to head to Wulong Starfield. Within the control room, Luo Feng was sipping some wine, pondering. While traveling at a steady 50 times light speed, in half a month, we'll arrive at Wulong Starfield, Babata said. Luo Feng nodded, sending his consciousness into the Virtual Universe network. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Sitting before his desk, he gently tapped the screen on his laptop. Purchasing 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Clan Corps units. Confirm. With a 60 discount, it costs 60 million points. Points deducted. Luo Feng looked at his remaining points. He only had 180 million points left. He couldn't help but exclaim at his lack of points, however these were meant to be used in crucial times, hence, buying the 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Corps units was already something he had planned long ago. Do. Your Majesty Luo Feng, you just purchased 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Corps units, where should we send it to? A voice resounded from the screen. I will go directly to Wulong, to Starfield to pick them, Luo Feng said. After which he closed the call. Luo Feng revealed a smile, disconnecting from the virtual universe. Within his vast internal world. Bug Clan Island. Countless 30m tall Sector Lord Pinnacle Tiger armored bugs lived on this island. There were also few 20m tall, streamlined hunting mantis kings, and even fewer 6m tall shadow spear kings, and right in the center of the island was an over 1,000m tall mother nest. So, Masha Luo Feng appeared in mid-air and floated above the island. Alina Luo Feng gazed downwards. Master, a beam of light shot out from the mother nest. It was the absolute Beauty Bug Clan Queen Alina. Rumble. Millions of Sector Lord Pinnacle bugs all knelt down respectfully, showing their respect to Luo Feng. There are 3 million tiger armored bugs, 10,000 hunting mantis kings, and 1,000 shadow spear kings. Black-cloaked Luo Feng smiled. Alina, you've done well. Working for Master is my honor. Her voice was gentle. Luo Feng nodded. The last time he came to Wulong Starfield, he had taken away 400 units of Sector Lord bug corpses, of which 300 units were taken when he was ambushed. Those, however, weren't considered top tier. It could at most produce about over 3 million tiger armored bugs, and the 100 units he had bought was the best. It could produce close to 1.8 million tiger armored bugs. With the two combined, he finally managed to get 3 million tiger armored bugs, 10,000 hunting mantis kings, and 1,000 shadow spear kings. The number of soldiers the Bug Clan Queen could control was limited. For example, if she wanted to control all of them to attack at once, that was not possible. She could at most control 10,000 of them to do it. This was the limit. The moment the number exceeded that, she would be unable to make all of them attack. As the numbers grew, the control would get more ragged. When the numbers reached 1 million, the Queen could at most control countless soldiers to attack and withdraw. As for the precision, it wasn't as precise. If the numbers exceeded 1 million, reaching a few millions, and above 10 million, she would be unable to even gather all of them in one spot. 10,000 was the limit. 1 million was another barrier. Luo Feng thought as long as the soldier Numbers are within 10,000, the soldiers would be precise, even infused with laws akin to humans. When their numbers are within 1 million, it can at most be like a perfect army, coordinated and directed, but anything over that it would get messy. This was also why the Undying Bug Clan Queen would never control over 10,000 Undying Bug soldiers. Alina Luofeng said. Master, she replied respectfully. I'm prepared to make 1,000,000 King Soldier Army, Luofeng said. Bug Clan Kings, 1,000,000, she was shocked. Luofeng nodded. Tiger-armored kings. Tiger-armored bugs were huge with strong defense and attack. Compared to the hunting mantis, they were slower. However, in other areas, they were comparable. For the 1,000,000-strong army, speed wasn't a required thing. Master, creating one sector Lord Pinnacle Tiger-armored king has the cost of creating 100 sector Lord Pinnacle normal Tiger-armored bugs, Alina said. The king's body is incredibly tough. His strength and attacks are about 10 times that of a normal tiger-armored bugs, she said. If the 1,000,000-strong tiger-armored bug army battled against a 10,000 tiger-armored king army, the 1,000,000-strong army would definitely win. However, 100 million tiger-armored bugs army, compared to a 1,000,000-strong king army, the 1,000,000 kings would definitely win, as it exceeds 1 million with just Alina controlling everything. She wouldn't be able to control so many soldiers. Master, you are sure you want to make them? She asked. Luofeng nodded. How long will it take? Producing the kings will actually be faster, she said, as I can easily make endless streams of star and universe levels tiger-armored bugs. The burden on me is actually less. It'll take more time during their killing and massacre process. Producing the many sector Lord Pinnacle tier armored kings, I can probably produce about 100 every day. 100 a day. The 1,000,000-strong army will take 30 years. Luofeng nodded. Thanks for your work, Alina, Luofeng said. No trouble at all, she said happily. Producing soldiers is a way for the queen to strengthen herself. I've never had so many materials before for me to make so many soldiers. Luofeng smiled. The bug corpses will come in about half a month. The ship continued to progress. After half a month of flying, it finally reached Wulong Starfield. Wulong Starfield. Luofeng stood within the control room, gazing at the endless vast goods that filled up the entire space. 1,000,000 sector Lord King army, also mysterious silver armor. These two are extremely important in my plans. Finally they'll be in my hands. Wulong Starfield, Longju Emperor's Palace. At this time, the 5 managers of Wulong Starfield were gathered here. Life is so fickle. Luofeng was so pitiful the last time he was bullied by Yanzhu Emperor. In the blink of an eye, only a few thousand years have passed. Longju Emperor shook his head. The tables have turned now. Yanzhu is now in the 9th jail hell, imprisoned for 1,000 eras, and Luofeng is soaring, becoming the disciple of the primal chaos city leader. Longju Emperor, you'll have to help us this time. The skinny Dinyan Emperor put down his wine glass. The last time Yanzhu treated Luofeng like that, we all didn't even stop him. I'm afraid he will remember it. Inga Emperor nodded too. Longju Emperor, we'll rely on you to persuade him, Xingyu Emperor said. To be able to take on the position of manager here, it showed they all knew how to deal with people. They were clear on the fact that even though Luofeng was still unable to do anything to them, and they were a different level of power with him at the moment. However, what about the future? The way he's growing, he may become the new Shihua knight. The moment his strength grew, dealing with them would be easy. Those petty and vengeful warriors, there were plenty of them. Haha, relax. Longju Emperor nodded and smiled. He was however proud within. Him helping them out would mean they would owe him a favor. I'll have to thank His Majesty Luo Feng, too. Beside them sat a handsome man. In terms of beauty, Yan Zhu back then was so beautiful it was hard to tell whether he was a man or lady. This man, however, was easily distinguishable as a man. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here. The man smiled. Haha, Qili Emperor, you'll have to thank him. Indeed. Otherwise, Yan Zhu wouldn't be chased away so easily. The other four all laughed. Suddenly, Lord, a silver-armored sector lord rushed in from outside, kneeling. Respectfully, His Majesty Luo Feng has already arrived. Luo Feng, Longju, and the others were shocked. Hua. The five got up simultaneously. Let's go welcome him, Dinyan Emperor said. The five managers rushed out, as they were clear on Luo Feng's relationship with Longju Emperor. They guessed that he would come here first, hence they had all gathered here to welcome him. Outside the palace, Luo Feng had already kept his Yanmo planet ship and stood outside the entrance. Luo Feng, a powerful voice resounded. Luo Feng turned and saw 5 people approaching, smiling. Longju Emperor, Dinyan Emperor, Inga Emperor, Xingyu Emperor too. Even though he wasn't vengeful against the other 3 emperors, he didn't have a good impression of them back then. When Yan Zhu wanted to jail him in the jail hell, the 3 simply stood there and did nothing to stop him. We knew that you were coming, so we've been waiting for you here. The tall and skinny Dinyan Emperor smiled. Luo Feng nodded without saying anything else. Luo Feng, let me introduce you. Longju Emperor smiled and pointed to the handsome man beside him. This is Qili Emperor from the huge axe dojo. Qili Emperor. Luo Feng looked over. Damn. Another handsome fellow back then. Yan Zhu had reached such a level of beauty. And even though this man before him wasn't at that level, he was definitely a dashing guy. The emperors that the huge axe dojo sends out, are they all handsome fellows? Luo Feng muttered to himself. Greetings, Your Majesty. Qili smiled. I just took on this position. Haha, I really have to thank you for this. If it weren't for your incident and Yan Zhu Emperor being locked up in the 9th jail hell, I wouldn't be here. Thank you, Your Majesty. Luo Feng immediately smiled. Looks like this Qili wasn't on the same side as Yan Zhu. Luo Feng, let's go in. We can sit and discuss matters. Longju Emperor said. Go, let's go in. Your Majesty, please. They were all incredibly passionate, as Luo Feng showed them respect with the 5 managers welcoming him. He entered the palace. This scene made all the sector lord guards about mutter amongst themselves. Just who was this, able to make the 5 managers welcome him so passionately? Within the palace, a luxurious banquet was spread out as the 6 of them sat down. In the blink of an eye, 4,000 years had passed already. In the past, Luo Feng, you were still a normal Primal Region member. Now, you've already become the Primal Chaos City leader's disciple. Longju Emperor lifted his wine glass. I respect you. Come, let's toast to that. Damn. Everybody lifted their glasses. Luo Feng followed suit. Bottoms up. Luo Longju Emperor was about to say something when Luo Feng smiled. Long Jew Emperor, we can discuss these later. I'm here at Wulong Starfield this time to purchase bug corpse units. Naturally I want to go search for treasure. 2 Hence, we'll discuss business first and settle the matters. Alright, we'll get to work. Long Jew Emperor nodded. We should get to work. Business is more important, the other managers all chimed in. Luo Feng was shocked. There was a saying on Earth, the poor are ignored in the busiest streets, the rich will find relatives in the deepest mountains. One theory, when one is weak, the emperors with power didn't care about him at all, they were all either cold or arrogant before him. In all, they weren't exactly smiling when they met him the first time. However, after he became the disciple of the primal chaos city leader, every word he said, they complied. Forget it. Luo Feng's dissatisfaction towards them within dissolved. They are all in charge of business departments, they should be used to such matters. Luo Feng, you purchased 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Corpse units. Since you've already ordered, then it's simple. Long Jew Emperor smiled. I'll arrange for people to go to the storage area and bring over the 10,000 units. Since the size of this deal is huge, it'll have to go and discuss it with the other 4 managers. No problem. I will definitely pick the best 10,000 units for your majesty. Relax. Qili Emperor was still okay, the other 3 were obviously much more passionate than before. They were obviously trying to make amends for the actions before. Since their goal was achieved, Luo Feng was pleased with the scene. How long will it take? Luo Feng asked. Within 10 days, Long Jew Emperor said confidently. So fast? Luo Feng was shocked. The last time he bought 100 units, it took quite long, but this time it was 10,000 units. The time required, however, was shorter. I'll arrange for 100 members to head straight to where the best units are. Kept Ying. The emperor laughed. Naturally, it'll be very fast, your majesty. Just needs to rest here, and within 10 days, you'll receive your bug corpses. Within his 10 short days in Wulong Starfield, the 5 emperors brainstormed and used all sorts of methods to make him happy and enjoy his stay. Luo Feng realized just how important strength and position was. Your Majesty. Long Jew Emperor's voice resounded within the entire palace. Luo Feng walked out. 2 maids stood by the entrance. In the distance, Long Jew Emperor swiftly walked over, one step crossing over 1,000 kilometers. Long Jew Emperor. Luo Feng smiled. What's the matter? Have the bug corpse units all been gathered? Yes, they have. Long Jew Emperor nodded and smiled with a flip of his hand. A black world ring appeared. 10,000 bug corpse units all in here. Luo Feng received it happily. This world ring was without an owner, hence he easily used his world energy to enter it and begin to check the 10,000 sector Lord Pinnacle bug corpse units. From the looks of it, Luo Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile. Long Jew Emperor, Denyen Emperor, Yingge Emperor, they were generous and straightforward. Luo Feng was happy. These 10,000 units, their average standard is even better than the 100 units I bought the last time. The last time he bought 100 Sector Lord units, he could produce about 1.8 million tiger armored bugs. It was already top tier, and ordering through the virtual universe network, he also roughly knew the standards. If he had ordered the shipment to be sent to him, the 100 units he bought would roughly produce 1 million bug soldiers. That meant that the 10,000 bug units he ordered would probably be able to produce 1 million tiger armored kings. However, he was delightfully surprised. He had come personally to choose, and the 10,000 units the 5 managers had given him were enough to create 2 million tiger armored kings. Double the amount. 60 million points, yet I managed to buy 120 million points worth of goods. These 5 managers sure have treated me well, he was happy within. Of course, this is the overall wealth of humanity, not their own money. If Ding Yen Emperor and the others were to foot the bill, they probably wouldn't have been so generous. Long Ju Emperor saw the look of glee on Luo Feng's face. He laughed loudly. How is it? Is it good enough? Very good, these units are really good. Luo Feng nodded. Some of the units are bad while others are good this time. The other emperors have really worked hard to pick the best ones to send over. Long Ju Emperor smiled. The 3 have actually been trying hard to make amends for matters from before. We hope you don't take it to heart. I understand. Yanzhu Emperor has Shihua Knight behind him. I understand their actions. Luo Feng nodded and smiled. I don't blame them. Haha, that's good. Long Ju Emperor nodded. After getting some benefit, it was sort of a payment for before. Luo Feng naturally didn't hold it to heart. I remember you wanted to head to Rubbish Mountain. Long Ju Emperor asked. How long are you prepared to search for treasure? Not more than 100 years, Luo Feng said. The aim of this time was to collect enough silver fragments to form a silver armor. According to his estimate, a few decades should be enough. Ah, here are 100 world rings. Every one of them represents you can hunt for treasure for a year. With a flip of his hand, Long Ju Emperor retrieved 100 world rings. Also, I'll send you a surveillance map. With your authority, you can view it when the time comes. You can freely search for the treasures without needing anybody to follow you.